Albert Woolfolk. In 2003, 45-year-old Albert Woolfolk resided in Columbus, Ohio. He was married and had 4 kids. Albert's mother and one of his workers discovered his lifeless body inside his home early on July 18th. He suffered around 20 stab wounds and was strangled. It was assumed that the assailant knew him because of the numerous stab wounds he received. A sizable television that had been taken from the home, together with a cable box, was discovered knocked over. The fingerprints that investigators were able to obtain from the crime site on a cable box did not match Albert's or anybody else's, indicating that it most likely belonged to the assailant. Investigators then drew up a timetable. Albert was last seen leaving the parking lot of a nearby bar on July 16th, according to the information they had. Not long after returning home, he was gone from this life. Years of investigation failed to identify the suspect. The ability to identify a person using fingerprints taken at a crime scene was very recently developed. Alvin Barfield, 47, was the individual whose fingerprints were discovered at a crime scene, according to investigators. It has been discovered by Columbus Police Department detectives that Alvin resides in South Carolina. Alvin Barfield was taken into custody at his residence by the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Unit on January 21, 2021. There are also now further details available. Albert was with 2 black males and 1 white man when he was last seen in a parking lot. It was also disclosed that the television was too hefty for one person to handle, and that another set of fingerprints was discovered inside a house. Albert was last seen with a white man, who is thought to be Alvin. Now, the investigators are hoping to locate the other 2 males or recognize a different set of fingerprints. Right now, Alvin is incarcerated in Muskogee County. In an interview, he refuted any involvement, claimed not to know Albert, and maintained he had never been inside his home. The statement, "It has been very, very hard over the years," was attributed to Albert's wife. "You deal with it on a daily basis, and it has been like that for the past 17 years. Moving on to the next case. April Tinsley. 8-year-old April Marie Tinsley was having fun on West William Street in Fort Wayne, Indiana, on April 1, 1988, with a few pals. The children were playing when the rain started to fall. April informed her friend that she would be returning home after getting her umbrella, which she had just left at the home of a different acquaintance a few streets away. She was last observed alive at this location. Janet, April's mother, started to worry when her daughter failed to return home for supper. She reported her missing to the police within an hour. That night, a search for April was conducted in the neighborhood around her house by more than 100 individuals, including police and residents. But even with so many volunteers and detectives, they were unable to find April. A witness who was conducting a search of the area claimed to have seen a man in his 20s get into a light blue pickup truck, pull April inside, and drive off. A young girl's body was found in a ditch on DeKalb County Road 68 near Spencerville by a jogger 3 days later. Her name was later revealed to be April Tinsley. About 1,000 feet to the west of the body, they found one of April's shoes. Following an examination, it was determined that April had passed away 2 days prior to the jogger finding her body. She had been sexually assaulted, and suffocation was the cause of death. Unsettlingly, a sex toy was discovered not far from the site of the crime. At the crime scene, investigators also discovered April's killer's DNA. Despite the fact that the victim's body had the suspect's DNA, matching could not be done at the time due to limited technological capabilities. A sketch of the murderer was circulated around the region based on the witness description, but despite the eyewitness testimony and the DNA found there, no one was arrested and the case was closed. A teenager called the police in 1990, 2 years after April's body was discovered, after he saw some graffiti written in big letters across a barn door. The distance between the crime scene and the barn was about 10 kilometers. The message was chilling: "I kill April May Tinsley, age 8. I'll commit murder once more." The statement apparently contained numerous spelling mistakes and was written in 3 distinct mediums: pencil, crayon, and permanent marker. After 14 years, The case went cold once more with no fresh leads. Then, 16 years after April's passing, more menacing and harassing messages with the same handwriting and spelling mistakes started to surface in various parts of Fort Wayne in the spring of 2004. The murderer had written notes on small girls' bicycle handlebars and inside mailboxes. For notes in all were located. All of the letters, which were written on yellow-lined paper, were placed in Ziploc bags with used condoms and Polaroid pictures that revealed part of the murderer's body and him masturbating. The words, "Hello, honey," appeared in one of the letters. "I've had my eye on you. I am the same person that killed April Tinsley after kidnapping and raping her. My next victim will be you. I'm going to blow up your house if you don't call the police, or if I don't see this in the paper tomorrow or on the local news." Based on the samples discovered in the used condoms, a DNA profile was created, and it turned out to match the DNA discovered at the crime scene. Still, there were no suspects in this case. The forensics firm Parabon Nanolabs received a sample of the murderer's DNA from the authorities in 2018, and it utilized the genealogy website GEDmatch to determine the suspect's kin. C.C. Moore, a genealogist, reduced the number of suspects to 2 brothers on July 2, 2018. When police searched one of the suspects, John D. Miller's trash on July 6th, they discovered used condoms that matched the victim's DNA. John D. Miller was taken into custody right away. "Do you know why we want to talk to you?" the investigators allegedly asked. Miller responded, "April Tinsley." Miller admitted to the crime and described what he did on April 1, 1988, during his police interview. He said that while April was strolling down Hoagland Avenue, he kidnapped her and took her back to his caravan home in Graybill, where he raped her sexually before strangling her to death. Miller said that he had sexually abused Tinsley's body once more after she passed away. He went to DeKalb County Road 68 the following morning and disposed of her body in a ditch. He didn't notice any news coverage regarding the body the next day. He claimed he took a second car to the scene of the crime to confirm the body was still there. Around this time, he discovered one of April's shoes in his car and, as he drove by the crime site, he threw it out the window. He was given an 80-year prison term on December 21, 2018, which included 50 years for murder and 30 years for child abuse. Bonnie Woodward. Bonnie Woodward, an Illinois native from Alton, was 47 years old. She worked as a carer at the Eunice Smith Nursing Home and was a 2-time cancer survivor. Only 3 of Bonnie's 4 children lived with her. Heather, her 17-year-old daughter, had a fight with Bonnie and was living with another family. Roger Carroll, his wife Monica, and their 16-year-old son Nathan Carroll made up the family she was living with. She was acquainted with them at church. Bonnie was last saw at work on June 25, 2010. Her co-worker caught her chatting with an unidentified man. She failed to appear for work the following day. Because it was so unusual of her, her boyfriend and co-workers became concerned, and she was reported missing. They started by investigating the unidentified man Bonnie was spotted speaking with. They saw that he bore a striking resemblance to Bonnie Carroll's partner, Roger Carroll. Additionally, the police discovered his prints on her vehicle. Roger admitted to authorities that he wasn't even in the vicinity on the day she vanished when he was questioned. Police were forced to release him because they lacked tangible proof of his involvement. The case became cold, and there were no additional leads at all. That was prior to March 2020. The now 25-year-old Nathan Carroll wanted to report to the authorities what had actually occurred to Bonnie. He admitted to them that he spent 10 years keeping his father's secret. However, he had had enough after his mother Monica was abused by his father Roger. Nathan provided evidence against his dad. This was all he had to say about the actual events. June 25, 2010, the day Bonnie was last seen. Roger and Nathan left Monica and Heber at Nathan's grandmother's house and returned early from verification. Roger noticed Bonnie's automobile as he passed the Eunice Smith Assisted Living Facility. "That's good," he said to Nathan. "She's at work today." Nathan went to investigate after hearing 819 gunshots in her home's backyard later that day. He saw Bonnie lying on the ground, dressed in white trainers and scrub trousers, and his father brandishing a revolver. Roger then gave Nathan the command to light a fire. Using a front loader, Roger lifted Bonnie and placed her in the fire pit. Even though all that was left were charred pieces of bone, the two of them managed to keep the fire going for days. Roger also gave Nathan instructions to mow over the grass where the fire was and smash her phone with a hammer. Roger informed Nathan that Bonnie was a horrible person who had harmed Heather, so Nathan complied. Roger said things like, "She needs to go away and never come back." Roger's property was searched as a result of all this new information. A spent 9mm shell case, a corresponding bullet, and corresponding bone fragments were discovered by the police. Roger received a guilty verdict. The date of his sentencing is set for April 23, 2020. A sentence of 20 to 60 years in jail is possible. He might even spend the rest of his life behind bars for using a weapon. Farizada Diha-Gamper. Iranian exchange student Farizada Diha-Gamper, 27, was enrolled at the University of Nebraska in Omaha. She was a gifted math student in Iran who was well-liked by her relatives and classmates. Actually, her success in life has mostly come from her aptitude for numbers. Firaze's acquaintances said she had a great appearance and were amazed by her aptitude for math. She would serve Persian tea and amuse her guests with Persian delicacies. Furs made a striking entrance, and it was obvious that this young woman was meant for big things in life. She was scheduled to receive a double major in engineering from the institution. Farize shared an apartment at 517 North 88th Plaza with a female from Jordan. August 13, 1983, was the last time the roommate spoke with Farize. It was Farize who had contacted her during his shift at the computer center. Since she didn't have a ride back, she didn't have a plan for how she would travel from the center to her house. Since Farize assured her roommate that she would call back later, she did not seem concerned. However, Farize had not returned calls by 11:45 p.m. Her roommate became a little concerned when it started to rain earlier and decided to go look for her. She was unable to just call her because there were no cell phones in existence at the time. She got to the University Computer Center just after midnight, but Firuz was not there. Parankia, another acquaintance, suggested that Firuz might have looked for a metro rail or planned to hitchhike. But people who were close to Fars knew she would never take a rideshare. Simply put, it wasn't like her. Around 6:30 p.m. that evening, Fars was seen by another acquaintance as he dropped her off at the computer center. Farize promised him that she would find a way home, even though she had instructed him to pick her up when she was free. When she did not return by 3 in the morning, her companions became more and more worried, but they went to bed. When, at last, 8 a.m. came and went without a trace, they realized that something had gone terribly wrong. On the morning of August 14, 1983, Abu Hassan, a neighboring acquaintance, formally filed a missing persons report. A few hours later, fishermen discovered something strange and terrifying while strolling down the river path, a gravel path. They found Firize's naked body dumped north of Council Bluffs, Iowa, behind a bridge spanning Pigeon Creek. It looked like she had been badly battered. The discovery of her papers and personal items with her body raises the possibility that she was killed by a familiar individual. She would have undoubtedly dropped some of her belongings if she had been abducted or seized at random. Evidence pointed to her having died somewhere else and been carried to the bridge. Sheriff Steve Troga, who was the top deputy at the time, claimed that she had 4 abdomen stab wounds and excessive blood loss from multiple cuts to her throat, according to an autopsy. She had suffered an intimate and physical assault. Officers discovered hair and blood on the railing of the bridge where Firuz was discovered. After being analyzed, it was discovered that Firuz was the owner of the hair and blood found at the crime scene, even if some of the blood did not. It's interesting to note that the blood types on Type O and Type N objects differed. Firize was matched by Type O, but Type O produced no matches. It was the blood of another individual. But in the 80s, that was all you could figure out. In the month after the killing, investigators first spoke with her friends and collected hair samples and fingerprints from more than 100 UNO students, but these attempts yielded no leads. Firuz was last seen leaving the UNO campus at about 9:30 p.m., but no one noticed anything strange at the time. Firuz's unfortunate death was reported to her family in England by her roommate, who then notified Firuz's parents in Tehran, Iran. Iran was experiencing political instability at the time. After being forced into exile, Ayatollah Khomeini became leadership of Iran. Protests, issues, and reforms were all present. Mystique, the UNO director of Foreign Student Services, disclosed that Farizeh belonged to the Marxist Iranian political organization Fashion. However, it was not well known that he was a very active member of the party. Mystique also mentioned that Farizeh was a quiet, sober person who was well-liked by her classmates. No one was motivated to hurt her. She was not the kind of girl to use illicit drugs or go out on the run with strangers. A lot of individuals thought that Firuz's incident was motivated by politics. At least one authority refuted the possibility, though. Herb Hawkins Jr., the FBI agent in charge of Nebraska and Iowa, eventually became interested in her case. To find out if there had been a violation of a federal abduction legislation, they opened an investigation. A key question in their investigation was where the murder occurred and what state Farizeh was in when she crossed into Iowa from Nebraska. In other words, did she actually exist when she crossed the state line? Several months of investigation into Farizeh's death in 1983 included working with several law enforcement organizations. Still, in spite of their best efforts, the case eventually fizzled out. Firuz's case was pushed aside for decades. The true breakthrough occurred decades later when Stephen Martin, a UNO graduate, got in touch with Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Jim Doty. Martin's professional travels took him all over the world, but he never stopped thinking about Farizeh. In fact, he recalled a person in November 2020 who, because of a trustworthy alibi, had been exonerated of all charges in her case. He made a call to Sergeant Doty. Items could be re-examined, Sergeant Doty recognized, while the suspect was still out of the bag. Considering the advancements in forensics, he insisted that Farizeh's case be revisited. Using evidence obtained years prior from items such as her underwear, the glove on her left hand, computer documents, and a beer can, Sergeant Doty performed a DNA analysis. The test results provided fresh insight into the case in March 2021. The glove included bloodstains, including both the genetic material of the new owner and Farizeh's DNA profile. Her fingerprints were found on the computer documents next to her body. They were found to be two. Farizeh owned one, while a UNO computer specialist owned the other. Unexpectedly, the Cody's database's combined DNA index method revealed a match. Bud Leroy Christensen, a seasoned felon, was the match. Christensen was listed as an offender. He had a criminal record that included at least 3 convictions for violent crimes, including one in 1972 for assaulting a kid, 2 adult offenses that were more recent in 2014 and had similar characteristics were committed. In 1999, he was also accused of having a handgun in his possession by a felon. Christensen entered a guilty plea to attempted second-degree assault and first-degree false imprisonment in the most recent assault case. He received a 10-year prison sentence. Christensen was listed as a permanent offender. Therefore, until his release in May 2018, the streets were free of him. Stephen Martin was briefed on the situation by Sergeant Doty. Following graduation, Martin relocated to Nevada, where he currently resides at the age of 62. It was amazing that the long-standing enigma would eventually be resolved. Faraz's brother spoke with Sergeant Doty for more than 60 minutes. When he learned of the DNA match, her brother was in London. At last, the family had answers. Her brother couldn't even talk or comprehend what was happening since he was so shocked. After 3 decades, some closure was long overdue. On April 30th, 2021, Christensen was taken into custody in Omaha and was given a $1 million bond. He gave up his ability to fight extradition to Iowa, the site of his trial. A first-degree charge of taking an innocent life was ready to be brought to Pottawatomie County for the 67-year-old Christensen, who was being held in the Douglas County Jail. He acknowledged his wrongdoings. Fierzy would have been 30 years old at the time of his ruthless murder. Bud Leroy Christensen was given a 50-year prison term on April 6, 2023, for killing Furuz. 38 years after Furuz's death, Stephen Martin and a few of her close friends are requesting a posthumous degree for her in celebration of her legacy and achievements. She was regarded as one of UNO's sharpest thinkers. They were able to imprison a monster because of the cops and companions who never gave up. Megan McDonald. Megan McDonald was born in 1983, and she relocated to Middletown, New York, when she was just 7 months old. She had 2 younger brothers and a sister, Karen. Karen and Megan were closest friends, even when it came to movies and Little League games. Megan is extremely empathetic, especially toward adults, and frequently comes to the aid of stray animals. Karen met James Whalen, the love of her life, while attending college. James was anxious to meet Karen's family for the first time, but Megan, 16, quickly made him feel comfortable and welcomed, making him feel like a part of the family. Megan was imaginative and inventive. In order to include their cat Pumpkin into the family, she gave him the name James Whalen. Megan was a member of the Burke Catholic High School class of 2000 when she graduated. She continued on at SUNY Orange in Middletown after that. Being near her family made Megan thrilled to be attending a small college. Megan thought about pursuing a career in which she would interact with children because she adored them. The loss of Megan's father, Dennis McDonald, in 2002 was a devastating blow to the family. Officer McDonald was a 47-year-old former detective from the New York Police Department who died suddenly from a heart attack. Despite not knowing that it would be Megan's final Christmas with her family, they continued to celebrate Christmas together in 2002 and never ceased being a family. In a family video, Megan can be seen putting the bow on her head, tearing into a box of sweaters, and generally being a kind person. It was around this time that Megan started her first job. It was the first move toward rebuilding her life following her father's passing. Karen thought back to the first time Megan had paid for her own coffee. Her first job had paid, and she was very proud of herself for that. Megan knew she could pull through. Megan made the decision to take a significant turn in her life a year following the death of her father. Megan signed a lease for an apartment close to Middletown, a Wallkill, New York, small town, in March 2003. Megan had been looking forward to living a fully autonomous adult life, but that would regrettably not last long. On March 13, 2003, Megan worked as a table attendant at the American Cafe in the Galleria Mall from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. Then, at precisely 3:10 p.m., she strolled over to an ATM operated by Closby Bank to take out cash. Later on, she was observed at Wallkill, New York's Greenway Terrace. Megan was invited to attend a birthday celebration hosted by 2 of her acquaintances, but she declined. They returned inside and announced to the group that Megan was going to Middletown with some other pals. Subsequently, Megan watched Friends on TV at a friend's house from 7:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. After informing her companion that she had to get some sleep or she would be late for work the next day, Megan left for home. The friend had no idea that it would be her final encounter with Megan. Megan made a detour to the birthday celebration in the Wallkill neighborhood of Greenway Terrace, rather than heading directly home. She was seen in her car by 2 pals who were leaving the celebration. After a brief conversation, Megan revealed to them that she was hoping to meet someone. The last time anyone saw Megan McDonald alive was at 2:30 a.m., which was shortly after midnight. Later that day, Megan failed to show up for her afternoon shift at the American Cafe. Her phone received voicemails from them. Her loved ones became aware that she was not communicating, wasn't answering calls, and wasn't replying to texts. Since she was not responding, her mother asked Karen to see how she was doing. Karen and James Whalen were first a little irritated with Megan for her reckless behavior, but the more the day went on, the more concerned they were. They couldn't find Megan, who was last seen 2 hours ago, despite living close by. After day broke into night, they received dreadful news the following day. A man and his nephew discovered something startling the following morning. Something was lying at an odd angle, as noticed by the owners of 229 Bowser Road in the town of Wallkill. When they learned, to their horror, that it was a body, that of a young woman, they dialed 911 to get in touch with the state police. Using the driver's license, New York State Police identified Megan McDonald, the 20-year-old who had gone missing, from the body. She had been fatally injured by a blunt object, according to an autopsy. According to Detective Brad Naturalizio, the location next to Bowser Road was a narrow dirt track that ended in a cul-de-sac tucked away inside a remote field. Given how remote the location was and how risky it would have been to drive so far alone at night, the investigators surmised that she would have known the person who had guided her there. Megan drove there with a trusted person at her side, and that person later took her life. After learning that Megan was the owner of a 1991 Mercury Sable, state police conducted a search to locate her vehicle because it was not present at the scene of the incident. In order to help unravel Megan's mystery, local police were able to secure media attention. A few days later, the car's location in the Kensington Manor apartment complex was reported to the police. The car had been there for a while, as the investigation found, having been parked there since early on March 14th at around 8 in the morning. The driver clearly drove off in a hurry. In order to obtain a proper DNA analysis, investigators obtained a large amount of evidence and removed numerous items. More than 700 objects were stored in bags. Officers concluded that Megan had been fatally struck by someone who had been seated in the driver's seat of her vehicle. Sadly, Megan's case went cold for a period because there were no further leads. Growing up in the neighborhood, detectives Brad Natalizio and Michael Carletta were aware of the missing woman. For a very long period, Megan's case was the biggest mystery in the community. 20 years later, on the 20th anniversary of Megan's tragic death, her story was highlighted on the widely watched television program Dateline. After her situation gained attention, twice as much work was done. The FBI's Behavioral Analytics section took up the case in 2018 with the intention of creating a theory and creating a profile of the suspect. Following a review of the autopsy and crime scene images and a thorough analysis of case data that included over 800 leads and interviews, their theory was in line with the findings at Troop F Barracks on Crystal Run Road in the town of Wallkill. They came to the conclusion that the offender displayed every characteristic of narcissistic personality disorder. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published by the American Psychiatric Association, defines it as a chronic pattern of grandiosity and fantasy or conduct, an incessant desire for admiration, and a lack of empathy that starts in early adulthood and manifests itself in a variety of circumstances. When Detective Natalizio and Carletta were brought on board in 2017, they brought a wealth of knowledge to the case because they had grown up hearing legends about the area. Even after changing positions, Natalizio never stopped working on Megan's case. Thus, it was handled by multiple departments and people in the community. Megan's age, Natalizio was raised in Orange County. Upon joining the NYPD in 2006, his spouse encouraged him to resolve Megan's case in the event that he was promoted. There was a personal link. The detective's wife was a licensed nurse who worked beside Megan's mother. All of the witnesses and suspects were re-interviewed by the officers first. They returned to the Kensington Manor apartments and discovered some intriguing data. The night Megan died, at around 1:30 in the morning, someone saw her automobile. Megan had a black stripe running down the side of her white automobile. Hence, although it was something you would notice, the witness was not interested in it. The music was blasting from the car's system, so loudly that she had to glance outside to make sure. Megan's car was followed by a dark-colored Honda Civic hatchback. Due to the large loop in the complex, both cars circled back as the music continued to be loud. It offered a schedule. Considering that Megan was still alive at 12:30 a.m., the crime must have happened sometime between 12:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. According to the main assumption, Megan was followed by two individuals in the automobile who managed to get into her backseat and transport her to Bowser Road, where her body was found. Megan was driving, and they had a friend in the passenger seat with the attacker in the backseat. This person, whomever they were, had some power over Meghan, maybe even mentally. They took a car to a remote area off Bowser Road, a popular drinking spot for youths and teens. The entrance was so narrow that one would typically miss it, but the attacker knew exactly where he was leading them, and it's possible that he understood that the region was so remote that any argument would go unheard. The silence was so great that one could hear a distant train engine just standing there. This person and Meghan may have gotten into a fight, after which the aggressor became enraged and struck Meghan several times with a blunt item. It looked like the person seated next to Meghan was shocked. Whatever it was, though, the attacker was able to talk them out of calling the police. The two people took her car back and parked it after disposing of her body before fleeing. All of the items taken from Meghan's car were examined by investigators, and a private laboratory named Cybergenetics was entrusted with reanalyzing the DNA in 2023 to test the advancements in forensic technology. For many years, Meghan has received free publicity from a business called Lamar Advertising. They provided funding for 7 billboards for Meghan on Interstate 84 in Orange County and along State Route 17 in Sullivan and Orange counties. They asked anyone with knowledge to come forward. The FBI also offered $10,000 for a total of $20,000, while the NYPD Detective Union offered $10,000 for any information about Meghan. Interestingly, the Honda Civic with the noisy system was recognized before DNA could produce a definitive result. They narrowed it down to 2 individuals, Edward Hawley, Meghan's ex-boyfriend. The identity of suspect number 2 has never been made public. It was disclosed that he died in 2010. On March 9, 2003, at 1:24 a.m., he left Meghan a voicemail with loud music playing in the background. Meghan put $1,158.33 into her HSBC account, and investigators found that at that time, she had $21.92 in her account. She then overdrafted by $869.92 on March 10th. He acknowledged that he owed Holly $300 in 3 of their interviews, as she had assisted him in purchasing a purple 1990 Honda Civic hatchback. Indeed, the exact vehicle they had been searching for. Edward Hawley admitted to having an altercation with Meghan on the day of the crime in all of his police interviews. The landlord of Meghan came forward to provide more details. Meghan's landlord noticed a man enter her flat on Karen Drive on March 13, 2003, at around 9 in the morning. The man, whose identity has been redacted in documents, was her new boyfriend. She left him at his Wallkill home on Sheffield Drive an hour later and went to work. It's interesting to note that Meghan skipped the Greenway Terrace celebration since Edward Hawley was there. It was inferred from witness statements and police reports that Meghan attempted to purchase marijuana from a number of sources. She called someone at 10:57 p.m. and again at 11:25 p.m., but he was unable to obtain any for her. Once more, at 12:05 a.m., she was seen by a witness at the ATK gas station located at 152 Wisner Avenue in Middletown. She was requesting a Dutch, which is the colloquial term for a marijuana cigarette, from the attendant. Although she did not see anyone inside, the witness did saw her automobile outside. Meghan called suspect number 2 multiple times that night, the latest time being at 12:25 a.m. when she went to pick him up at his Walk Hill home on Cindy Lane. He informed her that he didn't have any marijuana while he was seated in the passenger seat. At last, she promised to acquire some from Edward Hawley. Hawley was seen by witnesses leaving the party on March 13th, right before midnight. Hawley and Meghan's phones rang the Scotchtown area towers in Wallkill just after midnight on March 14th, which was the window of opportunity that the police had for Meghan to pick up her attacker. Hawley said that he was aware Meghan wasn't at the party, but he nonetheless returned straight to his Wallkill house, 66 Sandburg Court. He was, nevertheless, in the area of the crime site according to witnesses and the cell phone tower. In addition to having a history of domestic abuse, Hawley had a strong financial incentive to harm Meghan. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit was vital in helping to finally piece together this complex puzzle. It seemed possible that Meghan and Hawley were at odds. Karen, her opinionated sister, concedes that this theory made sense for them. It was probable that Megan and her ex-boyfriend had a falling out, and that's why he hit her out of anger. At 12:30 a.m., Megan made her final outgoing call, according to him, to Holly, only to pick up some marijuana. Holly is the last person to have seen her alive, though, because of this. He is undoubtedly a prime suspect given his background, his whereabouts, and the fact that he never admitted to being with her at the moment of her death. Edward Holly was detained by the New York State Police on April 20th, 2023, and he was accused of killing Megan in the second degree. Holly lost the use of his legs following an automobile accident in 2007. In October 2021, he was already incarcerated for breaking his probation while a part of a drug case. Holly, who is currently 42 years old, would have been 22 when he killed Megan. He cried out to the cameras, telling them he was innocent and that he loved Megan, as the police wheeled him away while he was wearing an orange jumpsuit. In an attempt to express solidarity, his two daughters ran to his side as the McDonald's yelled, "Justice for Megan." The authorities have not yet released the identity of the second suspect in the case, who allegedly committed suicide. Unfortunately, a tiny error on the part of the prosecution led to Holly's release without bond. They did not timely bring the case before a grand jury. Edward Holly, though, was required to appear in court in June and August. The day after Thanksgiving will be his next court date. He could spend 25 years to life in jail if found guilty. While Karen claims her little sister will never witness the Friends series finale, Megan's family found solace in the news that the man who brutally murdered her has now been identified. In many of these situations, the body does not recover as rapidly, so the family is thankful they had the chance to say farewell to her properly. Petra Knoll. February 1988 was the month. Just 24 years old, Petra Knoll was a stunning blonde who had just filed for divorce. She was living in the German town of Cologne with her parents and her one-year-old daughter. It had been a few months since her single status. She was characterized as a charming young mother and a happy-go-lucky lady. On February 13, 1988, a Saturday night, Petra was traveling to the Cologne Carnival. Cologne, the oldest city in Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, is 2 millennia old. The second week of February is usually when the carnival takes place, and it has been celebrated for generations. It turns Cologne, a sober town, into a party city with parties all over the place. The festival of all festivals is this one. There is no particular theme or style to the costumes. Their primary purpose is to provide warmth and convey the essence of the celebration. Plenty of drinking, music, and dancing are all present. The 7 days of celebration known as the Crazy Days take up the full week. It was finally Petra's moment to let her hair down. She went out to party all evening in the beer village with 2 companions in tow. The majority of the trio's time was spent at Charivari, a well-known disco. Up until Petra became bored, the girls were having a blast. Despite her suggestion that they go to another party at a different restaurant, her buddies refused to go. They were her transportation. She didn't bring a car. Then, at about 4 in the morning, Petra Knoll decided to go to another disco by herself after borrowing 100 Deutschmarks from a friend. However, she would never reach her goal. Someone brutally took a life while she was traveling there. Petra was ambushed, battered, and finally strangled by an unidentified attacker while she was around 600 meters from the club on Alberto Strasov. The incident took place in front of a beer stand, which was actually a food truck that had been parked in anticipation of the Sunday Carnival Parade. While everything was being set up for the parade, her lifeless body was concealed beneath the truck. Just a few meters away from where the procession was passing, Petra's body lay beneath the potato pancake cart that also served beer. She was wearing a jacket and fishnet stockings. Eventually, a local saw Petra's body. The body was found by a 23-year-old lady while out on a walk with her dog, Gassie. Now Sunday, February 14th, was Valentine's Day for many, but for Petra's loved ones, it was a dreadful morning. Pictures from the time capture odd scenes. A few hours after the crime, as police in white overalls collected evidence behind a grill and tape, carnival goers paraded past the scene of the crime dressed in their costumes. Officer Volker Lang, the police officer in charge of that portion of the route at the time, recalled that spectators were not permitted in the area. Although the reason for this heinous deed was still unknown, it appeared to be a mugging gone awry because the offender made off with Petra Knoll's handbag. Days went by as the investigators worked, and Petra's case was closed as unsolved. In collaboration with the Special Organization for Cold Cases Division of the BAO, North Rhine-Westphalia State Criminal Police Office, the case was reopened after over 34 years. It was committed to utilizing cutting-edge technology in conjunction with district police agencies to solve unsolved cases. A worker looked into the issue again and recommended a DNA analysis, among other things. After re-examining the case, one of the specialists called for a public probe and a fresh molecular genetic analysis, which ultimately produced a suspect. A German program featured Petra's case, which is also known as File Number XY Unresolved. On December 7, 2022, this show that examines unresolved criminal cases highlighted the Petra Knoll cold case. One man was deeply affected by the experience. Despite the fact that it had been more than 30 years, he trusted his memories and told the police about his long-suppressed concerns. The man remembered going to the disco Chivalry with his friend Norbert K. to celebrate the carnival. Suspects' last names are kept secret in Germany so as to protect the families from being identified or subjected to abuse. He recalled noticing the fair-haired girl and how Norbert was staring at her. They left at 4 a.m. to wait for a cab at a taxi stand because they hadn't brought a car with them that evening. It was then that they noticed her once more, standing by for a ride. This late, none of the three of them could find a cab, so they began to part ways. He headed in one direction, and Petra and his friend Norbert headed in the other. He noticed Norbert's hair was styled differently the following day. Everything was good until they watched the news and saw the girl from the taxi stand. Norbert talked his friend out of going to the police because their evidence would be useless. Since they were both young, their legal knowledge was limited. At the time, Norbert was approximately 21 years old, and the whistleblower was in his teens. They refrained from disclosing any information about what transpired that evening. Years went by. The two pals lost contact with each other. However, the now 54-year-old felt compelled to speak up after seeing the episode. The Cologne District Court issued the arrest warrant for Norbert K. After all these years, 56-year-old Norbert K. was happily established, married, and had kids. The jobless construction worker had 2 adult children, a foster child, and an adult daughter. He was a devoted parent. Very few of his neighbors had any grievances against him. It was frightening when the cops showed up at his house, but they had probable cause because Norbert's DNA matched that of the sample taken from Petra's corpse. Remarkably, Norbert responded to the accusations with composure, claiming he was unaware of Petra's case and could not remember her face. In addition, he had no criminal convictions, not even a speeding ticket. Natalie Knowles, the daughter of Petra Knowles, who was removed from her mother when she was just 20 months old, went up against him in court. The man has lived here for all these years, and it still amazes me. I've always assumed that it was a visitor from outside who came to Cologne specifically for the carnival. Natalie, 35, now knows the name and face of the guy who took her mother away. Uwe Krekel and Mark Peel, the defense attorneys, asserted that they are certain of their client's innocence. They don't think the DNA evidence will establish his guilt. The jacket sleeves contain the traces. Furthermore, since the two were in a disco together, dancing may have easily resulted in it. If DNA transfer had occurred often during the carnival or nightclub, Petra Knoll's clothing would have had the evidence of some dozen persons on it. You would never be able to determine if the DNA was transmitted at the murder site or in the disco until the detectives had a pool of samples. Except for Norbert K.'s DNA, Petra did not possess any foreign genetic material. Consequently, there are still many things to accuse him of based on the witness evidence. The fact that DNA was only discovered on clothing is not unusual, considering the crime was unrelated to any other physical or verbal abuse. The arrangement of the spaces implies a combative posture rather than a disco dance. On Monday, September 4, 2023, the trial began, and Norbert entered a not guilty plea. Norbert was further implicated when it was revealed during the trial on November 11, 2023, that his DNA had also been discovered inside Petra's tights. Although the trial's verdict has not yet been made public, it is anticipated that Norbert would be found guilty on all charges brought against him. Sherry Rasmussen. The Los Angeles police assumed that the murder of Sherry Rasmussen was the consequence of an attempted break-in, which is why the case was unsolved for nearly 30 years. Subsequently, on that fateful morning in 2009, a detective looking through the cold case file found the first indication that the murderer had been right in front of them all along. John Rueten's true love was Sherry Rasmussen. In the summer of 1984, the couple first got together. Sherry had light brown hair and was a tall, beautiful Scandinavian woman. Her face was broad, with high cheekbones and large eyes set beneath thick, furrowed eyebrows. John Ruetten was a charming and gregarious young man whose dark hair was styled in a thick mop that made him resemble a male model. John and Sherry were both fit and competitive runners. Sherry was the nursing director at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, and John Ruetten was a recent graduate of the University of California, Los Angeles, 2 years older. Sherry had a lot of style. At 16, she had been a student at Loma Linda University, and at the time of her death, she was lecturing on critical care nursing all around the world. She was regarded as beautiful and intelligent. She was confident and focused as well. In short, she represented John's ideal self, or, to put it another way, the kind of person he hoped to become. Sherry found John very attractive as well. Their friendship formed quickly and easily. All of their past relationships and aspirations for the future appeared to fall away the moment they met. They hit it off, and they were soon married. They were married in November of 1985. The following year, after a hectic post-wedding holiday season filled with happy trips to both sets of parents, they were adjusting to married life rather comfortably. John started working for an engineering firm on February 24, 1986. When he left their Californian apartment in Van Nuys for work that day, Sherry was still asleep. The previous evening, the pair had gone to a movie. Sherry was supposed to deliver a motivating speech at work that Monday morning, a managerial move she didn't think was very successful. Then she told John that she was thinking of just phoning in sick and making up a backache from doing aerobics the day before. John told her to go to work so she could finish the speech. Sherry was still beneath the covers weighing her options when John left through the front door at about 7:20 in the morning. Sherry would normally leave first for work on other days. John got to his workstation just before 8 o'clock after stopping off at a laundromat. Though he didn't want to wake Sherry up if she was going to sleep in, he thought about calling her. He thought she had decided not to go to work when, halfway through the day, he called home and got no answer. He soon attempted to reach her at work. He was told by her secretary that she hadn't seen Sherry yet. The secretary said that Sherry sometimes neglected to come into her office at all on Mondays when she was teaching her classes. After 3 or 4 more tries, John was unable to get through to their residence. John didn't seem too worried by Sherry's occasional forgetfulness to turn on the answering machine, despite the peculiar situation. He completed several errands after work, picking up the laundry he had dropped off that morning at the dry cleaner and at a UPS business. He was shocked to find the garage door open when he arrived home. The 3-story white imitation Tudor townhomes in Balboa have garage access from the back alley. A small balcony was situated in front of 2 sliding glass doors, directly above the garage. The cars that he and Sherry owned would fit in the garage just right. But nowhere was the BMW he gave Sherry when they got engaged. Broken glass strewn all over the pavement next to the garage entrance. John recognized this as glass from a car window right away. He said Sherry may have struck something by accident while she was pulling out. A few weeks before, she damaged the aerial on her car and clipped the door. Oh no, how awful. Now, what action did she take? John had pondered. Stepping out of the car, John took the plastic bag containing the dry cleaning and headed up the stairs from the garage to the living room. It wasn't until he saw that their living room's inner door was slightly ajar that he became concerned. He eased the door open and took a quick look inside. He would never have expected the spectacle that greeted him. His wife lay dead on the living room floor, not the animated, talkative person she had been only hours before. Her face was covered with bruises, edema, and blood as she rested with her back against the dark mat. She had on her crimson bathrobe and was barefoot. At first, John thought she could be sleeping, but as soon as he saw her face, he realized something was seriously wrong. Death strikes suddenly, often stopping in their tracks and leaving a lifeless look of extreme astonishment behind them. Sherry's long, delicate leg was bent at the knee and slightly elevated. Her arms were bent and elevated, as though she was straining to stand, and her rope was thrust open. John felt her leg, and it felt stiff. It was so cold on her body. He pressed his fingers to her wrist to feel for a pulse, but there was none. John took a hit. Murders had been reported to him. That year, there would be 831 homicides in Los Angeles. But knowing about them never gave him hope that he might experience something similar. Sherry was standing right in front of him, utterly, irrevocably gone, yet remarkably and vividly present to him in every way. Her face was covered in dried blood, and her right eyelid was purple, swollen, and closed. Her left eye was open, gazing upward, and her mouth was parted in a last breath. She had been dead for hours. Her beautiful form-fitting pink camisole had a black bullet hole right below the rim, in the precise center of her chest. John, frightened, dialed 911. The crime scene was thoroughly documented in 1986. It appears that there was a fight. Beside Sherry on the mat lay the top of a tall stereo speaker from the room, flush against her head. There were no cables on it anymore. On the floor rested a shattered gray ceramic vase with a thick base. The mahogany display cabinets had uneven shelves, and the top of the TV had a receiver and amplifier sticking out. At the base of the stairs that led from the living room to the second story, a VCR and a CD player were tidily arranged as though they had been put together for carrying and then forgotten. There was a single, red smudge on the top of the CD player. There were streaks of blood on the entrance door and the east wall. Just inside the front door, 2 braided cords were visible on the floor. It looked like one of them was the wiring for the speaker. One of the 2 glass sliding doors leading to the second-floor back balcony was damaged. John had seen this glass on the pavement in front of the garage. There were no signs of forced entry or theft other than the stuff left on the floor of the living room. But thereafter, it was found that the murderer had seized Sherry and John's marriage license. On the living room chair, Lyle Mayer, the homicide detective, discovered a pink and pale green quilted blanket with powder burns and a gunshot hole in it. After the first shot, a gun was pressed up to Sherry's chest and fired again at point-blank range, leaving 2 of the 3 holes that were ultimately found in her chest. The killer had used the blanket as a sound blocker. Sherry must have been hit by a .38 caliber bullet that passed right through her. All 3 of these shots would have been instantly fatal on their own. Someone had planned to permanently remove her from the face of the earth. Her inner left forearm has a bite mark on it. The bite mark was swabbed to collect saliva samples, and a cast was produced for possible teeth comparison. Over the next few weeks, police investigators under Lyle Mayer's supervision interviewed friends, relatives, and neighbors, but they were unable to identify any suspects. A week later, Sherry's silver BMW was found parked on a Van Nuys Street, the keys still in the ignition. It had a strand of brown hair, several fingerprints, and a blood stain. 2 Latino individuals had been breaking into residences nearby based on research and neighborhood interviews. Additionally, they had mistreated a woman during one of those break-ins. The perspective held by Detectives Mayer on the day of the murder would not alter. He stated that a botched robbery was the cause of the murder. Sherry's father, Nels Rasmussen, believed that Stephanie Lazarus, John's former lover and a police officer at the time, killed his daughter. Sherry confided in her father multiple times in the months following her move-in with John. She stated that although Stephanie, Lazarus, and John went to the same college, they only had 1 or 2 sexual encounters but never formalized their relationship. Stephanie surprised John with a surprise birthday celebration on his 25th birthday. She had no idea that John was seeing someone else. Since John never saw Stephanie as a girlfriend, he felt compelled to inform her that he was now seeing Sherry on a serious basis. But Stephanie wouldn't accept that. She was obviously enamored with John. Later, she was spotted with Sherry and John. Stephanie Lazarus had black hair, was bold, and was sporty. Sherry claimed that she had dropped by their house without warning a few weeks before their wedding. She proceeded to the apartment and gave John a pair of water skis to wax. Sherry's father claimed the skis were just a provocative act and a pretext for intrusion. The fact that another lady was trespassing into their home annoyed Sherry. Stephanie was the source of her and John's argument. Yet John told her that he and Stephanie were not together anymore and that their relationship had never become that serious, adding that they had been roommates before they were lovers. But Sherry insisted that John not wax those skis. According to Nels, John refused to stand up for Sherry and protect her from Stephanie. Rather, he counseled Sherry to placate her. Sherry told her dad that, in spite of her objections, the female police officer had unexpectedly come back to get the skis that John had waxed. She asked the woman to leave, making it plain that she was not welcome when John handed her the skis that particular time. This had not deterred Stephanie in the slightest. She was back, with a handgun around her waist and dressed like a member of the Los Angeles Police Department. She said she was going to take a rest. John was not present. John was usually the one who stayed home while Sherry went to work. Sherry asked if this was a common occurrence right away. Fiancé heads off to work. An old flame pays a visit. She refused to believe it to be true. She hoped she could trust John. There were still a few weeks till the nuptials. Sherry was not a tearjerker, yet one night she sobbed while on the phone with her father. She and her father talked about it more when she and John went to Tucson for her birthday. According to Nils, his daughter wanted John to step in and tell Stephanie to stop bothering them, but all John ever did was tell her that he wasn't dating Stephanie and that it would be best to ignore her until she went. Nels thought back to Stephanie Lazarus's visit to Sherry's hospital office. Sherry had told her father all about this meeting. Without waiting for the secretary to open the door, she accused Stephanie of barging into her Glendale office. This time, the female police officer flaunted her athleticism and attractiveness with attire, tight shorts, and a tube top. Before exiting Sherry's office, she made the terrifying statement, "If I can't have John, nobody else will." A day after Sherry's death, Nils Rasmussen revealed all of this to Detective Lyle Meyer in an interview that ended immediately after the latter posed the straightforward question, "Have you checked out John's ex-girlfriend, the lady cop?" Nell's questions and testimony, however, were dismissed by Detective Meyer. Then he admitted to Nell that he was too familiar with TV police dramas. John had also disputed Nell's assertions. If Sherry hadn't told him about the events, he told investigator Meyer his father-in-law's accounts of them were untrue. Detective Meyer persisted with the theory of robbery. Soon after the murder, Nels was shown sketches of two male Latin suspects, and the burglary scenario was described. He could not recognize the sketches, and he could not make sense of the whole thing. He had to wonder if these investigators were really so professional. There was proof of a brawl among the occupants. Detective Meyer said that the battle might have gone on for an hour and a half. How his daughter had held off two guys for that long was a mystery to Nels. Given that women often bite during a struggle, it was hypothesized that Sherry's forearm bore the bite mark of a female murderer. However, the proposal was turned down. In addition to the gap and burns from powder on the blanket, Shirley also suffered a gunshot wound in the center of her chest. Meyer told Nell that his daughter had not just been shot and killed, but had been assassinated. He questioned why an unknown burglar would enter a home and kill someone without stealing anything valuable. Nels asked the detectives if they had made sure the female cop was working that particular day. When he questioned if they had examined or taken pictures of her, they said they hadn't. Stephanie Lazarus never received a call from anyone. The evidence of Sherry Rasmussen's murder was filed away in the commercial storage when the case against her became cold. In the years that followed, Detective Myers retired, and Nels Rasmussen devoted several years to attempting to have his daughter's case reopened. Ultimately, a number of detectives chose not to pursue it, and the inquiry was not revived until DNA testing became available. After a dedicated Los Angeles Police Department homicide unit used new technology to work on outdated forensic investigations, Sherry Rasmussen's case was reopened for reinvestigation in 2001. However, detectives were quickly left searching for missing evidence on Sherry's case file. Fortunately, Sherry's bite mark on her forearm proved to be the source of DNA found in the lost cotton swab that criminalist Jennifer Francis found in 2004. When the DNA sample was put into Cody's, nothing matched. The initial idea that a male burglar was responsible was refuted when it was discovered that the saliva and bite mark belonged to a female. This discovery led to another abandonment of the investigation. The Los Angeles Police Department took up the investigation again in 2009. Upon re-examining the recorded crime scene, it was ascertained that the killer staged the scene to resemble a break-in, with the intention of distracting law enforcement from their investigation. Detectives eventually found a single sentence in the whole case file that had Stephanie Lazarus's name. This was from the notes from the initial investigation, but the investigators decided to take the tip. John Rutten, who is currently remarried and has children, was contacted. He informed them that Stephanie Lazarus was, in fact, his former girlfriend, and that Nels Rasmussen's notion about her being Sherry's killer was just speculation. He stated once more that he didn't think she did it. 20 years later, investigators got in touch with Nels Rasmussen. At first, Nels was upset because the police would not speak with the person who killed his child. But after receiving encouraging feedback from the new detectives, he recalled what he had said to them during the first part of the inquiry. The fact that none of his revelations were ever recorded astonished the cops. After learning that Stephanie Lazarus worked as a police officer, the investigators looked up her name in the department directory and found their respected colleague in the art theft unit. She was well known in the department and had received promotions throughout the years as a result of her hard work. Nevertheless, the investigators started to investigate their colleague's location on the day that Sherry was killed. As a cop, they were familiar. If she wanted to kill someone, she would be extremely cautious. She was off duty the day Sherry was killed, as they soon found out. They investigated the weapon of murder. The investigators knew that the majority of police officers carried a minimum of 2 weapons, one for duty and one for backup, that had been duly obtained and registered. Records showed that shortly after graduating from the police academy, Stephanie Lazarus purchased a backup .38 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. Investigators located the Smith & Wesson handgun that Lazarus had brought along as a backup. It was found that Lazarus had reported the theft of the gun to the Santa Monica police in March 1986, a mere few weeks following the murder. All of this evidence would have been available to investigators if they had been looking into Stephanie Lazarus back in 1986, but they made no attempt to do so. The investigators were now beginning to see the pattern in the evidence that had vanished from the case file. It was obvious that someone in the police department had been trying to keep her safe. Sherry's father was furious with the Los Angeles Police Department for a long time since he was aware of this. The homicide detective team then made the decision to keep the investigation under wraps until they had sufficient information to capture police officer Stephanie Lazarus. A special operations team followed her and her adopted kid covertly to Costco because they wanted her DNA. The team managed to retrieve the straw and cup she had been using when they took a break for a snack at a table outside the facility. The mouth on the straw was identified by the lab as the same mouth that had bit Sherry Rasmussen's forearm during a bloody altercation 23 years prior. After 2 days of investigation, Stephanie claimed she didn't kill Sherry in an interview conducted in March 2009, but she was eventually taken into custody. Stephanie Lazarus was convicted in March 2012, 2 years after Sherry Rasmussen's death. She received a sentence of 27 years. The Rasmussens had sued her and the Los Angeles Police Department. A preliminary judgment stating that the department is exempt from instances identical to this one has been appealed. A second investigation into the police department produced no evidence of an internal cover-up. The reason behind the case file's missing evidence is still unknown. Moving on to the next case. Audrey Herron. Ask her friends and family to characterize Audrey Herron, and you'll likely hear adjectives like vivacious, caring, and spunky. Audrey was a part-time nurse at the Columbia Green Long-Term Healthcare Facility, a nursing home in the Catskill hamlet. According to the staff and residents, Audrey was very well liked. Audrey looked to be destined for the nursing profession, and her oldest daughter remembered how much Audrey loved her work in an interview with Crime Watch Daily. Work. About Audrey's life outside from her job, hardly much is known. At the age of 22, she gave birth to her first child, Sancha. She then married Jeff Herron, the son of a wealthy golf course owner, and the two of them had two more children, Quinn, a son, and Katie, a girl, 2 years later. The people Audrey's family and friends liked Jeff well overall. Sancha recalled that Jeff never showed her any different treatment and cared for her as if she were his own child, even though she was still under the care of her real father. Audrey went home for the night on August 29, 2002, after a bad evening at work, perhaps around 11 o'clock. The 31-year-old made her way back to her freehold home, which is roughly 12 to 15 miles from her place of employment, through rain and fog. CCTV footage, recovered in blurry form from Cumberland Farms, shows Audrey leaving the nursing home parking lot and driving west on State Route 23 in the Jefferson Heights neighborhood of Catskill. The vehicle was a black 1994 Jeep Grand Cherokee registered in New York with license plates X233UV. She anticipated to return to Freehold by this path. Sadly, Audrey's voyage is not captured on any additional CCTV, and she never made it home. Jeff called friends and family the next morning in an attempt to locate his missing wife, but no one had seen her. This fact alarmed him, so he called Audrey's stepmother, who worked at the New York State Police Division headquarters. Officers were sent right away to the family's residence and the 31-year-old's place of business. Authorities were led to believe by multiple hints that Audrey wasn't a fugitive who had chosen to go and establish a new life elsewhere. She had abandoned all three of her children, to start with. For the final month prior to Audrey's disappearance, her eldest daughter, Sonia, then 10 years old, had been vacationing in Florida with her maternal grandmother. The morning after her disappearance, the 31-year-old was scheduled to see a doctor and was expected to pick up Sancha. Family members said Audrey is a loving mother and don't think she would have moved out without her kids. She also never showed up for her visits with her doctor. If she had intended to go, it would have been strange for her to have made it. Law police used a helicopter and cadaver dogs to aid in the search after Audrey vanished. Officers investigated every building, path, and body of water within a 9-mile radius, as well as her home route and other detour routes she may have taken. The mother of 3 went missing, and she was never recovered. In relation to the case, over 1,000 leads were followed up on, but none of them materialized. Law enforcement was tipped off in 2018 that the 31-year-old's remains was interred on a nearby property. Nothing was discovered despite the fact that investigators used cadaver dogs to search the area on foot and emptied a nearby pond. Jeff, Audrey's spouse, has faced criticism for his actions after her abduction throughout the years. According to officers who spoke with True Crime Daily, Jeff was reasonably cooperative, but they would not go into additional detail. Although he voluntarily submitted to a polygraph test and permitted investigators to inspect the family home, his actions in other situations have drawn harsh criticism. Jeff reportedly declined to assist with the initial search when Audrey vanished. Additionally, he doesn't participate in the fundraisers that friends and relatives still organize to help them search for the mother of 3 more times. There are also unconfirmed allegations that his polygraph tests yielded inconclusive results. Furthermore, polygraph examinations are unreliable in determining the truth, as we have repeatedly stated on the channel. Interestingly, no one has ever been able to explain why Jeff would wish to make his wife vanish. By all accounts, the marriage seemed content, and neither of them appears to have had an affair. Jeff wouldn't have a financial incentive either, since he and his family were already well off. Sancier has expressed her opinion that Jeff avoids speaking with the public in order to keep the kids safe, and other family members have mentioned that he was upset after the kids vanished. However, A few of Audrey's friends have mentioned that they are leery of the father of two. A local allegation that Audrey, 31, was kidnapped by Russian mob members is the source of another explanation in her case. This is due to the fact that the Heron family's golf course did, at one point, have a silent Russian partner. Local rumor had it that the family owed this unnamed Russian guy a huge amount of money. Thus, in order to make the family pay up, Audrey was kidnapped. Police looked into this idea and even stationed an officer at the family home in case they were the target of a ransom demand. However, the authorities eventually discovered no proof that this was the series of incidents that resulted in her disappearance. The most recent idea on Audrey's case holds that she was the victim of a straightforward accident and that her car and remains are waiting to be discovered someplace in a body of water. This is due to the fact that the region she was traveling in the night before she vanished was dimly lit and highly forested. As previously mentioned, Audrey's car lacked fog lights, and the weather was damp and misty. It's likely that the severe weather and low illumination caused her to get disoriented or visually impaired, and that's how her automobile ended up immersed in a body of water somewhere. Audrey was last seen alive 2 decades ago. Her phone has not been used, her bank account has not been accessed, and her credit cards have not been used in the years since she vanished. Investigators observed that they were unable to connect when they tried to ping her phone. Now that they are now adults, Audrey's daughters Sonia and Katie have both chosen to become nurses. When Sonia talks about her mother, she smiles and recalls their fun times together, including going to dinner and getting manicures, as well as playing video games. Investigators claim that while there are a number of people of interest in the investigation, their identities have never been made public. Jeff Heron has never, as far as we are aware, been identified as a suspect or person of interest. Since Audrey's car has never been found, there may have been foul play in her case. Audrey Mae Heron, age 31, was last seen leaving the Columbia Green long-term care facility for her home in Freehold on August 29, 2002, at approximately 11 p.m. Notably, sources indicate that she was last seen in Cairo, New York. According to the Charlie Project, Audrey was wearing a yellow gold necklace, a dark green medical scrub set, a blue turtleneck top, and a white metal face watch with a white leather band when she vanished. She is described as a white woman with hazel eyes, dark blonde to light brown hair, and a scar that covers part of her right thumb. On the inside of her right knee, she also has a mole. Standing at 5 feet tall and weighing approximately a pound 105, she is a small individual. She is known to smoke cigarettes and may wear spectacles. Turk is her maiden name. She will be 51 years old if she survives. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Beverly Potts. Elizabeth and Robert Potts welcomed Beverly Rose Potts into the world on April 15, 1941 in Cleveland, Ohio. In 1951, the four of them shared a residence on Linnet Avenue. Her elder sister was named Anita. Beverly, who was 10 years old at the time, was regarded as a quiet, reserved, and responsible young lady. Despite her early age, she was a dependable babysitter, had a keen interest in the performing arts, and avoided social situations with strangers to the greatest extent possible since she was timid and afraid. Less than a quarter of a mile from where the girls resided, Halloran Park was the destination that Beverly rode her bike to with her friend and neighbor Patsy Swing on August 24, 1951, at approximately 7 o'clock in the evening. Every summer, the park hosted a show wagon, which featured children's performances. The two had been granted permission to attend. For the girls, this was a rare pleasure because the park was usually off-limits after dark. The area was frequently inhabited by vagrants, and the trees had a tendency to obstruct any light coming from the stars above and the streets below. The girls came home to drop off their bikes at 8 p.m., deciding that it would be much easier to navigate the park without them. Then, they went back to the park. After 45 minutes, Patsy Swing recommended to Beverly that they start their journey home, since Patsy had a curfew of 9 p.m. But Beverly could wait until after 9 to return home, so she chose to remain by herself in the park. Patsy walked away. When she last saw Beverly, she was observing the performance on stage with the crowd. The show ended at 9:30 p.m., and people started to leave the park. A 13-year-old child who was acquainted with Beverly observed her moving diagonally in a northeastern direction across the park, approximately 150 yards from the intersection of Linnet Avenue, West A100, and 17th Street. This made sense because the 10-year-old would be arriving at her front door in just a few minutes after taking the quickest route home. Beverly walked with her toes pointed outward, giving her a distinctive, quote, duck-like gait that allowed the boy to identify her. Witnesses reported seeing a girl who appeared to be Beverly close to a black 1937 Dodge that was idling at the intersection of West A100 and 17th Street. The girl was talking to two men who were inside the automobile. This meeting occurred between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m., according to witnesses. Throughout these sightings, the girl never got inside the car. It should be noted that Beverly was incredibly shy, especially with men, and would frequently run away rather than engage in conversation. If the girl was the soon-to-be missing 10-year-old, then it seemed strange that she would stop and speak to two unknown guys in a car. It's possible that the girl wasn't Beverly at all, or that she knew the males. Beverly never made it back home. Her family started looking for her around 10 o'clock at night, but they were unsuccessful and called the police. After a thorough search, the authorities were unable to locate the missing girl. They canvassed the neighborhood and surrounding areas door to door in the days that followed her disappearance. They employed a plane to inspect open railway carriages, they investigated vacant parking lots, and they tracked suspicious autos. But all of these attempts were in vain. Numerous media outlets covered the story extensively, which resulted in thousands of tips pouring into the local police agencies. The family was exonerated of any and all responsibility for the disappearance, including Beverly's 22-year-old sister Anissa. Investigators concluded that Beverly appeared to have been abducted since she led a stable life, was content and well cared for, and had no obvious reason to flee. Her father's union offered a $1,000 reward, roughly $15,000 in today's dollars, shortly after she vanished. Considering the 10-year-old's aversion to strangers, rumors circulated that she had been tricked into a familiar person's house or vehicle under the pretense of a babysitting job or a claim that they required assistance with errands or were prepared to take her home. This gave the impression that she had been snatched by a neighborhood resident. But the sole known search of any surrounding buildings was done in 1973 in the basement of what was then an auto shop. But no proof pertaining to Beverly's case was ever found. The 10-year-old went missing, and in the months and years that followed, no credible local suspect was found. Many speculated that Beverly might have been enticed away by an unidentified woman since, while she had been cautioned against unfamiliar men, she had not received the same warnings regarding women. This was one argument put forth. In the years since Beverly vanished, the case essentially became cold and leads became hard to come by. Yet there have been a number of suspects and admissions connected to her disappearance. A vagrant called Harvey Lee Rush claimed to have killed Beverly in 1955 after enticing her to a nearby bridge with candy. Rush gave this statement to Californian police authorities. But a year after her disappearance, in 1952, he claimed to have killed her, leaving a gap of 12 months. Rush said that he had lied only to get back to Cleveland after being extradited there. Two retired Cleveland detectives, James Fust and Robert Shankland, came clean in 1980 about who the killer was. They say that in 1974 they were contacted by a man who said he had received a letter from his brother confessing to the crime. In 1966, his brother left Cleveland when he was accused of kidnapping two young girls. When authorities found and questioned the brother, he revealed that he had been living close to the park in 1951 and had a tendency of kidnapping young girls and assaulting them sexually. He said that although he had flashes of memory regarding a girl named Beverly, he didn't remember specifically kidnapping her. Since then, the investigators had been convinced of his culpability. Nevertheless, despite the letter that seemed to clear everything up, there was insufficient evidence to prosecute him in relation to Beverly's case. A former funfair employee from Ohio called William Henry Redmond was another person of interest in the disappearance of Beverly Potts. In 1988, Redmond was charged with the 1951 Pennsylvania murder of an 8-year-old girl. He boasted about having slain other young females while incarcerated. However, he steadfastly refused to provide an explanation when questioned about Beverly by the authorities. Redmond had a history of convictions for child abuse dating back to 1935, when he was just 13 years old, and he was in the neighborhood when he vanished. In the 1990s and 2000s, leads continued to come in on the case despite its age. A note claiming that her husband had killed Beverly and that she had seen him trying to dispose of the body in their furnace was discovered beneath the carpets of a Cleveland home in 1994. This letter, which was written in 1960, was discovered in a Midvale Avenue home. Real estate data were used to locate the letter's author, who was 83 years old when she was located in 1994. The woman acknowledged that the letter's allegations were untrue and that her spouse had already passed away. She had composed it as a dream of retaliation against her violent husband. Then, beginning in 2000, a writer called Brent Larkin of the local newspaper Cleveland Plain Dealer started getting letters about the case. The author claimed to be an elderly guy who, before he passed away, wished to confess to killing Beverly and abusing her sexually. On August 24, 2001, the 50th anniversary of Beverly's abduction, he promised to turn himself in, but he never did. He apologized once more in writing, saying he would never be able to keep his word after being placed in a nursing home. Out of the 4 letters that Brent Larkin received, 2 included information on the kidnapping and the murder. A letter claimed to contain a rare coin and a sealed brown parcel that Beverly had in her purse the night before she vanished. Brent was promised these things, but as of 2020, he hasn't gotten them. It was determined by authorities that these letters were penned by a single individual, most likely an elderly sick guy. They were never able to determine his identity, though. There are investigators who think these exchanges were real. An anonymous source revealed details on one of the case's suspects in August 2019. After reviewing the caller's information, the police said they needed more details and urged the person to get in touch with them again. Nevertheless, everything seemed to line up. The $25,100 Crime Stoppers reward has been increased to $15,000. Nearly 70 years later, the unsettling case of Beverly Potts continues to be explored and has served as the basis for numerous books and films. The sad and enigmatic case of Beverly Potts is still unresolved as of right now. Moving on to the next case. Billie Jean Hayworth and Billy Payne. Billy Payne, 36, and his fiancée, 23-year-old Billie Jean Hayworth, perished in this terrible event. They were mercilessly murdered to death in their own house on January 1, 2012. Despite being covered in his mother's blood, their 7-month-old boy, who was shockingly there during the horrific event, miraculously escaped uninjured. These callous killings stunned and horrified the small Tennessee hamlet of Mountain City. But even more shocking was what surfaced during the murder investigation: a Facebook feud. Janelle Potter, a 31-year-old introverted lady, was at the epicenter of this mayhem. For months, Janelle, who had struggled with health challenges since she was a youngster, had been the target of constant threats and hurtful remarks on Facebook. She claimed that these threats were the work of the deceased couple. Is this lethal conclusion really the product of a risky game driven by retaliation, as everyone seemed to believe? This idea wasn't completely out of the question because of the participation of Janelle's loving boyfriend and protective parents. Still, the tale was anything from simple. This already bizarre story was made even more complicated by covert recordings, cryptic confessions, and the appearance of an enigmatic CIA agent. The murders on Facebook turned into a tale where truth turned out to be stranger than fiction. Despite its reputation as a kind and inviting community, Mountain City seems to have a less than ideal attitude toward immigrants. Janelle Potter, a sheltered young woman who arrived there in 2005 at the age of 24, at least thought that. It seemed sense that Jonelle would feel like an outcast given her unusual life experiences. Jonelle Lee Potter was Marvin and Barbara Potter's second daughter, born in Pennsylvania on April 27, 1981. But from the start, Janelle had many obstacles. She was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at an early age and had learning, hearing, and speech impairments, so her path was different from her peers. Her overly protective parents had ingrained in her the attitude of being particularly cautious about her health throughout her infancy. Janelle discovered that her parents continued to have strict control over her even as she grew older. This control encompassed a number of personal domains, such as the ban on having boyfriends or owning a car, experiences that were common for people her age. Janelle's health and learning disabilities qualified her for a monthly Social Security disability check, but she was still financially dependent on her parents. Her mother Barbara found employment at the well-known international IT giant Hewlett-Packard after relocating to Mountain City. Her father Marvin, also referred to as Buddy, was crippled and retired. On the other hand, Marvin had a fascinating background. He was a Marine in Vietnam and claimed to have had contact with the CIA. However, this was never verified. Whatever the reason for his passions, Marvin loved guns. His home was filled with a variety of weapons and ammo, and he even had decorations made out of bullets for his oxygen tank. Although her parents followed their own passions, Janelle had no meaningful job. With her infantile voice, social awkwardness, and nearly 6-foot height, she found it difficult to make new acquaintances. Because of this, she was confined to their remote ranch house and spent much of her time inside. Her room was decorated with posters and plush toys that reflected her personality and seemed to agree with her mother's feelings. It looked like it belonged in a 4th-grade classroom. Janelle, like many others who would rather be alone, turned to social media as her main source of support and interaction with the outside world. She was characterized on Facebook as a kind someone who loved life and taking pleasure in making other people laugh. She found it difficult to utilize social media as a way to avoid her parents' prying eyes, though, as they kept a careful check on everything she did online. When Janelle was 30 years old in 2009, she was presented with an uncommon chance to interact with people outside of her computer screen. She befriended Tracy Greenwell, the pharmacy clerk, on one of her rare solo trips to the store, one of the few places she was permitted to go alone when her mother was busy. Tracy knew Janelle from her past trips and recalled her appearance from her initial visit. Afterwards, Tracy said that she chose to talk to Janelle and offer her a hand of friendship because she was compassionate for her. Janelle's life would ultimately be altered by this one experience. Janelle and Tracy met, and Janelle began spending a lot of time together after that. Janelle experienced her first taste of the outside world through her interactions with Tracy's relatives and friends. She observed the sharp contrast between their lively way of life and the cozy setting she was used to back home. She discovered an entirely new world of adventure by trying new things and participating in sports like rock climbing when she was with them. Additionally, Tracy introduced Janelle to Billy Payne, aka Bill, her brother. Following his high school graduation, Bill worked at the nearby thread factory. He was described as an extroverted, compassionate, and charming man. He was well known for his sense of humor and had a gift for making people smile and brightening the mood. Though Janelle's sentiments were not returned, some people thought she had a secret crush on Bill. Bill had met Billie Jean Hayworth at work, and the two were in a devoted relationship. Even though Bill and Billie Jean were 13 years apart, they had a close relationship, and Bill had fallen in love with Billie Jean. By 2011, they had a son in their lives and were engaged. They looked forward to becoming married and shared a happy future together, which defined their relationship. Tracy realized there would be no future chances in a new relationship with Bill, so she introduced Janelle to her cousin Jamie Kurt. Jamie had Janelle's traits of being somewhat of a loner who loved computers. Their common hobbies caused them to bond, and they soon began dating. They had to hide their relationship from Janelle's conservative parents, though, since they knew they wouldn't approve. When Janelle finally brought Jamie's parents to meet him, they mistook their friendship for something more than what it really was. Because he was a computer repairman, Jamie was always welcome to visit the Potter residence anytime Marvin or Barbara needed assistance with the family computer. The pair carried on their romance behind her parents' backs, Jamie even gave Janelle a cell phone for covert contact. It seemed like Janelle's life was turning around at last. She had a guy she cared about and had discovered a supportive network of friends. But at this same period, Janelle began to face constant harassment on her Facebook attacks. Following Janelle's disclosure of the internet threat she was facing to her mother, Barbara became extremely alarmed. Barbara took matters into her own hands and made a Facebook plea asking the harasser to cease the harassment in an effort to resolve the situation. She also threatened to involve the authorities if the harassment persisted. When Barbara asked Janelle who she thought the culprit may be, she said it might be Billie Jean Hayworth. However, why would Billie Jean take such a harsh stance? Janelle claimed that Billie Jean was jealous of her appearance and worried that Bill would dump her and their child in favor of Janelle. She even told her parents that the scary drives past their house and constant prank calls were caused by Billie Jean. On the other hand, Billie Jean told a few pals that Janelle was harassing them. They thought Janelle was jealous and harbored affections for Bill, even though she was in a committed relationship. Both men supported their partners throughout the intricate web of accusations and social media warfare. Bill believed Billie Jean was innocent, and Jamie agreed with Janelle's assertions. The family was split into rival groups as a result of the breach this disagreement generated between the formerly close buddies. The argument caused Jamie and Bill's connection to worsen even though they are cousins. At one time, Janelle reported the issue to the police as a result of her worries. When big boulders were hurled into the Potter's front yard, the conflict became more serious and involved violent threats. Barbara called the police for help because she was concerned for their safety. The names of Bill Payne and Billie Jean were inscribed on the rocks, and one rock said, "I am your Huckleberry," according to police photos. Janelle's parents were quite worried by the episode, even though there were no immediate consequences. All of the individuals involved unfriended one another on Facebook after this uncomfortable incident. Since everyone has been unfriended, one would think that the story would finish here, but it was far from ended. Around 10:30 a.m. on January 31st, 2012, a concerning 911 call was received by the Tennessee Johnson County Sheriff's Office. Billie Payne and Billie Jean's close friend, who had stopped at their house earlier that day, received a disturbing phone call. When she had arrived, she had found the couple's back door wide open, and when she had gone inside, she had seen a terrifying scene. Tragically, the young parents had died from gunshot wounds in different rooms. Their 7-month-old kid, albeit covered in blood, was discovered in his mother's arms unharmed despite the terrifying circumstances. Tyler, strangely enough, said nothing at all during the entire incident. Murder was an uncommon incident in their close-knit tiny town. As soon as local law enforcement learned of the double homicide, they informed the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, realizing they needed more help to solve the case. Investigators knew right away that this particular homicide case would not be like any other. There were no observable clues at the crime scene, and there was conspicuously little forensic evidence. The lack of any noteworthy new murder weapon discovered after post-mortem investigations seriously hampered the investigation's progress. At first, the police thought that the terrible scene at the couple's house might have been the product of a marital dispute, possibly a murderous suicide. But as they interviewed acquaintances and relatives to piece together the couple's life, this notion gradually became implausible. Because methamphetamine residue was found at the site, the investigators also looked into the possibility that the altercation was drug-related. Given Bill's past drug usage and the drug-related problems Mountain City was facing, there was conjecture that drugs may have had a role in the crime. The lack of any stolen goods from the house led to the eventual rejection of this theory. News of the double murder quickly traveled across the small town as investigators looked for more clues, shocking everyone in the area. Still, the heightened consciousness also led to conjecture and mistrust leveled at certain persons. The day following the killings, on February 1st, 2012, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents, along with Chief Deputy Joe Woodward of the Johnson County Sheriff's Department, interviewed Janelle and her parents, Barbara and Marvin, at their residence. They had no idea that the interview had been secretly videotaped. The Potters were initially sympathetic, but quickly went on the defensive. After a while, Janelle started to disclose the hostility between the two groups, even bringing up Bill's drug usage in the process. Then, with his recent falling out with his cousin and its possible connection to the case, the emphasis turned to Jamie. Investigators thought it crucial to talk about his relationships with the family. They were shocked to see that Janelle still seemed to be keeping her relationship with him a secret. However, Janelle angrily denied any guilt when asked about her role in the killings. After the Potter family failed to provide any valuable information, the investigators were forced to start over from scratch. However, they got a tip on the second day of the investigation that would fundamentally alter how the questioning went. The tip stated that Jamie and Bill had gotten into a heated Facebook fight during which Jamie allegedly threatened to hurt Bill. This information held too much importance to disregard, considering their pre-existing suspicions regarding Jamie and his intentions. On February 2, 2012, they didn't waste any time in bringing Jamie in for questioning at the police station. Jamie told the police that Bill was angry with Jamie for sticking up for Janelle on social media during the argument. Following more interrogation, the police asked Jamie directly if he was accountable for the deaths of Bill, his own cousin, and Billie Jean, Bill's fiancée. Even after Jamie denied any involvement, detectives had doubts about him. The police performed their duties with diligence during the inquiry, examining hearsay, confirming alibis, and reviewing ballistic reports. Billy Payne and Billie Jean's devastated family said their final goodbyes 4 days after their sad killings. Detectives decided to give Jamie Curd a polygraph test on February 6, 2012, 2 days later, and he failed spectacularly. According to the test results, he had made up the identity of the killer. As a result, the detectives called him in for additional interrogation, this time with the specific goal of extracting a confession. Following several hours of questioning, Jamie eventually acknowledged his role. He disclosed that he watched on as Marvin committed the killings. Jamie had gone so far as to describe how he had sliced Bill's throat. The investigators came to the conclusion that Marvin and Jamie were both involved in the murders, but they still wanted to find out how much Janelle and Barbara had been involved. Sadly, Jamie was unable to offer a conclusive response to this important query. The questioning appeared to be winding down when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jamie mentioned the CIA absent-mindedly, and the detectives couldn't figure out why he would bring it up. As they dug deeper, Jamie started telling a strange story. He claimed to have been texting Chris, a person posing as Janelle's friend and employed by the Central Intelligence Agency, about his activities. Chris's job was supposedly to keep Janelle safe from her adversaries. The investigators, however, thought this story was utterly ridiculous. What may be the motivation behind a CIA agent getting involved in a small-town internet dispute? Was Jamie making these things up? In addition, questions were raised about Jamie's assertion that Marvin's disability precluded him from being the murderer. Is it feasible that Jamie took action on his own to safeguard his girlfriend and obtain hard evidence? Jamie was given the go-ahead by the cops to discreetly record Marvin's admission over the phone. Jamie called the Potter house that evening. Marvin didn't directly confess to the crime, but his words were sufficient enough for the authorities to move further. On February 7, 2012, early the following morning, Johnson County Sheriff's Office deputies carried out a search warrant at the Potter home. The officers told Marvin that he was being arrested for the double murder as soon as he left the residence. Marvin was arrested and handcuffed while the search at the Potter residence got underway. After that, he was being questioned at the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. Marvin first denied having anything to do with it. As a result, the investigators chose to take a different tack, which allowed Marvin to accuse Jamie. The detectives adopted a more sympathetic tone and stopped the aggressive interrogation. After 4 hours of hard interrogation, Marvin's story finally began to come together. The detectives surmised that Marvin was grappling with a moral conundrum, thinking that his acts were appropriate. As far as Marvin was concerned, he was just shielding his daughter from anyone who might harm her. He did, however, accept full responsibility and refute any claim that his wife or daughter were involved in the murder. However, Barbara was reluctant to acknowledge Marvin's involvement in the heinous act. In the meantime, the police kept searching the Potter residence in an effort to find any tangible proof connecting Marvin Potter to the deaths of Billy Payne and Billie Jean Hayworth. It was clear that the Potter residence was anything from ordinary. Not just guns, but several other weapons were discovered all over the house. There were also a lot of knives found. There were also other strange objects in there. Barbara Potter was seen by one officer tearing up a piece of paper that was discovered on the living room coffee table. The officer moved quickly to get a view of the material, which was a printed-out picture that she and a few of her pals had downloaded from Billie Jean Hayworth's Facebook page. While there were no immediate repercussions for Barbara's attempt to destroy the evidence, it did cause suspicion among the authorities. They started to wonder if she might be hiding something. When Marvin's truck was being searched, authorities discovered 3 enormous white garbage bags full with torn paperwork. Once these bags were taken into custody for additional investigation, important evidence was found. The Potter residence yielded 51 items in total, including the family computer that Janelle used on a regular basis as evidence. Following the inquiry, Marvin Potter and Jamie Curd faced first-degree murder charges in connection with the brutal deaths of Billy Payne and Billie Jean. The distraught loved ones of the departed couple felt some relief at this development. On the other hand, Barbara was discouraged by what was happening. The detectives needed several months to carefully put the material they had gathered together. But as they dug more, they discovered something surprising. The 3 garbage bags that were seized from Marvin's truck contained shredded documents that the detectives carefully rebuilt. They found more than 100 pages of paperwork among the pieces, which showed a trail of thousands of emails that Barbara had exchanged with Chris, the CIA agent Jamie had previously indicated. The majority of these emails were cautions regarding potential dangers to Jonelle's life. Chris showed surveillance footage showing Billy and Billie Jean were preparing to hurt Jonelle. Chris took advantage of Janelle's parents' tendency to be overly protective by highlighting the seriousness of the threat and the requirement for quick action. He promised to cleanse their identities and convinced Barbara and Marvin that their efforts to protect Janelle would absolve them of any guilt. In the end, Chris tricked Barbara into believing that Marvin, her former Marine spouse who loved guns, would kill Billy and Billie Jean. Emails that were later discovered showed that Barbara was involved in setting up the scheme to have Jamie help Marvin carry out the killings. Barbara once sent Chris an email expressing her wish for peace, but also her readiness to take drastic steps if needed. This revelation demonstrated Barbara's active role in convincing her husband to conduct the murder as well as incriminating her in the scheme. An unanswered question at the heart of the case continued to be the mysterious Chris. How could an operative of the Central Intelligence Agency change into an enigmatic guardian angel for a small-town woman? Investigators saw the necessity for a comprehensive inquiry because there were a lot of unsolved questions. But none could have anticipated the dramatic storyline twist that was waiting to be revealed. Unexpected information was discovered when the IP address connected to Chris's emails was traced. The Potter family's home computer was at the same address. Furthermore, by means of forensic linguistics research, the investigators detected noteworthy correspondences in the grammar and spelling faults between the communications sent by Chris and Janelle, who experienced learning challenges. An inescapable conclusion resulted from this information. Chris, the alleged agent of the Central Intelligence Agency, was a figment of Janelle Potter's imagination, a carefully crafted internet character. By disguising herself, Janelle tricked her gullible parents and her enamored lover into pursuing retribution on her behalf. On August 12, 2013, Barbara and Janelle were apprehended without opposition for their roles in the killings of Billy Payne and Billie Jean more than a year earlier, based on strong evidence. Both were accused of 2 counts, each of first-degree murder and murderous conspiracy. At the time of their capture, Marvin and Jamie were already detained pending their trials. All of the Potter family members entered not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence. In October 2013, Marvin was the first to go on trial. With testimony from Mountain City neighbors on Marvin's intimidating behavior and his confession, the prosecution made a strong case. It was clear that getting beyond Janelle would require addressing her father, a combat veteran. It came to light during the trial that Marvin had been convicted in 2004 of making up medals from the Vietnam War. Marvin's integrity and his purported CIA ties were called into question by this disclosure. The trial went well in spite of the efforts of his defense team. In about 3 hours on October 11, 2013, the jury found Marvin guilty of the killings and sentenced him to 2 consecutive life terms. On the other hand, Jamie and the state came to a plea deal wherein he acknowledged 2 charges of first-degree murder and facilitation. The evidence shown throughout the trial revealed a different picture, one that contradicted Jonel's adamant denial and revealed the devious manipulation that not only caused the tragic loss of 2 lives, but also severely damaged the lives of those who were left behind. With Janelle and Barbara, the prosecution had a difficult case to make. There was a lot of circumstantial evidence against Barbara and Janelle, but no hard forensic evidence connecting them to the crime. The 2 women angrily denied having anything to do with the killings. Janelle even went so far as to say that she wasn't the one posing as Chris, the agent from the Central Intelligence Agency. Barbara insisted that someone else had corresponded with Chris using her email address, and she contended that it was impossible to establish her identity as the sender of those messages. Even though neither woman was physically present at the murder scene, the prosecution had to persuade the jury that both of them were guilty of murder in order to get a verdict in their favor. The prosecution used digital evidence throughout the first 4 days of the trial to show that Janelle had lied to her parents and boyfriend, Jamie, in the year before the killings while posing as the imaginary Chris. She did not actually participate in the killings of Billy and Billie Jean. Instead, she was the mastermind behind them. Barbara, however, was depicted as actively taking part in the lethal plot. Jamie Curd, the prosecution's principal witness, was then called to testify. Regretfully, the testimony did not go as planned. He said no when asked if Janelle and Barbara had planned the crime with him. In spite of this, they asked him to retell the events of the day of the killings, and this was a vital piece of proof that Janelle was aware of the planned crime beforehand. The prosecution also stressed that Jonel's allegations that Billy or Billie Jean had threatened her or her family were never verified. They maintained that Janelle's jealousy, specifically her failure to gain Billy Payne's affections, was the root of the whole situation. Additionally, it was disclosed that Janelle had previously been the target of separate restraining orders from 2 different women. The first instance occurred in May 2011, when a lady reported that Janelle had begun harassing her on Facebook after she had deleted her as a friend a few months prior. She claimed that Janelle harassed her over the phone 5 to 20 times a day. In the same month, a second woman came forward with comparable charges against Janelle. But Janelle's defense group was prepared with a plan. 2 expert witnesses were called by them to testify. An expert in cybersecurity testified as the first witness, claiming that IP addresses are only used to identify devices, not particular people, and that it is therefore impossible to establish with certainty who used the computer. The neuropsychologist who examined Janelle was the second witness. The evaluation revealed that Janelle was essentially acting like a child and lacked the mental capacity to have planned such atrocities. There were several witnesses in the courtroom, but one prosecution witness in particular stood out. Unexpected witness Chris Jaden, a Delaware police officer who had graduated from high school with Janelle, was present. Janelle had surprisingly used Chris's identity for her online persona. The real Chris had not seen Janelle for nearly 15 years, so he hardly remembered her. Janelle appeared to have been obsessed with Chris for a very long time. In order to fabricate a phony Facebook profile that she would use to trick her parents, she had acquired pictures of Chris off the internet. Chris, on the other hand, had never spoken to Janelle or been acquainted with a Billy or Billie Jean. Following an 8-day trial, the jury debated for 5 hours after hearing arguments from both sides. In the end, the mother and daughter were found guilty by the jury. More than 3 years after the horrific killings of Billy Payne and Billie Jean, on July 7, 2015, Barbara and Janelle were each given 2 life sentences. Beverly Garland, Bill's mother, gave a moving victim impact statement during the sentence. The case offered a perplexing circumstance in which an emotionally challenged individual, who was purportedly acting with a childlike mentality, managed to significantly influence her family. During a 2016 interview, Barbara acknowledged her mistakes. After one of her appeals was approved, her request for a new trial was granted in August 2021. It was argued that because her first attorney had defended her husband Marvin in the 2015 trial, he had a conflict of interest and she should have been given a new trial. But Barbara chose to enter a guilty plea in November 2021, which resulted in a 25-year sentence being imposed instead of the original one. However, Janelle insists that she was a real victim of cyberbullying and that she had nothing to do with the killings. Gary Ridgway, aka the Green River culprit, was born in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949. After his first 5 victims were discovered in the Utah Green River, the media gave him this moniker. Longtime employee of a truck firm, he was a painter. Gregory and Thomas Edward were his 2 siblings. His parents were Mary Rita and Thomas Newton Ridgway. He was wed to Judith Lorraine Lynch from 1988 to 2002, Marcia Laureen Brown from 1973 to 1981, and Claudia Craig Barrows from 1970 to 1972. Matthew was the only son he had. In 49 different cases that occurred between 1982 and 1998, possibly as recently as 2001, Ridgway was found guilty. Based on verified cases, he became the second most prolific serial criminal in American history. Since his prostitution-related arrest in 1982, he has been a suspect in the cases, but at that point, investigators were unable to connect him. His involvement remained unproven until 2001, when developments in DNA technology enabled investigators to connect a saliva sample they had taken from him in 1987 with masculine DNA discovered on other victims. On November 30, 2001, he was apprehended while departing from his employment at the Kenworth Truck Factory in Renton, Washington. When Ridgway was taken into custody, more than 10,000 pieces of gathered, recorded, and preserved evidence were ready for trial, according to Dave Reichart of the King County Sheriff's Office. Investigators discovered at the time that he was not very accurate in connecting disposal sites to the victims he had placed there. He led the task group to the remains of 3 more victims thus far, and he was mistaken regarding the identities of 2 of the victims. He entered guilty pleas in 48 crimes in 2003 and his 49th case in 2011. He was given a life sentence without the prospect of release on December 18, 2003. He avoided execution as a result of a plea agreement in which he promised to reveal the whereabouts of women who were still unaccounted for. He is a prisoner at Walla Walla's Washington State Penitentiary. It was said that prostitutes and other women in precarious situations, such as runaways who were minors, made up the majority of Ridgway's victims. The ages of his victims ranged from 14 to 38. He claimed in a confession that he picked prostitutes as his victims because he knew they would not likely be overlooked. One of the prosecutors working on the case, Patty Eakes, said she was still concerned about Ridgway's lack of feeling when he finally acknowledged killing the ladies. She claimed that Ridgway appeared to be a typical, silly middle-aged man. Because of his amiable demeanor, several victims might have felt at ease getting into his truck. I believe he sought out ladies who were weak. There was this odd undercurrent in him that made him want to feel as though he was with a stunning woman. The women he picked up were usually pretty. He desired to be one of those guys who would say, "I'm with a beautiful woman." It wasn't something he felt he possessed in his personal life. She acknowledged that physical appearance was undoubtedly a factor. Ridgway guided the detectives to the sites where he interred one of his victims along the Green River. On August 21, 2003, teeth and 23 human bones were discovered there. They were only identified as Bone 20. After 2 decades, in 2023, Othram identified the victim as Tammy Lyles through analysis of DNA taken from the skeletal bones. Othram CEO, molecular biophysicist and genetics specialist David Middleman, stated that the DNA was deteriorated and in very bad condition. Using the sample, the business set out to create a new DNA profile. After authorities got in touch with her mother, scientists were able to identify Tammy using her reference sample. On April 23, 1985, Tammy's head and more remains were discovered in the Tualatin Golf Course close to Tigris, Oregon. In March 1988, it was discovered through Tammy's dental records. When her family buried her in the 1980s, according to her brother Jason Lyles in 2003, they were forced to utilize a baby casket since we were unable to locate every part of her body. You wonder what went wrong while you live with this for 20 years. Though I doubt I'll ever be able to go past this, I believe things would settle much more amicably if the guy said, yes, I completed it. In 1983, 16-year-old Tammy's life came to an abrupt stop. She continued to reside in Everett, Washington. On June 9, 1983, she vanished from Seattle, Washington's downtown. Patricia Cole Tyndall, the sheriff for King County, stated in 2023 that Tammy's family is unwilling to speak with the media. Cole Tyndall stated, "We appreciate your support in giving the family the privacy they seek during this time." This legal development follows the discovery of 15-year-old Lori and Ree Spotnick as another victim of Ridgway's. On November 13, 1967, Lori was born in Juneau, Alaska. After a dispute with her mother in 1982, she vanished from sight. Her want was a horse. One belonged to a buddy. Lori told her mother that all she needed to do was pay for the stall's rent and feed. Her mom, Donna Hurley, declined. She lacked the necessary funds. She was pressed for time. 10 years earlier, her spouse had died. She raised her 2 teenagers as a single mother. It was not useful. The cause of Lori's disappearance would never be known. Her remains were identified as one of at least 49 victims after more than 40 years of mystery, an open wound, and an agonizing phantom limb. For Donna, who is 76 years old, Lori's death, disappearance, and absence have left a gaping hole that has existed for more than 40 years. About Lori's identification, Donna remarked, "I guess everybody calls it closure, but to me it was just a relief. You give up attempting to deceive yourself into believing that she is still alive, and well, and is happily raising a family in spite of all the what-ifs. How comes? And where has she been? Questions that race through your head. The fact that everything is no longer on your mind or shoulders is only a relief. A part of me as a mother was still living in denial." She said, "You construct a wall around these things. The difficult part is that those walls begin to fall apart." She described Lori as a firecracker who loved everything, including sports, the great outdoors, dogs, horses, and cooking. She ran track and played baseball. She enjoyed using a snowmobile. When she was 7 years old, she competed in a dog show after training the family Labrador Retriever, Ebony's Flippy Miss, also known as Flip. Donna said she could earn as without ever opening her books. After her escape, she did have one conversation with her daughter, either Thanksgiving 1982 or Thanksgiving 1983. The family was gathering at Lori's grandparents' house, which she called. She informed them that Christmas gifts would be coming their way. She claimed to be content with her life in Seattle. On December 30, 1985, approximately 3 years after Lori ran away from home, her remains were found and identified as Bone 17. Cece Moore, the lead genetic genealogist at Parabon Nanolab, completed the genetic genealogy study. She attempts to construct a family tree, or a lineage for the unidentified person, by employing partial matches from numerous generations and family trees, much like a detective might. Lori had not left much of a trail, but she knew she was searching for a teenage girl. When she vanished, she was quite young. She vanished before the internet, before social media, and before people's searches online. She never paid taxes, bought real estate, or cast a ballot. Moore combed through yearbook pictures, birth announcements, and census data. She returned empty-handed. After that, she happened upon an obituary. Page 62, paragraph 1, Seattle Times, January 19, 1972. William S. Raspatnik, a Seattle native who now resides in Juneau, Alaska, is the father of Lori and William George and the spouse of Donna. Donna was aware of it. She was aware of Lori's brother, William George. She completed and sent a report to King County. And then Moore began looking for work over a year later. When Lori vanished almost 40 years ago, two cops knocked on Donna Hurley's house. Donna was identified by matching her DNA to a sample of her saliva. In the 1980s, Donna moved to Juneau, Alaska, from Centralia, Pennsylvania. There were better work opportunities, and her parents resided. She spent 10 years in the hotel industry, 13 years working in a veterinarian's office, and finally 1 year employed by the Alaska Department of Education. She is now retired and has 6 great-grandchildren and 2 grandchildren. Despite never having met Lori, they are her great and great-great-nieces and nephews. Like her father, Lori's brother too died of cancer in 2010. Donna watched news reports about the Green River perpetrator over the years. She gave it some thought every now and again. It was Alaska that we were in. She replied, "We were so far removed. My son was still under my care. I was making an effort to ignore everything." Police would upload images and sketches of the victims on social media. Lori remarked, "I never saw anyone that I felt looked like Lori." Based on DNA evidence, police created a composite image of Bones 17 that they shared online. Fair complexion, blue-green eyes, and blonde hair. Donna remarked, "It took me a long time to admit that it looked like her." She mused to herself that Lori had curly hair, but the composite image had straight hair. Denial was a big part of it. There comes a moment when you become numb. She simply stopped to find the right words. That's a tragic way for her life to end. It infuriates me to see who did it. I'm upset with myself for not being able to stop it. And eventually, you just have to come to terms with the fact that you have another member of your family that you must continue to support. Donna remarked that Lori's father was her idol. She doesn't believe Lori ever moved on from his death when she was just 5 years old. She was little daddy's girl. She had the large blue eyes and the curled ponytails. Lori will be buried by her father in Seattle's Evergreen Cemetery. Even though the last remains in the medical examiner's office have been identified, many unsolved cases remain. According to Dave Reichart of the King County Sheriff's Office, Ridgway claimed to have taken the lives of 65 to 70 teenage girls and women. He has entered a guilty plea to 49 instances thus far, while 51 cases have been closed. As I mentioned before, there are still parents searching for information on the whereabouts of their daughters, even though there are other unresolved cases that might or might not be related to Ridgway. Governor Jay Inslee of Washington State approved legislation eliminating the death penalty from the state's legal system on April 21, 2023. Ridgway may still be put to death if it is found that he committed other killings outside of Washington State, according to the King County Prosecutor's Office. Mary Pryor resided in Flint, Michigan, along with her spouse Leonard. Before selling Sweet Marie's candy store, they were its owners for a long time. After that, they retired to Linden, Michigan. Leonard passed away in 1990. Mary settled into the small community and remained a fixture in the years after his death. She was a devoted Catholic who frequently went to church events. Locals in Linden recall seeing her every day stroll from her house to the village cafe for lunch and dinner. While conducting training in the region on February 27, 1997, Michigan State Police K-9 teams discovered the 88-year-old Mary's body in a forested area close to her home. She'd been molested indecently, strangled, and beaten. The little Linden town was stunned by the crime. At the scene of the crime, investigators gathered the suspect's DNA. In order to gather evidence for the case, they also followed up on dozens of leads and conducted hundreds of interviews. They focused quickly on Michael Burr. He resided in a home that was only a short stroll from Mary's. Since DNA testing was not developed sufficiently at the time to verify that samples matched items found at the crime scene, investigators gathered his samples so they could be preserved. Regretfully, the investigators were unable to compile enough evidence to support a charge against him in relation to the case, even under the probable cause standard. In an effort to finally crack the case, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab and the Genesee County Police Department recently teamed up. They were able to match Michael Burr's DNA to that discovered at the location in November 2021. According to DNA evidence, there is a 1 in 1.9 octillion probability that Michael was not the cause of Mary's injuries, according to Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton. In the end, He remarked, "We all want the families of the victims to have closure. We seek closure because when a loved one is taken from you so brutally, the memory of them stays with you forever. When you are preoccupied with something, you are never able to enjoy a calm day." At the moment, Michael is being held without bond in the Genesee County Jail. Prosecutors will present the evidence against him at his probable cause hearing, which is set for November 24, 2021, in Genesee County District Court. Moving on to the next case. Sarah and Wood. 12-year-old Sarah and Wood left her Frankfort, Pennsylvania, home on Heckerham Road on August 18, 1993, to go to her neighborhood church. Roberts Road and Grafenberg Road in Sequoia are home to Norwich Corners Church. This was less than a mile from Sarah's family home where she attended summer Bible school. The young girl gathered some poster board, an 8 by 10-inch plastic transparencies, and a church songbook at the church. She then turned around to head back home. About 4/10 of a mile from her home, Sarah was last seen riding her pink and white 10-speed mountain bike out of the church, down Roberts Road, and up the steep slope on Heckerham Road. Sarah never made it home, even though it was so close, and she was never seen again. When friends, relatives, and law enforcement looked for the missing girl later that evening, they discovered something in the brush. The items Sarah was last seen with were strewn erratically around the ground, along with her unique pink and white bike that had been neatly propped up against a tree. 100 feet separated the goods from Heckerham Road. The inquiry into Sarah's disappearance appears to have been short-lived, as a 45-year-old former janitor named Lewis Lent Jr. admitted to kidnapping and killing the 12-year-old child just 3 years later. After being found guilty in 1995 of kidnapping, larceny, assault with a dangerous weapon, and assault and battery in connection with his earlier attempt to kidnap a 12-year-old girl in Massachusetts, Lent was already serving his sentence in prison. While incarcerated, Lent admitted to killing 2 children. James Bernardo, then 12 years old, is said to have been the first victim of Lent. He vanished from a Pittsfield, Massachusetts, theater on October 22, 1990. Lent met James when he was working at the theater and was walking outdoors at the time. He coerced James into accompanying him by threatening and using a knife. Once in his apartment, he stripped the little child of his clothes, taped him to his bed, and physically abused him. Then he hanged James to death. James was discovered dead in Newfield, New York. It was near Lent's childhood home, even though it was distant from the scene of the kidnapping. Lent was not regarded as a suspect or a person of interest at the time of the crime. In his second confession, Lent acknowledged that he had kidnapped and killed Sarah Wood. He stated that he had found the young girl while searching for a victim, and he forced her into his van with a knife once more. After binding Sarah's hands, he took her upstate into the Adirondack Mountains, where he sexually assaulted her and ultimately killed her with a big tree branch. He never did check to see if she was still breathing before burying her body. "I dislike touching dead bodies," to quote. Having brought the necessary equipment to bury the body, he had arrived to the mountain range. Lent first claimed to have buried Sarah's body in an Adirondack mountain area close to Roquette Lake after coming clean. He later provided officials with a map showing the burial site, which was in or near the town of Inlet, New York. Searches conducted in the area, however, turned up no leads regarding Sarah's location. Lentz then acknowledged that she wasn't actually present. Subsequently, he declined to provide law authorities with the location of the remains and asserted that he had interred her body with another victim he wished to keep hidden. Lent later took back his admissions, but it was too late. He was found guilty of kidnapping Sarah Woods and killing James Bernardo. He admitted to killing James Lusher, a 16-year-old, in 2013. In 1992, James Lusher disappeared from Westfield, Massachusetts. Since Lent was already serving a life sentence, the authorities decided not to press charges, although they did search Greenwater Pond for his remains. But after a 3-day search, no signs of James could be found in the vicinity. Despite Lent's conviction for 2 murders, there remains a great deal of discussion and conjecture about his confessions. He asserted that he occasionally experienced memory loss and blackouts. Additionally, He claimed in a related press article that this was because of his close experience with the UFO in 1974. This would imply that Lent suffers from mental health problems, which would distort his admissions. There have also been theories suggesting that Lent had an accomplice who is still at large and that he did not act alone. Nobody has ever located Sarah's body. Her case was also revisited in 2015. Even after the conviction, her case is still pending resolution. Currently incarcerated for life at the Colony Correctional Facility in Bridgewater, Massachusetts, is Lent. The Sarah and Wood Rescue Center was established by Sarah's family following her disappearance. It was subsequently renamed the Mohawk Valley branch of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. In addition, her narrative encouraged a small group of cyclists, led by her father Robert and elder brother Dusty, to ride from Utica, New York to the U.S. Capitol wearing teal and pink jerseys in an effort to raise awareness of her case and the Mohawk Valley office of the NCMEC. Thousands of bikers now take part in the annual event, which raises money for the NCMEC and sheds light on Sarah's case, as well as the cases of 100 other missing children nationwide. They now wear purple for the police officers involved in these cases, and white to represent all the children who have gone missing. On August 18, 1993, 12-year-old Sarah and Wood was last observed cycling up a steep hill on Hackerdam Road in the New York town of Frankfort. At the time of her disappearance, she was just 5 feet tall and cost £1.96. She was last seen with a headband, brown sandals, turquoise shorts, and a pink t-shirt with "Guess Who" embroidered across the front. She might have been holding 4 keys, a fluorescent green and white keychain with a silver ring, and prescription tortoiseshell eyeglasses. Sarah is a Caucasian girl with scars on both of her legs, brown hair, and blue eyes. She has dimples in her cheeks and is missing 1 toe on each foot. Her hair was shoulder length when she vanished, and she also had freckles on her face. Her name is spelled and without the E by certain agencies. Although foul play is suspected in her case, she will be 40 years old if she survives. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Janet Brauchu. December 23, 1987 was the date. Janet, 20, was having a great time spending the evening with friends when something unexpected happened. Janet was asked to leave the T. Woody's bar even though she was barely of legal drinking age. Everyone else was let in. That evening, a man she'd met volunteered to take her home in his car. After that, she became ill in the parking lot, and he wouldn't let her get into his car. For more than 30 years, the details surrounding Janet's next events remained unknown until the identity of the assassin, who killed her on that crisp December evening, came to light. And, unfortunately, he wasn't the only one who brought about Janet's death. Janet was raised in Winslow, a little town on the Kennebec River in Maine. At the beginning of the 1980s, Winslow was home to only 8,000 people. It was a nice area to raise kids and a peaceful community. Geraldine and Albert Brauchu, Janet's adoptive parents, brought her up to be a joyful, intelligent young adult while also assisting her in controlling her diabetes. She required daily insulin shots, but Janet was in charge of the things that really mattered. Perhaps what motivated her to enter the area in the first place was her early experiences with her own health care. She was employed as a dietary assistant at the Seton campus of Maine General Medical Center as of late 1987. But Janet's thoughts were far from work that December evening. It was the ideal opportunity to catch up with old high school pals during their holiday vacation from college. Janet didn't get to see them too much. Less than a mile from Winslow, in the town of Waterville, they made their first visit at a neighborhood bowling alley. The companions started talking to 2 males in the next alleyway, while they took turns hurling the ball down the lane. After they had gotten along well enough to want to spend the rest of the evening together, they all went to T. Woody's restaurant and bar. With a fantastic view of the river, the bar was located on the concourse's lower level in Waterville. Janet was turned away when they arrived. Just 2 years earlier, Maine had raised its drinking age to 21. Janet now barely made the cut. All of her buddies wanted to continue the night because they were of legal age. As the odd one out, Janet needed a ride home, and coincidentally, one of the men they had met at the bowling alley occurred to be willing to provide it. Though the specifics of what transpired after are unclear, we do know a few things. The man who was meant to drive Janet home went back inside T. Woody's to get her purse, which she had left behind, possibly because she wasn't allowed to go back in. Janet was throwing up when he got back to the parking lot. She might be experiencing it due to her diabetes, or because she had consumed alcohol earlier in the evening. It's also possible that she consumed something that upset her stomach. Then, the guy who was meant to drive her home wouldn't let her get into his car because he didn't want her becoming sick in it. Then she was gone. When Janet's parents awoke the following morning, they discovered she was gone. Geraldine and Albert reported her missing after trying in vain to locate her and calling around to see if she had remained at any of her friends' homes. A nationwide search was conducted, and news stations all throughout the nation carried reports of Janet's disappearance. The detectives assigned to discover Janet's fate turned over every stone. Regardless of the region in which the lead originated, they investigated every lead that was given to them. They even made an attempt to locate Janet by using her diabetes. They investigated insulin sales that might have been connected to Janet. Regretfully, despite their best efforts, they were never able to advance past square one. The days quickly stretched into weeks, and Janet was still nowhere to be found. It really did seem as though she had disappeared. The family of Janet attempted to cling to the hope that she would be returned home safely. Since her disappearance, they have been praying for a call from the police department with good news every heartbreaking day. Less than 3 months later, those aspirations were dashed. Finally, a call arrived, but it was the kind that no parent ever wants to get. A man named Christopher Anthony was checking on his hydropower station at Waverly Avenue Dam early on March 18, 1988. Then he made an awful discovery. A naked body was floating on the Sebasticook River. Christopher called the police, who arrived on the scene without delay. There were barricades along that stretch of river. We did a quick scan along the riverbank to see if anything noteworthy had been abandoned. To be looked at and identified, the body was brought to the coroner's office. They found there that Janet Brochu was the owner. The original investigation did not identify the reason of Janet's death, but it turned out that Janet had not been alive for very long after her final sighting at T. Woody's. A dedicated diving team was established on the Sylvester Cook River in the weeks that followed the discovery. They were searching for any of Janet's belongings or any proof that would indicate what had happened to her in the hours following her disappearance. The idea that Janet had fallen into the river that evening herself remained unruled by the investigators. The intersection of the Kennebec and Sebasticook rivers occurs not long from T. Woody's. She was abandoned in the parking lot, where it was chilly and dark. Perhaps Janet attempted to go home and, while crossing the bridge that led back to Winslow, she unintentionally slipped into the icy waters, not being able to get out before being critically cold. However, there was a significant issue with this theory. She was discovered wearing nothing on her body. It was improbable that Janet could have lost all she was wearing that evening to the water's current. What's more, Janet's body was discovered upstream of the river. This implied that she could not have fallen in while walking home and ended up in the location where she was discovered. Who, though, had placed Janet there if she hadn't fallen into the river? People in Maine started to worry if there was a serial killer out there as the mystery deepened. It was a direction the detectives had started to explore as well. On May 9, 1986, 17-year-old Kimberly Morrow disappeared from the hamlet of Jay, Maine, 1 hour distant. She was last observed that same day with a person she had met earlier. The police searched the entire state diligently, but they were unable to discover her whereabouts. Kimberly's case could not be connected to Janet's. Within 5 months of the discovery of Janet's body, another woman vanished without the investigators' knowledge. Furthermore, her case and Janet's shared a lot more parallels. Geraldine Finn, then 23 years old, was unwinding with 2 co-workers after work on August 9, 1988. She worked as a licensed nursing assistant at the Skowhegan Nursing Home. Pete and Larry's bar was located on Upper Main Street in Waterville. It just so happened to be that Janet's last known location, T. Woody's, was only 3 miles away. A stranger in a blue Chevy Blazer drove by the window where Geraldine and her co-workers were seated. He grabbed their interest and started waving the 3 young ladies outside. After doing so, they started to go to his car. Then he inquired if they would want to have a swim. But this was no benign request, exactly. The women discovered he was fully nude by the time they reached his rolled-down window. He asked if they might accompany him skinny dipping. They turned around and returned to the pub to finish their evening, perhaps feeling awkward about the exchange. Quite though it was not quite 8:30 p.m., the gang was eager to go out before returning home. It took a while for that same dude to show up at the bar dressed completely. He began speaking to Geraldine's group later in the evening. Perhaps he made some form of apology for their prior exchange. It's possible that he was attributing it to the fact that his garments were damp from his previous skinny dipping excursion. Geraldine's group was able to engage with him no matter what he said. Geraldine accepted the man's offer of a ride home at the end of the night since she felt comfortable enough with him. Geraldine was seated in the passenger seat of his Chevy the last time those buddies saw her. They had no idea that their friend would not live to see another day. The next day, she was reported missing. The man who was meant to drive her home that night was mentioned by her pals to the authorities. They talked about his unique mustache, diamond-shaped tattoo on his shoulder, and blue Chevy Blazer. 5 days after Geraldine vanished, on August 14, 1988, a guy strolling along Route 201 over the property made a horrifying find. A young woman's body lay in a forested location near the land he had been surveying. At first, the authorities didn't reveal much about the nature of the investigation, but they revealed 2 days later that it was Geraldine Finn's body. They realized that she had been killed. It was not an accidental death. Finding the man she had last been seen with was now her top priority. They would soon discover that he was Gerald Goodale, a 29-year-old man. In Waterville, Gerald Goodale performed a variety of construction works. Those who knew him intimately appeared astonished by the news when his name was mentioned in connection with Geraldine Finn's case. According to a family acquaintance, Goodale has always been willing to pitch in and help out wherever he could. In response to the news, Goodale's father said that nothing seemed to fit together. There was nothing his son could have done to harm Geraldine. He asserted that his son had a plan for that evening. According to Goodale's father, he stayed at home until 9:15 in order to await a call. He then proceeded to go mud running. It's clear that the detectives were wary of his father's statements. They were not going to believe a family member when they indicated that Goodale resembled the man who was last seen with Geraldine, according to the co-workers who were with her that evening. On August 15th, the police started monitoring Goodale before taking action to take him into custody. After being placed under arrest, he was accused of killing Geraldine Finn. Reporters started drawing attention to potential similarities between Geraldine and Janet's cases as soon as the news leaked. The 2 young ladies shared a similar age. They were all employed in the medical field, and their last known locations were Waterville after a fun-filled evening spent with pals. They were all last seen in the parking lots of 2 bars that were about 3 miles apart. There were also some parallels between the places where their remains were discovered. The setting was rural and isolated, despite the fact that Janet was discovered in the water. This had also applied to Geraldine's body's position. However, there was something much more worrisome. Goodale had told a family member that he had seen Janet Brochu the night before she was last seen in the T. Woody's parking lot. Given that Goodale had never provided the authorities with this information despite their repeated requests, that immediately connected him to the crime. Goodale showed up in court on September 3rd for his bond hearing. The state made the argument that he should be detained until his trial the following year because he posed a threat to society. The state called multiple witnesses to testify in order to bolster its position. They disclosed that in the weeks after Janet vanished, Goodale had been questioned about her case. After effectively establishing their case, Goodale was returned to custody in anticipation of his trial in May 1989. The prosecution felt sure they would secure a conviction when the time came. They had witness testimony pointing out that Goodale had been suspiciously acting earlier in the evening, and that he was the last person seen with Geraldine. But they didn't even have to show that he was at fault. Goodell acknowledged the offense, but he also requested a less punishment. He claimed that his actions were not planned. Geraldine fled from Goodell, and he said that in a panic, he killed her. However, the prosecution did not want to give him a lighter term. They believed he posed a major risk and should be detained for as long as possible. Even when a judge found him guilty of the charges, Goodell had one more trick up his sleeve to try to shorten his prison sentence. The most crucial detail of all was that he admitted to investigators that he had some knowledge of Janet Barich's case. He asserted that he was aware of the offender. Goodell, though, was hardly cooperative. Oddly enough, Goodell was never formally identified as a suspect in the case even after this. Goodell received a sentence of 75 years in prison with a release date of 2033 years at his sentencing. After that, the years started to go by. Janet's family was soon ringing in the new century without any updates regarding her case. It was 30 years before there was an update. The announcement was made in 2019, the 32nd anniversary of Janet's disappearance, that a cold case team will reopen the investigation into her death. Even though her father and mother were no longer here to receive this good news, other family members and longtime acquaintances were filled with renewed hope that Janet's killer would be found and punished, even after all these years. Then, on May 14, 2021, the day that everyone had been looking forward to, a prisoner at Maine State Penitentiary was taken into custody. It was Gerald Goodell, that's for sure. However, what had caused this upgrade in a case that had remained stagnant for such a long time? It was DNA, as some of you may have previously surmised. In response to the news, State Police Chief John Coates stated that this case is the result of years' worth of collaborative work by prosecutors, detectives, and trained scientists from the state, local, and county governments. These individuals never gave up on finding the truth or pursuing justice for the victim, her family, and friends. Goodell, who is currently in his early 60s, received a 32.5-year sentence extension in March 2023 for the actions he took against Janet Barich. Goodell entered a guilty plea to the allegations brought against him after realizing the writing was on the wall and choosing not to attempt to refute his role. Other family members gathered to finally get justice for the life lost so young, even though her parents were unable to attend the court proceedings that day. Daniel, her cousin, described her as a sweet girl, just like the rest of us, young and dumb. For all those years, Janet's family would find some little comfort in knowing that the person who killed her had not been living his life. Despite it not being for her case, he had been serving time. The specifics of what transpired that evening have not been made public. Gerald Goodell will definitely carry some secrets with him into eternity. Moving on to the next case. Mary McLaughlin. After enjoying a pleasant evening of dominoes, Mary McLaughlin's daughter last saw her walking down the street to her apartment. Nothing appeared to be wrong. She did not even consider the possibility that she might not see her mother in the near future. But that's not the case at all. The murder of Mary McLaughlin remained unsolved for 35 years until the authorities were able to identify the victim. However, there remained an issue even then. When he was incarcerated at the time, how could the offender be the one they were searching for? In Glasgow, Scotland, on September 26, 1984, Mary McLaughlin, then 8 years old, was spending the evening at her neighborhood pub. She and one of her daughters were playing dominoes. Mary came from a huge extended family and was adored by everyone. She was the grandma of 26 grandkids and the mother of 11 children. After their evening activities concluded, Catherine, Mary's daughter, strolled to the bus station and took a ride home. Mary made a quick stop at the corner store on her way back to her apartment. She stopped to get a pack of smokes and carried on. We are aware that she arrived home that evening, but she was not alone herself. When Martin, Mary's son, returned for his weekly visit 6 days later, he discovered the door was locked. After a few knocks, his mother did not answer. Martin attempted to obtain an extra key from her homeowner as her concerns grew. Martin believed that breaking down the door was his only option after realizing that this was not feasible. A putrid smell greeted him as it swung open. Although Mary was still in bed, it was obvious that she had died several days before. Her dentures were on the ground next to her, and she had her dressing gown on backwards. The reason was obvious. She had a double knotted rope from her dressing gown wrapped tightly around her neck. Subsequent investigation revealed that Mary was murdered the night she came home from the tavern. Martin will never forget that moment when he saw his mother. Martin remarked, "It scared the living daylights out of me and has tormented me ever since." According to a forensic analysis, the offender had left DNA behind. But at the time, technology was not developed enough to examine a sample that small. Fortunately, until the appropriate moment, which was a long time away, the samples were preserved. In addition to the verified sighting of Mary during her cigarette purchase, another witness came forward to report what they saw to the authorities. Mary was observed barefoot and clutching her shoes as she strolled past the store. She had been wearing heels for the day, so it was probably going to help her feet hurt. The police prayed that someone would come forward with information that would lead to the case's resolution. They received hundreds of statements and pursued every clue they could find, but they were unsuccessful. She was being followed by a male, according to the man who last saw her tending to her shoes. He acknowledged that he was constantly behind Mary when she left when questioned about it throughout the trial. The police thought that a predator was out there in Glasgow and may attack again at any time. At the time, all they could do was make sure the evidence gathered that day was securely maintained until the moment when it would help solve this case. Not until 2008, a full 24 years later, were those DNA samples sent to additional testing. Regretfully, the forensic experts were still unable to obtain a sufficient profile of the offender. The evidence was hidden once more. Then, in 2014, the Scottish Crime Campus welcomed the opening of a brand new DNA profiling facility. This meant that the scientists using this new method could detect 24 markers from a DNA sample, as opposed to the prior 11 markers that could be identified from a sample. But in reality, what did this mean? Samples that were previously too little to undergo any meaningful, conclusive testing might now be profiled much more accurately. In the hopes that this second round of testing will identify the culprit, the Mary McLaughlin case's evidence was sent to the lab in 2019. They concentrated especially on the dressing gown cord, which was the weapon used to end her life. They swabbed that untouched surface, untangling the rope and carefully loosening one of the knots that remained. That section of the fabric had not been touched in 35 years. The scientists had the best opportunity of gaining a significant profile because of this. Step 1 was accomplished. By assembling a robust DNA profile, the team was able to compare it to the Scottish database. As soon as they did, the match quickly returned. They were aware of the person who killed Mary McLaughlin that evening. Graham McGill, 59, was a man well known to the authorities. Investigators could begin their investigation into McGill now that they had a name. Soon afterward, they discovered an intriguing fact. McGill was incarcerated when the event occurred. However, how is that possible? It came found that on September 26th, the night Mary was targeted, he was on temporary release even though he was officially serving a prison sentence at the time. Temporary releases are permitted for several reasons, mostly to enable deemed inmates to obtain necessary services before being released, such as housing or employment interviews. Family matters are also relevant. We all know what happened after McGill, who was out on an unsupervised parole that evening, saw Mary walking home. During the 1984 investigation, McGill had not been considered a suspect or a person of interest. He hadn't even said his name once. After receiving the verified DNA results, the investigators took many months to review the previous casework. In addition to the DNA results, they needed to make sure they had enough proof to prosecute McGill for what he had done to Mary. Graham McGill was then taken into custody and charged on December 4, 2019, in relation to Mary McLaughlin's murder. His former wife was one of the witnesses called to testify when McGill was put on trial. She informed the jurors that McGill had admitted to killing a woman in 1988. He provided her with information about the crime that matched Mary's situation. However, he He threatened to kill her as well if she tried to call the police or notified anyone. McGill informed his then-wife that he wanted to experience what it would be like when she questioned him about why he had done it. McGill was found guilty in April 2021 and was given a minimum 14-year prison sentence. By the time his release is even being contemplated, he will be in his mid-70s. Martin, the son who discovered Mary's body, responded to the jury's decision by saying, "There is justice, and my mom can finally rest in peace." There is no joy at the verdict. Every member of the family has endured years of agony, thus relief is felt. He is an abhorrent person, and it is somewhat consoling to consider that the only place he will ever see is the inside of a prison. He also disclosed how and when he learned of McGill's detention. On December 4, 2019, 2 police officers knocked on my home and stated they had an arrest and that the person was supposed to appear in court the next day. And that was all. It was quite the moment to hear the news after 35 years. Though I never thought it would. I had always hoped it would. I just started crying because I was so stunned. It took more than 30 years for Mary McLaughlin to receive justice. Now that the monster that killed her is in prison, where he belongs, her family can rest a little easier at night. Moving on to the next case. Nikki Allen. Little Nikki Allen left her grandfather's flat on October 7, 1992, and made her way home on foot. It was nighttime, perhaps 8:30. Nikki Allen was gone when her mother, Sharon Henderson, arrived home. She was nowhere to be found. To find her, more than 100 neighbors banded together. 7-year-old Nikki went missing from her home in Westgarth, Sunderland, England, where she resided with her family. Following a whole day of searching, they came across Nikki's purple coat and red shoes outside of an old, deserted exchange building close to her apartment. The search team made the decision to go through the abandoned structure. Not long after, a terrified adolescent ran out of the building. Within, he found a body. It was Nikki Allen, discovered in the basement of the exchange building. She had sustained 37 knife wounds, and a brick had been savagely struck in her head. The Northumbria police searched the streets for evidence as they meticulously tracked Nikki's route from her grandfather's flat to her residence. An eyewitness who was there at the Boar's Head pub on that important night was located. This witness noticed Nikki strolling with a man wearing a white shirt while they were playing dominoes and enjoying a beer. She skipped gleefully to catch up with him, as if she knew him. Everyone in Westgarth was profoundly impacted by the unanticipated tragedy, even the police officers who were used to challenging situations. The funeral procession for Nikki Allen was heartbreaking and long, and there was a sizable turnout. After Nikki was buried, the search went on to discover her attacker. An important part of the research turned out to be an artist's rendering of the man in the white shirt. Several cops were fully committed to the case. In Westgarth, the investigators went door to house in an attempt to obtain information and locate any witnesses. With the exception of a single neighbor, Nikki was well known among the community, but no eyewitness accounts exist. This man told the cops that he was acquainted with Nikki and had also seen her that evening. A few days previously, he remembered being at the old exchange building with a small boy who was looking for pigeons. The man with the white shirt was the focus of the police's attention, but they were unsuccessful in locating any leads for nearly a year. Then, in late 1993, a young guy living close to Nikki Allen's house, George Heron, was taken into custody on charges of killing her. A weapon found at Heron's house matched the stab wounds. There were also traces of blood on his clothes and shoes. Heron's sister reported to the police that he spent an extraordinary 30 minutes in the lavatory the night of the incident, which was not typical of him. He seemed to be cleaning himself and his clothing. For witnesses, who at first denied going out that night, said they saw a man who looked like Heron at neighborhood bars. He was seen purchasing Nikki Allen's favorite food, cheese and onion crisps, which the police surmised he used to lure Nikki inside the property. During interrogation, George Heron denied being involved in Nikki's death more than 120 times. But as the pressure on him increased, little by little, he began to confess some things. The most startling aspect of it was how the cops coerced him into giving them a narrative that satisfied their demands. They effectively tricked him into narrating the events in a way they already understood by dropping hints. Heron was clearly unaware of certain issues, but the police directed him in that direction. Heron confessed to the police after 3 days of interrogation. The police were convinced they could convict Heron even though the evidence against him was mainly circumstantial. But the way George Heron was handled turned into a well-known black mark in the history of Northumbria police operations. When the judge declared Heron's recorded confession to be inadmissible due to oppressive police practices, the case against him collapsed. This decision led to Heron's acquittal. He was given permission to assume a different identity and left Sunderland, England. The grieving mother, Sharon Henderson, filed a civil case against Heron in 1994, claiming that he had beaten a child to death. Remarkably, the court decided in her favor, ordering Heron to give her more than £7,000. However, Heron's location and name were altered, making it impossible to locate him and preventing the money from ever being paid. After facing early losses, the Northumbria police were ashamed and hesitant to bring charges against anyone without strong proof. This kind of thinking prevented any further leads from emerging, and the case was unsolved for 21 years. Cold case investigators looked into the case again in February 2014 after finding similarities to the crimes already convicted serial offender Stephen John Griefson had committed. Griefson, aka the Sunderland Strangler, was found guilty in 1990 of strangling 4 adolescent males in Sunderland, England, during a series of bloodbaths between 1990 and 1994. Nikki Allen was a girl, and she was stabbed to death, yet the significant blunt force injury to her head was similar to what Griefson did to Simon Martin when he killed him in 1990. Griefson was questioned about his possible participation, but investigators later stated he wouldn't be facing any immediate consequences related to their current probe. 2 more years passed with little progress on the Nikki Allen case. Then, in May 2016, Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, requested a thorough reopening of the case. She started an internet petition to get the Northumbria police to investigate the situation in detail. The petition received over 500 signatures in less than a day. Henderson then had a meeting with Detective Chief Inspector Lisa Thieker and Constable Steve Ashman of Northumbria Police in April 2017. They reiterated their resolve to find and punish Nikki's offender. Finally, in October 2017, the cops made progress. From Nikki's clothes, they found a male unidentifiable sample of DNA. It took them 8 months to uncover a match after running the DNA through their criminal history. On April 7, 2018, a home in Teesside Stockton neighborhood was raided by Northumbria police. One of the suspects in Nikki's murder was taken into custody. Before filing charges against the suspect who was taken into custody in 2018, the police developed their case over the course of 4 years. The suspect, 54-year-old David Thomas Boyd, showed up before Newcastle Crown Court on May 24, 2022. Boyd then entered a not guilty plea on June 20, 2022. Boyd's trial could not go on until the police corrected their mistake from 28 years prior. Northumbria police expressed regret to George Heron in May 2023 for initiating the £7,000 legal litigation in 1994. Boyd's trial began at Newcastle Crown Court on April 20, 2023. Boyd allegedly enticed Nikki Allen to a waste field close to the river where, according to the prosecution, although they never observed Nikki being kidnapped, witnesses claimed to have seen her skipping to catch up with a man. Boyd allegedly tricked Nikki by using a boarded-up window in the former Exchange building. There, he stabbed her repeatedly in the chest, heart, and lungs after striking her viciously with a stone, seriously injuring her head. She had suffered blunt force damage to her head, which probably rendered her unconscious prior to the stabbing, according to the post-mortem assessment. Around 10 p.m., a witness remembered hearing a loud scream, which helped to determine the exact time of the incident. The next day, volunteers helping with the hunt for Nikki found her body in the basement of the building. It was disclosed throughout the trial that Boyd, who was 25 years old at the time of Nikki's death, went by the name David Smith or David Bell. Despite being based solely on circumstantial evidence, Boyd's DNA was discovered on Nikki's clothing, which made the case seem strong. Boyd told the authorities that after he spit on his balcony that evening, his saliva may have accidentally gotten on Nikki's clothes, and that's how he thought she might have transferred his DNA by rubbing her hands on it. It was also said that Boyd knew the layout of the old exchange building, having used the identical window only a few days before when he took a youngster there to look for pigeons. Indeed, the same neighbor who told the police 30 years ago that he knew Nikki Allen as David Boyd. That evening, he spotted Nikki. He also acknowledged that a few days prior, he had visited the exchange facility with a child, but the police never pursued him since they were preoccupied with locating the man wearing the white shirt. It comes out that Nikki Allen was once babysat by David Boyd's girlfriend. Surprisingly, during the trial, it was revealed that David Boyd had convictions for child violations in the past. He was found guilty in March 2000 of indecently assaulting a young girl on April 8, 1999, at a Stockton park. Boyd was also found guilty of disturbing the peace in 1986 after he approached 4 youngsters in Sacriston County, Durham, and grabbed a 10-year-old girl. 30 years ago, the police disregarded Nikki Allen's relationship with a known abuser. The defense contended throughout the trial that the several pieces of evidence did not establish Boyd's guilt in this instance, and that they were only coincidences. Mrs. Justice Christina Lambert stressed to the jury that there was no concrete proof supporting Boyd's guilt, and that the case was based primarily on circumstantial evidence. It was revealed during the trial that Boyd chose not to provide a statement or offer any supporting documentation. Boyd was found guilty of Nikki's death on May 12, 2023, following a 2.5-hour trial in which 10 women and 2 men deliberated. Boyd was given a life sentence on May 23, 2023, with a minimum of 29 years remaining before he may be eligible for parole. He will be eligible for parole starting on August 16, 2049. Boyd plans to file an appeal against both his conviction and the sentence he received. Because it took 30 years to identify the guilty, Sharon Henderson planned to sue Northumbria Police in August of 2023. Thereafter, in September 2023, reports of a review of the 30-year police probe became public. The Independent Office for Police Conduct, or IOPC, or another law enforcement agency was supposed to carry out this review. The police had a challenging case with scant evidence in the Nikki Allen case, but they deeply let Sharon and Nikki down from the beginning and continued to do so over the years. They had the perfect suspect, but they kept mistaking him. In the end, it was the developments in DNA and forensics that changed everything. At last, they identified DNA on Nikki's body and conclusively connected it to David Boyd. Moving on to the next case. The Fort Worth Trio. Christmas 1974 ought to have been a happy time, full of laughter and love. However, a horrible incident in Fort Worth, Texas, left 3 families grieving and depressed all day long. Mary Rachel Treleacher, as her middle name was known, was 17 years old in December of 1974. After graduating from Southwest High School, Rachel married Tommy Treleacher, a charming 21-year-old who had previously been divorced and had a 2-year-old child, for 6 months. Tommy had been seeing Rachel's 19-year-old sister, Deborah, when the two first became together. Deborah claimed that although she and Tommy had been temporarily engaged, their breakup had been cordial and the engagement never truly materialized. Deborah had recently broken up with her own boyfriend and was temporarily living with her sister and brother-in-law when Rachel vanished. On December 23, 1974, Rachel had a plan to go Christmas shopping at the Seminary South Shopping Center, which is now the Fort Worth Town Center, with her 14-year-old friend Lisa Renee Wilson, who also went by her middle name. Renee went to her boyfriend's place early in the morning to ask whether he would like to accompany them. Terry Mosley lived close by and was 15 years old. He offered Renee a promise ring at their meeting. Later that evening, the couple had an exciting party to attend. Terry had earlier responsibilities, so he was unable to attend. However, his 9-year-old younger sister Julie overheard the talk and requested if she might go instead. She was not going to be by herself for the day. The 9-year-old could only accompany if her mother gave permission, which made Rachel and Renee apprehensive to let her. When Julie asked her mother, Rayhan, if she could travel, she was told with excitement that she couldn't and that she didn't have any money. Rayhan went on to say that at first, she didn't want her daughter to go on the vacation since she didn't know Rachel, but she did know Renee. Julie persisted in pleading with her mother to let her go, saying she had no one else to play with, and eventually she got her wish, although she was instructed to return home by 6 o'clock. This would be acceptable as Renee and Rachel planned to arrive home by 4 p.m. so Renee could prepare for the party alongside Terry. Into Rachel's 1972 Oldsmobile 98, the three of them climbed. Renee had some layaway things to pick up, so they headed to the Army-Navy store in Fort Worth. They continued on to the South Fort Worth Shopping Center located at 4200 South Freeway. But from this point on, it's unclear exactly what the females did. Families soon became worried when none of the girls returned home. While some went to the shopping center, others stayed at home in case the females turned up. Rachel's Oldsmobile was found locked in the top-level parking lot of Sears at 6 o'clock in the evening. A few gifts were inside the car, giving the impression that the females had returned there at some point. All night long, the family waited beside the car, fervently hoping that they would return. But the girls never returned. After the three girls vanished, the Fort Worth police were notified the following morning, and a search was started to find them. In an attempt to find any sign of life, searches went over hundreds of back roads, stream beds, county highways, and the Texas scrub. The file was quickly sent to the Missing People Bureau's youth branch, but the girls were mistakenly classified as runaways. Each girl's family vigorously denied this. Why would Julie, a 9-year-old child, go away 2 days before Christmas? Renee's mother questioned. She also mentioned how thrilled her own daughter was about the celebration she was meant to attend the night before she vanished. The families of the three missing people sent out leaflets and contacted newspapers around the nation pleading for assistance, despite their dissatisfaction with the government. As a result, the case received a lot of media attention, and witness accounts and tips started coming in. During this period, a store worker said that she had heard from an elderly woman that the girls had been forced into a pickup truck next to the Buddy's grocery store at the mall. The witness and the truck were never located, therefore the story could never be confirmed. But the most sinister hint was revealed on December 24, 1972, a day after the girls vanished, when Tommy, Rachel's husband, got a letter in the mail. The text said, quote, "We had to get away, but I know I'm going to catch it. Our destination is Houston. See you in a week or so. The vehicle is on the Upper Sears lot. Regards, Rachel." The letter was written in pen on an ink-filled sheet of paper, whereas the envelope had been written in pencil. Not only was Rachel's name inscribed in the upper left corner of the envelope, even though Rachel always referred to her husband as Tommy, it was addressed to Thomas, and it appeared that Rachel's name had been spelt incorrectly at first. Her name was spelled with AL instead of a lowercase e the first time around. Tommy and the other members of Rachel's family did not think that the 17-year-old was the letter's author. The only piece of information gleaned from the letter was the postmark, which simply had a hazy postcode and no city. It appeared to have read, quote, 76083, but the three were reversed, probably due to a manually loaded stamp, or it might have been a partial 8. Presumably, the postcode is either 76088, which originates from Weatherford, Texas, or 76083, which returns to Eliasville and Throckmorton, Texas. In spite of this knowledge, no fresh leads seemed to surface. The letter was the topic of handwriting analysis in the 1970s and 1980s. The letter was scrutinized more than once, even by the FBI, but the results were inconclusive each time. A local newspaper was informed by the police, supposedly a week after the letter arrived, that Rachel had been coerced into writing the letter, despite the fact that her handwriting had been confirmed as her own. 6 years after the disappearances, in 1978, the police disputed these assertions, claiming that the evidence was and had always been inconclusive. When the police failed to satisfy the family by the spring of 1975, they engaged John Swaim, a private investigator. After receiving a tip that the girls had been slain and abandoned at Port Lavaca, Texas, in April of that year, Swaim traveled there with 100 volunteers to search beneath bridges. However, no evidence suggested that this theory was accurate. In August of that same year, Swaim learned that a man, who was 28 years old, was making lewd phone calls in the neighborhood. This man had previously worked for a South Fort Worth store where Rachel had applied for a job shortly before Christmas. The information of women who had applied for work there or who were put as references on job applications was allegedly gathered by this individual, whose name does not appear in web media, who had been abusing his position. 6 ladies who had submitted their job applications were getting calls with explicit content. It should be mentioned that although this man and Rachel's parents shared a neighborhood, he moved out before Rachel was married. This sounds like a good lead, but nothing ever came of it, and the man was never connected to the disappearance of the 3. In 1975, a young man claiming to be Rachel's friend claimed to have seen the trio the day before they disappeared at the mall record department store. He said that he had a brief conversation with Rachel and that the girls were there with someone else. Women's clothes was discovered in the Justin, Texas, area around this time. However, it was discovered that the articles did not belong to the missing girls. 3 bones were found in a field west of Alvord, Texas, by an oil drilling crew a year later in 1976. The remains were matched to the missing girls' X-rays and dental records by the PI Swaim, but no match was found. Subsequently, it was discovered that the remains belonged to 1 male and 2 females, ages 15 to 17. One of the missing girls' family members received a call from a psychic in March of that year, informing them that they could be located close to an oil well. Searchers concentrated on a tiny oil drilling village called Rising Star in a desperate attempt to find any possible lead, but they were unsuccessful. A few short years later, in 1979, John Swaim's drug overdose death, which was believed to be caused by his failing marriage, threw doubt on the case once more. The cause of death was determined to be suicide, and he had directed that all of his case files be deleted, which is exactly what happened. When human remains were discovered in a marshy area in Brazoria County, Texas, in the spring of 1981, authorities were called to the scene. It was found that the bones did not match those of the 3 missing people after a month-long inquiry. When a witness reported seeing a man in the shopping center parking lot pushing a female into his van that same year, the man informed the witness it was a family disagreement. Authorities never confirmed this story. The case then became distant. Reopened in 2001, it was sent to a homicide detective who feels that more than one person was involved and that the girls fled with someone they trusted. That year in April, a man by the name of Bill Hutchins came forward. When the girl vanished, he worked as a security guard for the Sears Outlet Mall. On December 23, 1972, Bill claims that he was on the late shift when, at about 1:30 p.m., another guard in a pickup vehicle pulled up. The reason behind the two-way scolding is unclear. According to Bill, there were 3 girls seated in the truck's front seat, the eldest of whom was seated next to the driver and the youngest next to the door. The man said he was sorry for the words he used, and then he left. Bill observed that the 3 girls seemed to be there freely, as they were grinning and laughing. Although he said he reported it at the time, he never heard back. However, this sighting and the second security guard's denial of any involvement with the girls were both looked at in the 2001 reopening of the case. It became known that the girls' disappearance was the subject of various person investigations. The case saw its most recent development in 2018, when 2 cars were taken out of Binbrook Lake, Texas. Although there was no forensic proof connecting the cars to the girls, there was suspicion that they had something to do with the trio's disappearance. There has been little to no information or updates since the 3rd car that was reported to be sunken in the lake is still being investigated in a number of stories. Rusty, Rachel's brother, became well known in the 1990s after he started collaborating with private investigator Dan James. The two put up the theory in 2000 that Rachel was still alive and that she spent every Christmas in Fort Worth. Dan James went on to say that in order to keep her at bay, someone was, quote, hiding and fabricating evidence. Rusty's mother Fran and Rachel accused the PI of mentally poisoning Rusty. And as a result of his peculiar behavior and compulsive drive to crack the case, Rusty lost the respect of his family. Tragically, this is just one instance of how these cases split families apart. He even insisted that his older sister Deborah undergo a polygraph test. Fortunately, though, the family has come back together in recent years. Tommy offered a $2,000 prize in the days after his wife vanished in hopes of finding her whereabouts. However, he departed Fort Worth after a year, married again, and accepted a managing position at a Texas water corporation. While Renee's mother, Judy, passed away in 2015 without receiving any answers, her father is still looking for them. In 2013, Julie's mother also passed away without ever learning the fate of her daughter. Julie would be 55, Rachel would be 63, and Renee would be 60 if they were still living today. Moving on to the next case. Christy Myrick. In 1992, Christy Myrick, a 25-year-old popular school teacher, was a resident of Pennsylvania. Christy Myrick, who was born in 1967 in Pennsylvania, completed high school in 1985 and went on to work as she had recently relocated to Lancaster and started working as a 6th-grade teacher, where her compassionate and friendly demeanor allowed her to thrive. Christy was quite discreet about her life away from work, even though she was very close to her mother. As a result, the public is unaware of very little about her life outside of school. December 21, 1992, consistently timely Christy's supervisor and co-workers became concerned when she failed to show up for work. Given that the 25-year-old was acting significantly out of character, the school principal made a special trip to her apartment complex. The door stood ajar suspiciously, so Christy's employer had a peek. He was shocked by what he discovered inside and ran to another building to notify the police. Christy's devoted adherence to her window and door locks was soon discovered by the responding police officers. She was a very watchful individual who always made sure everything was securely stored up before going to bed. The fact that her door was ajar was highly odd because she did the same thing before leaving the house. Authorities concluded from this that the 25-year-old must have been unaware of her assailant when she left her house, or have known them and allowed them to pass. Christy didn't live by herself. She did share a room with someone, but they had departed early that morning. Christy had been attacked inside a very limited time frame, since she often left at 7:45. Clearly, there had been a struggle within the flat. There were bags and gift parcels scattered all over the floor. The 25-year-old had met a gruesome and violent end. With her clothes all over the place, she had been sexually raped and strangled with her own sweater. In addition, she had sustained blunt force damage, leaving her face covered in bruises and suffering from a broken jaw. The DNA of the offender was extracted from beneath Christy's body. However, it yielded no new information. Naturally, the principal of the school was first thought to be a suspect, but both he and Christy's ex-boyfriend, who was married 20 years older than her, were swiftly ruled out. A man driving a white 1993 Dodge Shadow convertible, a 19-year-old ES, or maybe a Toyota, was described by several witnesses. Subsequently, over the next few months, a number of distinct descriptions, sketches, and details about the cars were made public. It appears that despite their obvious efforts, the police were unable to determine which of the facts they had been given was the most accurate. Police thought for years that someone she knew had killed her. In Christy's case, 1,600 persons were interviewed and 60 men were investigated and found not to be credible through DNA testing. But the investigation came to a standstill. Then, in 2003, a suspicious man called a local newspaper, bringing up Christy's supposed double life and promiscuous behavior. But by the time someone called the FBI, it was too late to track down the caller. In 2017, fresh profiles of the murderer were created by employing his DNA recovered from the scene. After a year, this DNA was added to the genealogy website GEDmatch, and detectives pursuing Christy's case at last identified Raymond Rowe, a well-liked DJ in the area who went by the moniker DJ Freeze. The hit came about when his sibling uploaded their DNA to the website. Similar to Crystal Beslanowicz's case, investigators in Christie's case watched her alleged murderer before collecting his DNA. It matched the one taken from Christie's crime scene with absolute certainty. Additionally, investigators found that the man had been driving a white Toyota Coupe at the time of the murder. Raymond Rowe was born in 1968, divorced 3 times, and, in a startling turn of events, organized an anti-violence demonstration the year he killed Christie. Rowe was taken into custody in June 2018. He was thereafter wed to his 4th wife, a Ukrainian woman who had a child from a prior union. Rowe apologized to Christie's surviving family members and acknowledged his guilt after being taken into custody. Her mother had died some time before Rowe was apprehended. "I can't comprehend what you're going through," he informed the family. "I'm sorry." Rowe admitted to the crime, but he gave no explanation for what happened or why he did such a horrible thing. How he got to know Christie is still a mystery. It's uncertain whether the two were genuinely acquainted, despite the fact that a ticket stub discovered in her flat at the time shows she went to the club where Rowe was a DJ in 1992. One of Christie's former wives came out after his arrest to say that the couple had seen the headlines together in astonishment at the time of Christie's execution. She mentioned that knowing there was a killer on the loose, Rowe had voiced concern for her safety. Rowe will spend the remainder of his life behind bars even if he was spared the death penalty. It's unclear to authorities if this was Rowe's only offense. Given the unforgivable violence of Christie's murder, many people don't think it was a one-off incident. Christie's family has pointed out that even with his lengthy incarceration, Rowe was able to enjoy a freer life than their dear sister and daughter. But in the end, Rowe was just another felon on the run. One more person who believed they had escaped punishment before it eventually caught up with them. Moving on to the next case. Amy Velarde. When Amy Velarde entered her parents' and elderly grandmother's 3-bedroom home on November 2, 2015, she was horrified to discover blood all over the place. Amy discovered that her stepfather, Mike Scott, 58, her grandmother, Violet Taylor, 82, and Mike's mother, Barbara Scott, 80, had all been brutally murdered. But who would do such harm to the elderly? Especially because it didn't seem like anything valuable had been taken. No indication of a break-in or entry. Nothing unusual. Could it be a trusted and loved one of theirs? Together with their 2 mothers, Mike and Kathy resided in a caravan in Columbia, South Carolina. They had dated in their junior year of high school but lost touch. When they happened to cross paths again, love bloomed once again because it was meant to be. They looked out for their friends and family and were the most compassionate people one could imagine. Being outdoorsy, Kathy enjoyed being active. Violet Taylor, her mother, trusted her with all of her money, particularly after her husband went away and left her some land. Barbara Scott, Mike's mother, cared for the little ones in the nursery and was an involved member of the church. She and Violet got along great and decided to live together in harmony with their kids for the majority of their days. A single wide caravan was occupied by Kathy's daughter Amy, 30, and her fiancé Ross Velarde, on the same plot of land. Ross and Amy were also the home of Amy's son and daughter. Less than 50 yards separated the 2 houses. From clothes to doctor visits and even father-daughter dances at school, Amy's mother and stepfather raised her kids as if they were their own. As grandparents, Mike and Kathy were very active. Prior to her involvement with Ross Velarde, Amy had a history of disobedience and multiple previous husbands. It is said that Ross, who was 28 at the time, is a likable man. He was a Marine with specific combat instruction designed to protect embassies. He received benefits for his contributions. Amy's kids went to the church's 4th of July celebration in 2015, which Mike and Kathy attended. When they got home, Amy and Ross were entertaining guests and drinking. A fight broke out as Mike and Kathy attempted to remove the kids from the circumstance. Amy refused to let the grandparents see the kids ever again and held on to her kids, claiming they were hers. Since Amy and Ross were heavy Facebook users, their interactions on the platform shed light on the failing relationship between Amy and her parents. This was made clear by the numerous Facebook posts and messages that Amy, her parents, and other family members exchanged. The tense family dynamic was exacerbated by the conflicts and accusations in these communications. Amy made a public accusation of lying on July 9th, implying that it was Mike and Kathy. For the benefit of the kids, Mike's sister Pam Isabel gently pleaded with Amy the following day to cease exposing their private arguments on the internet. In a furious reply, Amy vowed never to allow Mike to again be her children's grandfather. By July 16th, Mike and Kathy made an effort to make amends with Amy by expressing regret and sending well wishes. Even yet, Amy continued to tweet about emotional abuse and to share videos of her disputes with her family, which fueled their ongoing feud. Despite their bond with her children, a neighbor claimed that Amy was generally hostile and disrespectful towards her parents, yelling at them and wishing they were dead. Because of their strained relationship, Amy did not invite her mother Kathy to the wedding on October 24th when she married Ross. Mike knocked on Ross and Amy's door the week after Ross and Amy were married. He expressed his regret to Amy and said that Kathy and Violet were suffering much from not being able to see the grandchildren. After her apology, Amy started going back to Mike and Kathy's residence. She assured them they would be able to see the kids the next weekend when they picked them up from Ross's parents' place. Amy's kids were at Ross's parents' house out of town the weekend of the tragedy. Amy became worried as soon as she hadn't seen her family in a few days. Amy checked on them on November 2nd, 2015. She heard the television on even though the lights were out. When she turned on the lights, she saw nothing but terror. At 12:30 p.m., she immediately called 911 and requested that they visit their Pendleton house on Refuge Road. By the time the officers arrived on the scene, it was really bloody. At first, all they could see on the faces of the victims were bullet holes caused by gunshot wounds. However, they soon discovered that a full cut had been made across their throats. The fact that the criminal changed weapons made it a special kind of crime. It looked like the victims had been shot after being stabbed. There was no indication of forced entrance, but there was indications of a fierce struggle. At the time, investigators thought that the victim's killer had been allowed entry into the residence. The main bedroom wardrobe had a shelf tilted forward, which led investigators to believe that something heavy had been taken out of it. It was theorized that money had been taken from a safe. The fact that Mike Scott stored cash in the residence was known to a few people. This was widely known. Amy was viewed as the mourning relative until the officers searched her caravan and found $67,000 in cash. Mike Scott stored his money in an envelope, labeled with the denominations. It did not appear likely that the couple's assertion that the money was savings plus profits from their dog grooming business was true. Near the entryway, the investigators discovered an unopened bucket of Halloween candy. From there, the police deduced that the family had most likely been killed on October 31st. After months of being kept apart, Mike and Kathy appeared to be anticipating a visit from Amy's children, as evidenced by the toys on the table in the living room. The grandparents seemed to be anticipating the children's visit, but Amy and Ross were close by in their caravan with her out-of-town kids. Why? Every victim had defensive wounds on their hands, indicating that they had retaliated against their assailant. Mike may have bled to death in the living room because he was discovered face down in a sizable blood pool. His left side of his neck had 6 huge incisions on it, all caused by a long knife blade. He also received a bullet wound to the back of his left ear. The two elderly women, Barbara Scott on the inside and Violet Taylor on the exterior, lay side by side in the living room. Violet's neck was nearly entirely slashed in a near-decapitation incident. She also had defensive wounds on her left hand and 2 gunshot wounds to her head, which shows how resilient she was. With about 6 stab wounds to her neck, chest, and left shoulder in addition to a close-range gunshot wound behind her right ear. Barbara Scott was the most injured of all. Given their age and fragility, the extent of Barbara and Violet's knife wounds was especially upsetting. Kathy Scott was discovered in the bedroom, suffering from severe internal bleeding after being stabbed in the right lung through a major blood vessel. The injury measured 9¼ inches in depth, and the rectangular bruise matched that of a battle knife with a guard or hilt. She was also wounded by 2 gunshots. She also seems to have been going for a gun when she tripped over a cushion and a backpack. What happened was explained by the place where she was discovered. There were footprints on the carpet leading up to the hallway. She was probably stabbed, and after running to the bedroom, she was shot. Given the variety of killing techniques and the footprints discovered at the murder site, police had enough grounds to suspect that there were at least 2 attackers. Another intriguing detail was that Mike Scott had sent his pal a picture of cash, showcasing his housing savings. There was a missing sum of money. The date on this photo was October 29th. The cash in the picture matched the serial numbers of the cash that was later discovered in Amy and Ross's caravan, further linking them to the crime. Amy was acting strangely at the funeral. She had a chilly demeanor and was wearing red, while everyone else was crying and sad. Amy gave Violet's niece a stern remark when she came to pay her respects. "It was not me." She demolished every piece of evidence, even the bloodied carpeting, as soon as the funeral was over. However, the couple only came under investigation in 2018, 3 years later. Amy moved to reclaim all of the evidence that was taken from the residence. This includes money as well as cars and weapons. That's when the investigators started to notice her. Her spending was even more suspect than her behavior. The police had to review the couple's financial records in order to gather circumstantial evidence. The majority of the funds came from a $25,000 disability check that Ross received after being released from the Marines in 2013. They had Styles for Miles, a $5,000 income tax refund, and $17,000 from their dog grooming company. Ross purchased a $14,000 pickup and a $58,100 Mustang in 2013. For a grand total of $35,000, he also paid $15,000 for 2 Harley-Davidsons. But he only received a $25,000 disability payout, leaving a $10,000 shortfall. There were notes suggesting that, with only $40 in their company account, the couple struggled to pay their rent in 2015. It was then mentioned that on November 1st, 2015, they were required to pay $7,000. It was surprising that just a few days after their home catastrophe, they had the money. Styles for Miles, their company, brought around $27,100 in 2014 and about $27,000 in 2015. Even with these gains, their expenditures greatly outpaced their actual revenue. Amy's cousin Hannah Taylor, who used to work for the Pendleton Company, revealed that the couple had been having money problems. Hannah said that it was so awful that her paychecks were consistently insufficient. There were bill collectors calling and leaving voicemails like you wouldn't believe every morning when I arrived and checked the voicemails and phone calls. Just a month or 2 prior to the killings, Hannah addressed Styles for Miles about not getting paid for her services and was subsequently sacked. She also said that she noticed a big military-style knife in Amy's car, which raised questions because it was thought that a military-style knife was used by the person who killed the victims. "Please, honey, don't spend any more money," Ross texted his wife on September 4th, 2015. "The amount remaining in the business account is just $40. Amy texted Ross on October 15th, 2015, saying that people were arguing about the rent at the shop. In response, Ross asked, "Baby, what do you want me to say to them? We really don't have the funds right now." According to Roxy Voorhees, a different employee of Styles for Miles, Amy made the decisions regarding her connection with Ross. Because of Kathy's decision to remove her biological father from life support after his horrific automobile accident, Amy harbored a deep-seated animosity for her mother. It looked like the couple's phones rang close to their house on Halloween night as they looked through cell phone data. The fact that Ross's red Asics shoes, which were captured on camera, matched the shoe prints discovered at the scene was another crucial piece of evidence. That specific hoodie and the sneakers Ross was wearing were never found. There's more. The couple's account of going out and then retiring to bed at 9 was not supported by the texts. They were spotted at a store after 9:38 p.m., and text messages put them in the area at 8:36 p.m. Amy refused to participate when the detectives wanted to interrogate each of them separately. Ross forgot that he and Amy had informed the police that evening that they would be in bed by 9. Given the discrepancies in the couple's accounts, it was clear that they were lying. Investigators thought they had enough evidence after going through financial and cell phone records, shoe prints at the crime scene, contradictory statements, their erratic relationships with the victims, and some of Mike's cash found in the Velarde trailer. It took more than 8 years after the horrific events of Halloween 2015 for Amy and Ross Velarde to be apprehended in December of 2023. They were detained pending trial after their bond application was turned down on February 16, 2024. Amy Velarde is the only person who would actually gain from their death, according to prosecutor Heather Weiss. Amy relocated her family into the house and promptly cleaned up the murder scene, according to her. What Amy did with the money she inherited is unknown to the investigators. Pam Isabella, the sister of Mike Scott, is appreciative that she is now receiving justice after suffering the horrific deaths of her mother and brother. The murderous couple, Amy and Ross, allowed their avarice and animosity to make them blind. Their family was very caring and understanding, allowing them to live rent-free and providing for them in every way. Everything was lost for them. Love, security, kinship, and even cash were what they desired. Maybe everything would have worked out okay if they had carried on with their lives. And they nearly got away with it, not realizing that eventually the truth comes to light. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Bella. A plastic bag was discovered by a woman strolling her dog on the shoreline of Deer Island, which is close to Boston, Massachusetts, on June 25, 2015. She wrote it off as discarded rubbish, but her dog kept asking to investigate, and she eventually found the child's lifeless body, a horrifying find. She alerted the authorities right away, shocked and terrified. The infant doe's identity remained elusive despite the authorities' best attempts because of its extreme state of decomposition. But it took 3 months to find the child. Who in their right mind would commit such a crime? Anyway, as soon as the child's body was discovered on Deer Island, an inquiry into her death was launched. The child's identity was determined by officials through extensive decomposition. She was found carrying a zebra print blanket inside the bag and wearing only a pair of white leggings with a black polka dot pattern. The initial lack of clarity resulted in futile efforts to find any more bodies or remains using cadaver dogs. The body had already started to decompose, making it impossible to identify by sight, and prolonged contact to water made it impossible to gather fingerprints. It was impossible for investigators to identify the child's race or ethnicity. How her remains got to that spot remained a mystery. It was unclear if the body had been dumped on the beach or had sank in the water from somewhere else, possibly Canada. The body was not sufficiently decomposed, leading authorities to suspect that the victim had been brought to the area instead of washing ashore from another location. On July 3, 2015, the child's body was found, and an autopsy was performed. However, the results did not reveal the cause of death. Despite their suspicions of foul play, the remains showed no traces of visible injuries. Tests were then carried out to look for any evidence of alcohol, drugs, or poisons that might have contributed to the death. Eventually, it was discovered that the infant had Hispanic ancestry. Her hair was described as 14 inches long, wavy, and brown, indicating that it had not been clipped in a time. She weighed about 30 pounds and was reported to be between 3 feet 1 and 3 feet 6 inches tall. There were no noticeable scars or birthmarks on her body. Her clothes, believed to be a size 4T, were found to have been made by the Serco company and may have been purchased at Target. The blanket, on the other hand, appeared to have come from Cannon Mills and may have been purchased at Kmart. An elastic hairband was also found to be present. She may not have been identified, but she seems to have had good care throughout her life, with no evidence of starvation. After attempts to identify the child's body failed, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children digitally recreated the child's face to help with identification. Using stock and morgue photos, Adobe Photoshop was used to build the reconstruction, which approximated her appearance in her prime. To get further details, flyers with pictures of the youngster and her possessions were circulated. On July 4, 2015, the child's information was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS, along with information on her discovery and physical estimates. Despite the exclusion of almost 200 missing people from the investigation, no matches were found. Nobody stepped forward to identify the victim or take credit for the crime, despite tremendous attempts. Forensic testing was now a major component of the Deer Island baby doe case inquiry. DNA samples from the body's teeth and hair were collected, but they did not match any profiles that were kept in databases of people who were known to be missing. The University of North Texas received additional samples for more detailed characterization. It took a while to conclude, but it was possible that she had also visited any of the 6 New England states, if not more. She could have traveled across the nation, according to the results of the hair and enamel test. In an interview, television host John Walsh offered his perspective into the matter and urged people who knew anything to come forward. Authorities got a lot of tips, but many leads produced little or no results. People may anonymously submit information by calling or texting a 24-hour hotline, and as a result, submissions were received from all around the United States and abroad. Following a grueling 3 months of searching nonstop, Bella Nevaeh Amoroso Bond was finally recognized as the child on September 18, 2015. On August 6, 2012, Joe Amoroso and Rochelle Bond welcomed her into the world. After Rochelle Bond's neighbor discovered a connection between Bella and the infant doe, Bella was recognized. Concerned about Bella's prolonged absence from the home, Laura Sprinsky, the sister of Rochelle's neighbor Michael Sprinsky, questioned Rochelle and her boyfriend Michael McCarthy, who stated Bella had been taken away by the Department of Children and Families. This was eventually proven false, though, since the neighbor's sister reported the incident to the police, believing baby doe to be Bella. A search warrant was carried out at Rochelle Bond's Dorchester, Massachusetts, house on September 17, 2015. Although he had never met her, Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, had chatted with her over the phone. Amoroso expressed shock that Rochelle could have been involved and conjectured that her lover might have used heroin to sedate her. But Bella's paternal grandma doubted Rochelle's sincerity and thought Rochelle had a significant role in Bella's demise. Detectives had to delve deeply into Rochelle and Michael's background, all the way back to November 2011, when Bella was conceived, in order to learn more about what had transpired. Rochelle, her mother, was enmeshed in a heroin addiction. Her involvement in the local drug culture was significant, and she turned to illicit means of financing her addiction. Despite everything, Joe Amoroso, Rochelle's partner, was also disloyal. He never saw his daughter Bella and vanished before Bella was born. Indecent. He never saw his daughter Bella and vanished before Bella was born. Rochelle was determined to keep Bella, even though she had previously lost custody of her other children as a result of her addiction. Bella was born in Boston Medical Center on August 6, 2012. Rochelle was determined to be a responsible mother after meeting her daughter for the first time, but allegations of mistreatment persisted. She tried to provide Bella a stable atmosphere and managed to get an apartment in neighboring Dorchester. Even though Rochelle loved Bella, she battled addiction, and she periodically fell back into old habits. The reports of recklessness persisted, which was understandable given Rochelle's continuous struggle with heroin use and how it affected her capacity to look after Bella. Concerns over the household situation led the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families to approach Rochelle in 2012 and 2013. As the months went by, feeling the hardship of being a single mother, Rochelle continued to communicate with Joe by phone. He kept in touch with the family, but he never went back to meet Bella in person. Rochelle, in the meantime, started seeing Michael McCarthy in January 2015 because she desired a companion. Everything appeared regular at first, but Michael's behavior gradually became unpredictable. He lived with Rochelle and Bella and was fascinated with occult subjects. Their relationship rapidly deteriorated as they both became drug addicts. Police reports on the abuses were not followed up on, hence the problem continued. Rochelle was lying to them, which is why no one noticed Bella's absence. She made up the story that Bella had been removed from their home by the Department of Children and Families, saying that the circumstances were too difficult. In the light of the situation, nobody questioned Rochelle's account. Given their high level of suspicion and Rochelle's repeated lies about the child's DCF, the investigators got a search warrant and spoke with Michael and Rochelle. Rochelle was eventually taken over. Rochelle tried to see if Bella was possessed after she passed out. Rochelle tried CPR on Bella after she passed out, but Michael intimidated her and dumped the body at the harbor. Investigators who had long suspected foul activity in Bella's case had their suspicions validated, but Rochelle's participation cast doubt on her competence. There were also inconsistencies that raised questions about Bella's level of engagement and motivations, such as her status as alive on a benefits form. Thus, on September 18, 2015, Michelle and Michael were taken into custody. According to medical findings, Bella's significant abdominal injuries may have contributed to her death. The chief medical examiner, Dr. Henry M. Nields, suggested that the trauma may have caused asphyxiation or cardiac arrest. In spite of these conclusions, Michael claimed upon his arrest that he was unaware of Bella's passing. Both Michael McCarthy and Rochelle Bond gave different accounts of what happened during their respective trials in June 2017. Rochelle was portrayed by Michael as a drug-addled, careless mother in an effort to place the responsibility elsewhere. Rochelle, meantime, insisted she was innocent of the crime but acknowledged that she assisted in disposing of the body while under Michael's influence. Charges for welfare fraud were also brought against her, and she kept on receiving Bella's benefits long after her death. Rochelle was charged with significant crimes, even though the judge seemed to believe her story during her trial. With cadaver dogs proving that there was a body in the McCarthy home and bruises on the body supporting Rochelle's story, the case against Michael appeared to be stronger. But there was no concrete proof connecting Michael to Bella's demise. As Rochelle had supposedly informed him that Bella had been taken away by the state's child welfare department, Michael's defense claimed he was unaware that Bella had gone missing. The trials exposed Bella's family's intricate network of abuse, addiction, and deceit. In the meantime, Michael Spritsky's position as a crucial witness highlights the psychological cost of pursuing Bella's justice. Following Bella Bond's untimely demise, Michael McCarthy was found guilty of second-degree murder on June 28, 2017, and given a life sentence with the chance of release after 20 years. After accepting a guilty plea, Rochelle was given a probationary period that was significantly shortened. But there were concerns about how the Department of Children and Families handled Bella's case, and further research exposed grave misbehavior. Before McCarthy was sentenced, Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, gave a victim impact statement in which he expressed his deep sorrow over the death of his daughter. Even though Joe had never met Bella, he underlined how important her existence was and bemoaned not being able to be her father. Aside from this, the Office of the Child Advocate's research uncovered grave mistakes in the child welfare system. The employee who engaged in the misbehavior was merely given a formal written warning by the organization. Balobin's case generated a great deal of national attention and discussion on Facebook and Twitter. Many people offered to pay for the funeral and interment, and the funeral home promised to provide the means for a dignified burial with a headstone. Joe Amoroso disclosed that Bella would be buried in Winthrop, Massachusetts, surrounded by family, with wake and public funeral ceremonies chosen. But on November 28, 2015, Bella was ultimately buried in a private ceremony at Winthrop Cemetery. She was interred beneath a gravestone that included her name and the date of her finding after both of her parents ultimately decided not to disclose the event to the public. Later, Bella's mother's Facebook page posted pictures of her. By the time we finish Bella's story, it's obvious that her parents' negligence caused her untimely demise. The horrific deeds committed by Michael McCarthy and Rochelle Bond, both inside and outside of prison, are brought to light by Bella's story, which emphasizes the necessity of improving child protection. Moving on to the next case. Nellie Hicks. The 59-year-old mother of 6 children was Nellie Hicks. She worked as a 4th-grade teacher at San Lorenzo, California's Ashland School. Nellie was at home in Newark, California, on May 10, 1972. She shared a home with her lifelong buddy as well as her grown son and his spouse. About 1 in the morning that fateful morning, Nellie and her friend, who was also a teacher, had a brief conversation. She was asleep on a sofa in the living room. She was last observed alive at that point. Nellie's son found her dead body in the same room around 4 hours later. There was no sign of her wallet. Later on, it was discovered a few blocks away, close to some pants that had blood on it. As the murders took place, the other residents were all fast sleeping. This made the police believe that the intruder had first rendered her unconscious before attacking her. Police discovered that she had been beaten and battered with a brick wrapped in pantyhose after noticing that she was only partially clothed. The power of the strikes ripped her head open, revealing the horror right away. The culprit slashed her dress and bra with manicure scissors after breaking through an unsecured sliding glass door. Everyone who knew Nellie could not have imagined that someone would have a reason to end her life because she was a well-liked and respected instructor. He and the other men she dated were questioned 10 years prior to her leaving an abusive husband, but this did not result in the identification of a potential suspect. Although fingerprints were found, they were never connected to a particular individual. DNA was taken during the autopsy. Nevertheless, despite decades of investigation, the case was never solved since DNA testing was not available at the time. There would soon be another horrific crime committed nearby. Teresa Pica, a 48-year-old resident of Hayward, California, lived on Edlow Drive. One of Teresa's twin 10-year-old children found her face down and hunched over the couch on May 15, 1979. Her 3 kids had last seen her alive the previous evening. She had taken off her nightgown, revealing her legs. A rope was fastened behind her back to restrain her hands. Beside her lay a blood-stained rock and a shirt that had been used to choke her. A window in the front room had been forced open. The neighbor who heard rustling close to the house in the middle of the night provided the lone eyewitness story of an intruder. Teresa had lost her handbag. Later on, her wallet and other belongings were found in a trash can down the street and in the yard of a neighbor. Similar to Nellie's case, DNA was gathered, but testing equipment was non-existent. In the decades that followed, several people were looked into, but no suspects came to light. In 2 remarkably identical situations, family members uncovered the remains of their loved ones after they had been beaten and raped when they got up in the morning. They had been sleeping in their living rooms when a stealthy invader had crept into their houses and attacked them. The culprit, Fred Bernard Farnham, was identified in 2023 by detectives from the Hayward and Newark police departments. The killings of Teresa Pica in Hayward in 1979 and Nellie and Hicks in Newark in 1972 were both committed by Farnham, according to statements made by the police in Hayward and Newark in December 2023. Unfortunately, Farnham died in a hospital in Oregon in 2007 at the age of 73. After growing up in California's Central Valley, he relocated to the South Bay in the 1950s. He was found guilty there of several attacks committed in the 1970s. Nothing suggests he ever called the East Bay home. He also resided in Oregon, where he passed away in the town of Cape Junction, as well as Nevada, Idaho, North Dakota, Alaska, and Oregon. In 2021, the exhumation of the remains of a suspected suspect was carried out using the same procedure that was used to find Farnham. By comparing its DNA to the evidence from the crime site, it was later ruled out. However, according to the police, that man was on the same genealogical tree. 9-year-old David Hicks, one of Nellie's 3 surviving children, expressed gratitude to the authorities for their persistent efforts to bring the 52-year-old cold case to a conclusion. 3 months before the police cracked Nellie's cold case, her son Ron, who had discovered her body, had died. David referred to his mother as a hero for raising a family of 6 while holding a full-time teaching position. I am so appreciative of the police officers and their commitment to this issue. They all put up a great deal of effort to provide our family with closure. Similar to how Teresa's daughters expressed relief at the closure brought about by Farnham's identification, their statement was read aloud during the press conference. The statement says that our mother can now sleep in peace. We now acknowledge that the person responsible for this will never face consequences. However, we give thanks to God for your perseverance and effort. We can now go on and put this difficult period of our life behind us. While learning the suspect's identity after all these years was a positive development, Jan Whalen, 62, Teresa's daughter, told the San Francisco Chronicle that it also set off everything all over again. I blamed myself for not being able to halt what happened for the majority of my life. It still stings even though I was eventually able to tell myself a few years ago that there was nothing I could do. This will now enable me to find closure. Following Teresa's murder, Newark and Hayward police connected the crimes due to a recognizable behavioral pattern that the two instances shared, according to Newark Police Captain Jolene Macias. That one instance will solve the other was fueled by this assumption. She also made it a point to echo the feelings expressed by the victim survivors, stating that today is really about these families and how resilient they have been over the past 50 years. 45 years is a long time, Hayward Police Chief Brian Matthews stated during the press conference. For several generations of investigators, it has been a long time. Authorities believe Farnham may have been involved. Authorities believe Farnham may have been connected to other incidents as well, and they have notified law enforcement to investigate their other unsolved cases for potential links. Pamela Shelley. In January of 2001, a horrible phone call was placed to 911 operators. The caller had called to let them know that Pamela Shelley, a young mother, had shot and killed herself. The forensic pathologist concluded that Pamela Shelley committed suicide after the autopsy, but the police and Pamela's family didn't think the results were real. After years of doubting Pamela's apparent death, the case fell cold, but one determined detective made it her mission to follow up on it. The case was revisited with a little help from a TV show about genuine crimes. The small Texas hamlet of Cuero, where today's case is set, was rocked by Pamela Shelley's passing. On July 25, 1969, Pamela Jean Shelley was born in Houston, Texas. However, Ashdown, Arkansas, where she was raised, was a small town with 4,500 residents. Pamela is from a hardworking family. Her father drove a truck for a living, and her mother worked at a nursing home. She has a sister and a brother as well. It was said about Pamela Shelley that she was incredibly gregarious and nice to everyone in her vicinity. Pamela Shelley first met her first husband, 20-year-old Jesse Suggs, when she was 16 years old. They talked about their aspirations to get married in the future. But Pamela's dad insisted that she finish high school before doing anything else. So, as soon as she graduated from high school, she got married to Jesse. They soon became parents, welcoming their first daughter, Kayla, into the world. After only 4 years of marriage, Pamela and Jesse started having issues. Jesse used drugs to get high on a regular basis, and ultimately, he turned to criminality as a result of his drug abuse. Before Pamela and Jesse eventually got divorced, they had an intermittent relationship for a while. Pamela Shelley married a different man named Gary in the summer of 1991. They became parents to a child they called Dustin. After a year of marriage, she briefly moved back in with her ex-husband Jesse before settling in with her parents. A few years later, Pamela Shelley got back in touch with her childhood friend Ronnie Hendricks. They had not communicated in over 10 years, but she and Ronnie always seemed to click. Following their renewed romance, Pamela accepted Ronnie's invitation to move in with him and the kids in Cuero, Texas, when he proposed. She and her son Dustin, along with Ronnie, took an 8-hour care ride to Cuero in the summer of 2000. The daughter of Pamela, Kayla, was scheduled to arrive a few months later. Ronnie Hendricks lived in Cuero, Texas, with his family. Everything was good between them, according to Deborah, Ronnie's mother, until Kayla moved in. She claimed that because her son Ronnie would always push her to help around the house, Kayla changed the entire dynamic in the home and caused them to argue regularly. Kayla also insisted on going back to Arkansas with her mother and herself so she could be with her father, according to Deborah and Ronnie. Ronnie and Pamela started to argue almost every day until the terrible events of January 6, 2001. On January 6, 2001, Ronnie Hendricks stated he heard a gunshot coming from inside their house while standing on their porch. He didn't take long to contact 911 at precisely 5 o'clock. At that point, the DeWitt County Police showed up. Pamela Shelley was unconscious on the bathroom floor when the police and EMTs arrived inside. There was blood all over, the gun was on the counter, and she had been shot in the right temple. The EMTs told Ronnie Hendrick that it would take them an hour to get to the nearest hospital. Ronnie said he knew a quicker way to get there by taking the back roads, and he vowed to go with them. Although Pamela was not well, she was still alive. But on January 7th, the doctors pronounced her brain dead despite having her on life support. When Pamela's ex-husband Jesse showed up at the hospital, he took the children and brought them back to Arkansas. On January 8, 2001, the medical examiner concluded that Pamela had committed suicide. It was determined that the gunshot wound was self-inflicted because it made extremely close contact with the flesh. But the suicide scenario was rejected by Sheriff Carl Bowen, who took over the case. Jesse Suggs admitted to Sheriff Bowen that he struggled to get his act together, which was the reason their relationship was difficult. Jesse replied that he had shared a bed with Pamela the night before she left for Texas when asked when he had last seen her. He went on to say that he had traveled to Texas in order to return his children to Arkansas, and that Pamela had planned to return with them on January 6th. Jesse knew that Kayla, Pamela, and Ronnie were often having problems. Jesse consented to undergo a polygraph as part of the investigation, which he passed. Jesse was ruled out as a suspect because Pamela Shelley was shot at his mother's house in Arkansas, 800 miles away. Ronnie Hendrick was the second individual the detective spoke with. He reported to the police that he heard what sounded like a gunshot while standing outdoors on the porch. Then he stormed inside and saw Pamela bleeding profusely from a head wound as she lay on the floor. He asserted that he had shielded Kayla, age 12, and Dustin, age 9, from the graphic scene. Ronnie added that Pamela and the children had started packing that morning in preparation for their trip back to Arkansas. He said Pamela Shelley had been depressed about returning to Arkansas. Nevertheless, family issues forced the move, especially given the tension between him and Kayla. Pamela didn't want to go back, but Ronnie told the police she had no choice since she was scared of losing her kids. The detectives were troubled by the discrepancies in the case, notwithstanding the autopsy results. They questioned why, if Pamela Shelley intended to commit suicide, she would have crammed her entire possessions into a car. Furthermore, the portrayal of a suicidal young woman by Ronnie Hendricks didn't match the information that the authorities had about Pamela Shelley. Former DeWitt County Sheriff's Office Deputy Sheriff Carl Bowen speculates that Pamela Shelley's death might have been the consequence of a homicide or accident. Ronnie Hendrick consented to take a polygraph exam when asked by officials to obtain more information, but he missed 3 scheduled dates. He either rescheduled or didn't show up at all before going entirely missing. The medical examiner concluded the inquiry and declared suicide to be the cause of death, closing the case. Sheriff Carl Bowen, however, chose to re-examine the case 7 years after Pamela Shelley had away since he had never thought it was a suicide. Still, Pamela's medical records were collected by Sheriff Carl Bowen so that they could be properly and thoroughly examined. It was found that Pamela Shelley was taking low-grade antidepressants to treat her frequent stress-induced seizures. Killer spoke with Sheriff Bowen and admitted that, on January 4th, 2 days before her mother's discovery, Ronnie had attacked her. When Kayla protected her mother from Ronnie, she claims that he attacked her and severely darkened her eyes. They went to a hospital thereafter. Pamela made the decision to tell the doctors that she had fallen into a coffee table with the help of the kids. Since the kids really wanted to return to Arkansas on January 6th, Pamela decided to do so following the incident. Following this discovery, in 2008, Ronnie Hendrick was located at the county jail by Sheriff Carl Bowen. Ronnie struck his girlfriend, resulting in his arrest. Then, he was questioned again about what had happened on January 6, 2001. His stories had discrepancies that the police discovered. In addition, he had to undergo a polygraph examination, which exposed his deceit. Although the detectives had suspicions about something, they lacked sufficient proof to hold Ronnie accountable for Pamela's death. But the case remained unsolved for another 4 years, until 2012, when Pamela Shelley's case was picked up by a TV program that looked at cold cases. They tried to look for fingerprints and DNA on the gun. The results were shocking when they were revealed. The gun belonged to Ronnie, but neither Ronnie's nor Pamela's DNA was discovered on it. The police and TV show now believe that all traces of DNA had been removed from the handgun. Sheriff Carl Bowen was now receiving assurances that Pamela had not committed suicide. He proceeded to speak with his mother Shirley and Pamela's ex-husband Jesse Suggs once more in August 2012. Shirley told the sheriff that she and Jesse had been using a burner phone for covert communication when Pamela was in Cairo, Texas. In response to a question about whether she thought Pamela had committed suicide, Shirley said she thought Ronnie Hendricks had shot her. Jesse Suggs claims that he spoke with Pamela over the phone about 30 minutes before her shooting death. He said he heard Ronnie come in, took the phone, and informed Jesse that Pamela would only be going home to Arkansas in a pine box. The reason was revealed, and these disclosures were starting to get disturbing. It was all the detectives needed to present their case to a grand jury. When the medical examiner discovered that Ronnie Hendricks had abused Pamela, Kyla, and other women he had dated, he quickly changed Pamela Shelley's cause of death from suicide to uncertain. 11 years have elapsed since the death of Pamela Shelley when this event occurred. Ronnie Hendrick was accused of killing Pamela Shelley in the autumn of 2012. Ultimately, Ronnie entered a guilty plea and received a 22-year prison sentence, 12 years after Pamela passed away. Terry Becker. A woman's lifeless body was discovered on December 6, 1975, in a field near 100th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard in Westminster, Colorado. 2 people on their motorcycles discovered her. She may be recognized as Terry Becker since her clothes and personal belongings were also discovered at the scene. At the time, she was 20 years old. Terry was born and raised in Casper, Wyoming, and after completing high school, relocated to the Denver metropolitan region. Friends and family recognized Terry as a free spirit. She led an adventurous life. Terry cherished both painting and music listening. Steppenwolf and Three Dog Night were 2 of her favorite bands. After an autopsy, it was determined that she had been beaten and strangled. When Terry last saw her lover at the Adams County Detention Center in Brighton, Colorado, 2 days earlier, she was hitchhiking. The primary detective on the case, Chundra Thurston, a senior criminalist with the Westminster Police Department, claimed that she had been abandoned in the field. When police arrive, an investigation is launched. Subsequently, suspects are examined over time, but nothing comes to light. The case was abandoned. A similar crime occurred in 1991. In her apartment on the 1000 block of West Monroe Avenue, close to Owens and H Street in Las Vegas, Nevada, Sherry Bridgewater was attacked and killed. The mother of 2 boys, 31 years of age, was discovered by 2 other ladies, a friend and a relative. Despite the investigating team's best efforts over the years to solve the case, it ultimately fell cold. 12 years later, in 2003, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation successfully extracted DNA from a fragment of Terry's case material. The Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, database received a sample from an unidentified individual, but no match was discovered. The Las Vegas Metro Police Department added the perpetrator's DNA to their database 10 years later, in 2013. The 2 cases were related because the sample matched Terry's offender. Both instances had no suspects prior to the DNA discovery. Technology and genetic genealogy in 2019 suggested a potential man. Veteran Thomas Martin Elliott has a long criminal past. He was given a 6-year prison term for breaking and entering into a home in Lakewood, Colorado. After being freed in 1981, he assaulted a 13-year-old girl in Carson City, Nevada, with serious intent. He was given a life sentence in prison with the possibility of release. After gaining his freedom 10 years later, he emerged as the main suspect in the unsolved Las Vegas case. On October 30th, 1991, 5 months later, he shot himself to death. He was 40 years old. Because of his brief military service, he was interred in the Southern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. Elliott was not a suspect that the Las Vegas police could look into further due to a lack of resources. After requesting aid from the Vegas Justice League, a group that has assisted the department in cracking other cold cases, in October 2023, they were able to secure funds from them, which permitted the police to exhume Elliott's remains in order to obtain a DNA sample. It was confirmed in 2024. For Terry and Sherry's instances, it was a match. The fact that Elliott was adopted by his mother's second husband presented a challenge for the identification and matching of the DNA. His real father and birth mother, Nancy West, later got divorced and remarried. Although Elliott's relationship to Terry was unknown, the investigators discovered that he and Sherry were frequent attendees of Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Senior criminalist Chandra Thurston of the Westminster Police Department said that knowing at last that someone's name was responsible for Terry's abuse was nearly a big relief. You undoubtedly had moments during this when you thought, "I'll never be able to figure this out. We will never be able to solve this." Much relief has been felt, and I hope she understands that we did not give up on her. And we kept working until justice was served. Even if things stay this way, we still want justice for her, to know that she mattered, and to know that we have always loved her. There have been many ups and downs in this case, according to Westminster Police Commander in Investigations A.C. Stutson. Many times we were so near, yet it would disappear. Terry's brother David Becker is the sole surviving family member. He stated the following and is a resident of Texas. "I have no words to express how appreciative I am. I want to say how much I respect the Westminster Police Department. It is amazing that the DNA can match and provide closure after 45 years, and for that I am thankful. It is comforting to know that they are not robbing another sibling of their life. That gives me some comfort." For Westminster Police, the case represented a revolution. It was the first cold case they had solved, as well as the oldest. According to Westminster Chief Norm Hubbard, who has represented the organization for many years, the case began in 1975, and it gives the agency great satisfaction and a great feeling of success to be able to conclude it today and represent all the men and women who worked on this case. We are also relieved that we could get this resolved for the family. Regretfully, Sherry's parents died before the person who had murdered her was found. Lieutenant Johansson of the LVMPD stated that her family was able to have some closure and that the police were able to contact both of her adult sons. In order to determine whether any more incidents could be linked to the same suspect, he said that the department is going back and reviewing records. Moving on to the next case. The Cowden family. Together with their 5-year-old son David Janes and their 5-month-old daughter Melissa Dawn, Richard Cowden and his wife Belinda June shared a home. They lived in a modest, comfortable home in White City, Oregon. The family went camping at the Rogue River National Forest Campground in the isolated Siskiyou Mountains of Oregon, close to the California border, over Labor Day weekend in 1974. Their plan was to camp until Sunday, September 1st, when they would have dinner at Belinda's mother's place before returning home. The campground was roughly a mile distant from Belinda's mother's residence. Richard and David were spotted purchasing some milk at a local store in the neighboring town of Copper, Oregon, on Sunday morning at around 9 in the morning. None of the Cowden family members would ever be seen alive again after that. Belinda's mother grew anxious after spending hours waiting for her daughter and her family. Then, to find out why it was taking them so long, she made the decision to drive out to the campsite. Upon her arrival, she discovered a picnic table with a quart of milk, Melissa's nappies and Belinda's pocketbook spread out, and her family's car positioned exactly where it should have been. Overall, the campsite appeared completely unaltered, giving the impression that the family would be returning soon. She found Richard's pricey wristwatch and his wallet, which had $23, lying on the ground beside the creek as she strolled around the campsite. She waited for the family to return for approximately an hour, but they never did. After a while, she called the police. Fishing poles leaned against trees and carefully arranged, abandoned kitchen items on tree stumps were discovered by police. There was no indication that anything had been searched through or gone missing, and the car appeared undisturbed. The entire situation was unnaturally quiet, with no signs of foul play or struggle. The family's swimwear were strangely missing, as though they had all gone for a leisurely swim. Even though the wallet and pocketbook contained cash and credit cards, these were the only items that were discovered to be missing from the camp. 5 miles or so from the camp, the family dog was discovered unhurt. Despite a thorough search being conducted, the missing family was not found. At the time, many speculations were proposed as to what might have happened to them. One was that the bodies might have drowned while swimming, but there was no sign of them anywhere along the little creek. There was also the possibility that they had vanished voluntarily, but the family appeared to be content and well-adjusted, and there had been no significant deaths or enemies. Furthermore, since everything was left at the campsite, robbery could not have been the motivation. 7 months passed with no word on why they vanished. Then, in a distant forested location in April 1975, 2 hunters discovered what appeared to be human remains. When police arrived on the scene, they found the rotting bodies of 2 adults and 2 children. It was established that the remains belonged to the Cowden family. The bodies of Melissa and David Cowden were discovered crammed into a cave on a precipitous mountainside around 7 miles from their campsite. The cave had been sealed off with boulders to conceal the macabre sight inside. The cave was located just a short distance from an area that had been thoroughly examined by authorities when the people went missing. It was discovered that Belinda and David had been shot with a .22 caliber bullet, and Melissa, the young child, had suffered significant blunt head damage. Richard's body was discovered a few feet outside the cave, not within where his family had been located. Although it is believed that he was shot to death, his body was too deteriorated to determine the cause of death. Initially, it was thought that Richard Cowden had killed his family before killing himself, but a thorough search of the area produced no weapons of any kind. There would still have been a weapon if Richard had been the one to kill his family members and commit suicide. Then, rumors circulated that they had encountered some kind of foul play. One of the theories offered by the police was that they had gone swimming in the stream, been kidnapped at gunpoint, driven a short distance, pushed up the slope, and then executed by shooting. However, nobody knows for certain who or why they did it. Cowden's father was cleared later on, but suspicion was raised because he had committed suicide not long after the disappearances. Subsequently, it was believed that the murderer was a convicted rapist and murderer by the name of Dwayne Lee Little, who was out on parole in 1974 after doing time for the 1964 attack and death of a teenager. Before they vanished, it was discovered that he had been purchasing gas in the neighborhood of the Cowden campground. But there was never enough proof to establish Little's involvement in the crime. In the 1980s, Little would be apprehended and found guilty of the unrelated murder and rape of a woman. Even still, no one has been detained or accused in connection with the Cowden family massacre as of yet. Moving on to the next case. William Kennedy Smith. Patricia Bowman, a 29-year-old mother of 1, was having a drink in a pub in Palm Beach, Florida on March 29, 1991, with a friend. She met 30-year-old William Kennedy Smith, and she had no idea that her life would be completely flipped upside down in a matter of hours. Smith was a Kennedy family relative and a Georgetown University medical student. He was, in particular, the nephew of the late President John F. Kennedy. That evening, Smith was drinking in the bar with Senator Ted Kennedy and his cousin Patrick. Smith asked Patricia for a ride back to the adjacent home his family owned after they first met. Patricia accepted, and the two of them started strolling along the beach. Smith inquired as to whether the 29-year-old would want to go swimming. Patricia remembered that she had felt safe up until that moment, but she was reluctant to enter the water. It would be freezing, and she couldn't swim. She also didn't want to undress in his presence. but Smith appeared to have no problem taking off his clothes in front of her. In a 1992 Vanity Fair interview, Patricia stated, "I turned my back because I didn't necessarily want to see him in his boxer shorts. I suddenly realized that it was getting late. He's heading for the pool. I ought to leave. As I made my way towards the stairs, someone grabbed my leg. I had a hard time escaping him. To the reasonable mind, that ought to be a warning. Avoid doing this. This man has suddenly grasped my leg, and he was a nice man. I'm on top of him. My body hurts from him." Patricia stated in her deposition that she had kissed Smith once that night, but that she had never once agreed to have sex. The 29-year-old contacted two of her friends to come pick her up after the claimed rape at around 4 in the morning. She was brought to their house and then dropped off at her own address when she made a call to a rape crisis center. A few hours later, Patricia went to the hospital for a rape kit examination, where doctors found sperm inside her, along with some bruises, and she complained of excruciating agony. She also reported the incident to the police. It took 9 months for Smith's trial to start. Assistant State Attorney Moira Latch of Palm Beach County led the prosecution and has an almost perfect conviction record. Despite being well known for her professional abilities, the 40-year-old's icy manner was observed to make her seem unlikable. Roy Black, also referred to as the Professor, was Smith's defense lawyer. He was notorious for taking on cases involving drug dealers and murders. About a dozen expert witnesses were called in to cast doubt on Patricia's 29-year-old account, and 5 private investigators were hired to dig into her background and the histories of her 2 friends who had picked her up from the Kennedy residence the night of the alleged assault. Notably, Moira Latch sought to remove Judge Mary Lupo from the bench before the trial, claiming that she was biased in favor of the defense. She came to this conclusion because Latch and her co-counsel frequently saw the judge frowning, glaring, and scowling at them. The journalist who attended the trial noted that Latch and Lupo clearly did not get along after the request was refused. In his Vanity Fair piece, Dominic June noted that Latch should have tried to get Lupo removed from the case because her co-counsel's husband was in a court dispute with the judge's spouse over money. Another apparent gaffe in the prosecution's strategy involved the unfavorable testimony of Patricia's friend and Mercer, who had picked her up the night of the alleged assault. Despite being one of the prosecution's most important witnesses, she was viewed as haughty and conceited, and it soon became apparent that she had accepted payment in exchange for appearing on TV. One of these was broadcast on the day the trial started. This meant that Smith's defense team could discredit her and paint her as a person who was driven solely by greed. Roy Black, Smith's lawyer, was also charged with selectively admitting jurors who supported the Kennedy family and excluding others who voiced criticism of them. When called as a witness, Senator Ted Kennedy spoke for a long time about the catastrophes that befell the family, appearing distraught even though most of what he said had nothing to do with the case. Smith allegedly shouted into the microphone, "I think this process has been unfair to him," as his uncle got off the stand. "It's not with bitterness that I say that. All I really mean is that." In an attempt to undermine Patricia, Black also asserted that she had a history of substance misuse and had had multiple abortions. In addition, he mentioned that she had an unmarried daughter. In court, Smith maintained that Patricia had given her consent for their encounter and that she had become enraged when he mispronounces her name as Kathy. Patricia refuted this. During this period, 3 more women came forward and agreed to testify that Smith had abused them between 1983 and 1988. They were a doctor, a medical student, and a law student in that order. The latter was Matthew Kennedy's cousin Smith's girlfriend. Judge Lupo, however, rejected the testimony without making any remarks. After 77 minutes of deliberation, the jury comprised of 6 members found Smith not guilty of any of the counts. He later graduated from medical school and became a specialist in treating landmine victims. For the most part, he avoided the spotlight. Notably, in 1995, one of the jurors was married to his defense attorney, Roy Black. A legal action was brought against Smith in 2004 by a former Center of International Rehabilitation employee who had been his assistant and claimed that he had sexually assaulted her in 1999. He dismissed the claims as baseless and refuted them. A representative for the CIR said that 2 distinct federal sexual harassment charges against Smith had been brought by former workers and had, quote, been settled amicably. The case was dismissed in January of 2005. Moving on to the next case. Sofia Juarez. In Kennewick, Washington, on February 4, 2003, Sofia Juarez was born into the family of Maria Juarez and Andre Abraham. Andre, Sofia's biological father, was absent when she was born and supposedly opposed to becoming her father in the first place, at least in the early years of her infancy while he was still a resident of Mexico. Maria Juarez, a 15-year-old who had recently become a teenage mother, did not back down in the face of her former partner's regrettable accusations and invited Sofia to move in with her at her childhood home. From the beginning, Sofia was exposed to a large family residing in the eastern Kennewick suburbs on the 100 block of East 15th Avenue under one roof. Ignacio Juarez, Sofia's grandmother, her boyfriend Jose Torres, and 6 of Sofia's aunts and uncles all resided in the same home. Sofia's mother, Maria, had biological siblings who were the aunts and uncles. Due to Maria's early age, her siblings' ages also varied, spanning from toddlers to teenagers. Despite being the youngest, Sofia wasn't the only helpless child playing around the house. After coming to the United States in the latter half of the 20th century, Maria and her family Juarez migrated from Mexico to Kennewick, Washington, where they established a new life with hopes of prospering and securing employment. With the prosperity of the nearby nuclear reactors known as the Hanford site, Kennewick was a promising city. The Hanford site was the location of World War II nuclear weapons research and development, as well as the facility that processed plutonium for use in the 1945 Fat Man atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki, Japan. People moved here from all over the nation in search of a more tranquil American dream-style lifestyle, and the Hanford site contributed to a steady rise in blue-collar jobs. Because of its low height, the town in southeast Washington also has a moderate temperature, making it ideal for people who enjoy milder winters with low humidity. It is located on the Columbia River's southern bank. The Juarez family saw this as the ideal chance to make the move from their familiar surroundings in Mexico to the largely unknown land of America. The optimism and enthusiasm that propelled the Juarez family ahead were only strengthened by Sofia. Despite her shyness in public, she developed into a loving child quite soon, accepting every member of her family. The description of her was that she was a bright, active little girl who could always make her mother, aunts, and uncles laugh until their faces hurt. Sofia loved her Barbie dolls and liked to play pretend with her younger relatives while donning homemade costumes and makeup as a way to kill time when she wasn't the center of attention. In addition, Sofia was an avid cartoon watcher, and a lot of people think that her love of animated TV contributed to her limitless inventiveness and vibrant vitality. In addition, Sofia was well known for her love of hamburgers and for informing everyone that she knew they were her favorite cuisine, thanks to the Burger King fast food business. These are the only details we have about the little child since, on the day before she turned 5, her happy, animated voice in the crowded family house on the 100 block of East 15th Avenue suddenly stopped. Now let's examine the sequence of events that culminated in Sofia's disappearance. Tuesday, February 4, 2003, around 8 o'clock at night. Sofia Juarez plays with her younger uncles in one of their bedrooms in East Kennewick. Concurrently, Jose, the boyfriend of Sofia's grandma, gets ready to run errands to the nearby convenience shop, which is just a few blocks away from the Juarez residence. Even though Jose doesn't reside at the house on 15th Avenue, he gets along well with Sofia and the other kids who do. Jose asks the children if they would like to accompany him on his brief excursion to the shop a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. The children all say no to the offer, with Sofia excluded, that is. She initially says she doesn't want to go, but at the last minute, She thinks she would want to go somewhere between 8 and 8:15 p.m. But in that same period of time, Sophia forgets to tell Jose of her newfound conviction, and he leaves the house by himself, leaving Sophia behind. Sophia runs through the home between 8:15 and 9:15 p.m. in an attempt to locate her mother, Maria. When Sophia finds her, she pleads for $1 so that she and Jose can go shopping. After some hesitation, Maria agrees and gives Sophia the money. Maria watches as initially scheduled and returns to her evening activities as originally scheduled. This would be Sophia Juarez's final verified sighting. Although it wouldn't be made public until June 2021, a very reliable witness reports seeing a young girl who fits Sophia's description strolling along South Washington Street, the street that runs alongside 15th Avenue and the Juarez family home, between 8:15 and 9:15 p.m. The subject of this eyewitness story also saw a second child approaching the girl. This time, it's a little Hispanic lad, maybe 11 or 14 years old, and he stands approximately 5 feet tall. In addition, the witness notes that the youngster had unusually huge hands, a baby face that made him appear younger than normal, and black, wavy hair. The witness then witnesses this guy taking the girl's hand and leading her toward a nearby parked van while he chuckles and she sobs. The witness characterized the van as the kind of van you might see builders or painters using. The color is a shade of light blue, silver, or gray that is reminiscent of a full-sized panel van from the 1970s or 1980s without side windows. It's unclear if Sophia Juarez is being seen in this instance. The witness claims to be the girl who was seen with the suspect and van, though, when the police show her pictures of a younger Sophia. Meanwhile, at the market, Sophia's grandmother Jose's boyfriend buys a gallon of milk and uses one of the pay phones in the store to make a brief call to Mexico. 30 minutes later, at 9:45 p.m., Jose comes home alone from the supermarket. When Maria asks him about Sophia, he responds that she never made it clear that she would be accompanying him and that he never saw Sophia while running his errands. Maria Juarez doesn't waste any time in reporting her daughter missing to the police at 9:53 p.m. 3 minutes later, law enforcement shows up and starts asking questions about what has been going on for the past 2 hours. Maria updates them on Sophia's whereabouts before to her disappearance. Authorities can tell with certainty that Sophia hasn't just walked off or is playing hide-and-seek when they consider this information in addition to the low temperatures outside, Sophia's age, and the fact she wasn't wearing a coat. Instead, it's more likely that she was abducted. Following a short while of questioning, police assign other officers to search the Juarez family home, the yard around it, the cars in front of it, and the surrounding area. At least 7 patrol officers were dispatched to public parks, open spaces, school districts, and playgrounds in the vicinity. The Federal Bureau of Investigations and the local media are contacted within an hour of the Kennewick Police Department, also known as the KPD, being reported missing. Simultaneously, the state of Washington issues its first ever Amber Alert, advising the public to exercise due diligence in searching for a girl who fits Sophia's description. When the crescent moon peaks in the night sky, almost everyone in Kennewick, as well as federal and municipal government organizations spanning international borders to include the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, are aware of Sophia Juarez. Particularly private residents are keen to assist in the hunt, and many of them leave their houses early in the evening to scour the neighborhood for any indication of Sophia. The KPD is in charge of these search parties, and they use night vision and thermal imaging technology to negotiate the challenging terrain while setting up quadrant searches. Within a few hours, the case manager is appointed to monitor developments and support the search, including alerting the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. States that are nearby, such as Oregon, Idaho, California, and Nevada, also receive similar alerts. Even though no results are obtained overnight, an incident management team is assembled on Wednesday, February 5th, in the morning to carry out further search operations. In the course of the next 3 days, more than 500 volunteers from the general public, police officers, FBI agents, IMD staff, and members of the dive and rescue squad are involved in the search. They use cadaver docks, helicopters, airplanes, and even go through sewers and canals to find the missing individual. Police examined the homes of 2 parties in Kennewick and one in the nearby town of Burbank, Washington, on Saturday, February 8th. The mother of the boys who were searched and questioned in Burbank asserts that the police were trying to coerce her sons into making a false confession, but nothing is found. Tuesday, February 11th, 3 days later, the Kennewick Police Department received a report about a sexually explicit phone call between a man from Kennewick and an unknown person. Following the unsettling phone contact, the Kennewick guy allegedly made a strange remark regarding Sophia's disappearance and came to be considered a person of suspicion. Following an extensive interrogation, the individual is accused of telephone harassment but is later absolved of any participation. The Juarez family home hosts a public candlelight vigil later that evening. There are 300 participants. A few weeks later, on Saturday, March 1st, a NASCAR driver named Damon Lusk decides not to use sponsorship opportunities on his racing car and instead puts a picture of Sophia on the outside of the trunk in an effort to spread awareness throughout the country. At about the same time, America's Most Wanted highlights Sophia's case. Although 13 valid phone line tips are received as a result of the coverage, none of them result in anything noteworthy. A few months later, in May 2003, police issued a BOLO report for a full-size van from the mid-1990s that was painted a faded orange color and had a license plate with the letter "J" typed on it. Police have attached a profile for the driver of the van, a 35 to 40-year-old Caucasian man with a thick blonde beard, to the vehicle. These reports originate from an eyewitness who says she saw the suspicious driver and the van at the same location and time that Sophia vanished. Whether the man and his van were ever located is a mystery. In the instance of Sophia Juarez, not much is learned as the months stretch into years. Sophia's mother, Maria Juarez, relocates to California in late 2007 or early 2008. She gives birth to a second kid around the middle of 2008. However, on Saturday, January 10, 2009, a tragic chain of events culminates in Maria's death from medical difficulties. 6 days later, on Friday, January 16th, her ashes are transported through the Kennewick, Washington suburbs using the same path that was used for Sophia's candlelight vigil procession over 6 years prior. A heartfelt homage to the young lady who had never given up on finding her first daughter. Al Weiner, a retired police officer from Richland, Washington, was given new responsibility for the investigation by the Kennewick Police Department in 2015. Leading investigator Weiner will take over in February 2021. The Juarez family launched a website in March 2021 that is devoted to the search for Sophia Juarez. It features public access accounts from the investigative teams working on the case since 2003, along with statements urging those who may have been involved to come forward because they will not be able to evade discovery indefinitely. The most significant development in Sophia's case occurs in April 2021 when a TikTok video goes viral, showing a 22-year-old woman from Culiacan, Mexico, who strikingly resembles the age-progressed pictures of Sophia that were recently made public. The woman in the video says she doesn't know her own narrative and she doesn't like birthdays. The woman goes on to claim that she has heard stories of being abducted as a child and doesn't know where she originated from. She would like to talk to her true family. Over 5 million original views are received by the video as it is shared widely throughout social media platforms by both TikTok members and spectators. In order to assist them in finding Sophia, investigators working on her case are informed of and establish a connection with the interviewer in the Ospla video. Regretfully, in March 2022, those identical investigators issued a statement stating that they had compared the 22-year-old woman's DNA to preserved Sophia Ware's DNA and discovered that the two did not match. Even though Sophia's story has gained a lot of attention in the months after the spring of 2021, as of the spring of 2022, police are still requesting any and all information pertinent to the inquiry because it is still a very cold case. Physical evidence was found in relatively small amounts over the first 18 years or so of the search for Sophia Juarez. Volunteers conducted thorough searches for the missing child for several months, but were able to locate a pair of children's overalls and a stray pair of shoes that looked to belong to a young girl. Although they were given to Maria Juarez, The two articles of clothing were never acknowledged as being worn by Sophia. A farmer discovered pieces of a human skull in the Ritzville, Washington, area in August 2006. The skull fragments were subjected to radiocarbon dating testing in 2007. The skull was discovered to be around 600 years old, making Sophia Juarez's age impossible to match. As the years passed, the leads from these red herrings dwindled and the case went nowhere. That is, until an impromptu interview conducted on the TikTok social media app in April 2021 almost completely turned the case around. In a recent video, Ospala, a popular TikTok celebrity who conducts interviews with individuals in various parts of Mexico and the US, is shown interviewing a young woman in Mexico. If the woman is still living today, she will be the same age as Sophia Juarez, who is believed to be around 22 years old. She is presently receiving treatment for either an addiction or another ailment when she is interviewed at a rehabilitation facility. The interviewer brings up the subject of birthdays in the video, and the woman replies that she dislikes them because of a tragic experience that happened to her when she was a young girl, though we do not have a word-for-word translation. In response to the interviewer's question on why, the woman says that she has no idea where she is from and that she may have been kidnapped or taken as a little child in Mexico or perhaps the United States. The woman concludes by stating that she would like to talk to her relatives in order to understand her background and the specific events of her childhood. Following the video's release, a few TikTok users commented on the post, mentioning Sophia Juarez and pointing out how strikingly similar the woman in the video was to the age-progressed posters created for her. After noticing the discussion regarding Sophia Juarez in the comments, the interviewer uploaded a few more follow-up videos, deviating from the typical material of that TikTok account. He stated that he has informed the relevant investigators of everything he knows and requested additional information from the general public. The woman in the video is being sought out and contacted by the content creators behind the accounts, according to a public statement released by Kennewick Police Department investigators in April. The KPD released a fresh statement in June 2021, stating that they had located the woman in question but that she was still receiving care in a rehab facility and that they would update the public as soon as they got more information. The woman allegedly stayed in rehabilitation during that summer and into the following year, until the KPD released the most recent update on Sophia's case in March 2022. The update stated that the woman was cleared from the investigation after it was determined through interviews and DNA testing that she was not Sophia. Even though the TikTok scenario ultimately resulted in a dead end, it serves as a symbol of the need of raising awareness of cold cases and encouraging conversation about them, regardless of how long they have been unsolved or unlikely they are to be. It might have also resulted in the most significant eyewitness account, provided to KPD in May 2021, of a young Hispanic boy escorting a girl who fit Sophia's description to a panel van in the vicinity of around 8:30 p.m. on February 4, 2003. Although the police haven't stated it outright, it's possible that the TikTok video's increased visibility linked this witness to the inquiry. No matter how unlikely it appears, someone could be anywhere in the globe and have the one essential piece of information needed to return a missing person to their family, or at the very least forward a search to the next suitable stage. Because of this, we think that eventually, even though Sophia wasn't discovered through this interview, it will be considered the catalyst for the case's final resolution. Early conjecture on child abduction ideas, particularly those involving large families, frequently focuses on the relatives who were last seen with the victim. Investigators prioritized looking into both Jose and Maria in the Sophia Juarez case. These two adults were the final confirmed sightings of Sophia alive. Fortunately, the mother of Sophia and the grandmother's boyfriend were both able to provide quite credible alibis to the police. Witness evidence had allowed Jose to be tracked down at the grocery shop, and Sophia had never been with him. Although the individual on the other end of the call was identified and had nothing to do with the current issue, some had initially questioned whether his call made from the payphone at the grocery shop would have been connected to a potential contracted abduction. Other Juarez family members corroborated Maria's story, and she was promptly eliminated as a person of interest. When Sophia left the house on 15th East Avenue, her biological father Andre was still believed to be living in Mexico, so he wasn't purged of all family members nearly as soon. In order to locate and speak with Andre, the Kennewick Police Department collaborated with FBI agents and special agents stationed in Mexico. Andre said he had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance, while being surprised to learn about it. After investigating the leads he gave them about an alibi, the FBI quickly established Andre's innocence. After all family member rumors were thoroughly dispelled, law enforcement's focus shifted to the entirety of Kennewick, Washington, and the surrounding Tri-Cities area. Kennewick initially gives the impression of being a little, idyllic town that embodies everything that America is proud to be. Blue-collar, hard-working, and a place where everyone can unite to pursue their dreams and improve their own lot in life. Sadly, not everything in Kennewick, Washington, is sunshine and rainbows. Instead, beneath the benign surface of the southeast Washington suburban area is a history rife with peril and tragedy. Kennewick is located in an area that was formerly home to several Native American tribes, including the Wanapum and Yakama peoples. This area was once lush and bustling. Naturally, this peaceful group of Aboriginal people was driven out of the area by settlers in the 18th century, just like every other indigenous population in North America. Furthermore, by the time Lewis and Clark's expedition passed through Kennewick in 1806, two sizable colonization settlements had already asserted their ownership of the region. More sprang up around what is now Kennewick when the Walla Walla Council formally ceded the area to the United States in 1855. Following this, the number of people who traveled the trails to settle in the Pacific Northwest increased dramatically. The Industrial Revolution also brought about a sharp increase in population in Kennewick and the nearby cities in Washington State and Oregon. As previously reported, Kennewick was a thriving community that was selected for the potential Hanford nuclear site in the 1940s. During World War II, one of the main atomic bombs launched on Japan was developed there using plutonium, and a plethora of job prospects accompanied the new. Americans of all stripes soon flocked to Kennewick to take advantage of the city's abundance of jobs and allure as a suburban area. It seemed to be the ideal refuge for both single people and families. That is, for people with white skin and their families. Kennewick used unsettling patterns of racial discrimination against members of any minority, but especially African Americans, under the false pretense of perfection. In fact, Kennewick had a reputation as a sleepy town before, during, and immediately following the American Civil Rights Movement of the 1950s and 1960s. Sunset towns, sometimes referred to as gray towns or sunset towns, are primarily white cities and communities in the United States that are known to practice and uphold racial segregation, denying non-whites access to local privileges and enforcing this discriminatory behavior through the use of both violent and coercive techniques. One such sundown town that was well known for requiring African Americans to leave the city limits by the end of dusk was Kennewick. Black people were met with harassment on the town streets even during the day by both plainclothes civilians and the police. Both black men and women were prohibited from owning land, which forced them to live in East Pasco, another neighborhood in the Tri-Cities, along with other non-white citizens. Kennewick gradually moved away from its terrible reputation as a sundown town, and because to numerous laws enacted by the federal government, minorities, including African Americans, were granted fair and equal treatment in the community, at least to some extent. But this does not imply that the opinions of people who had lived in Kennewick their entire lives changed for the better only because the laws had changed. The town's reputation has evolved in the new millennium, and it now treats all of its residents with more inclusivity and empathy, but the past cannot be disregarded. Families that were raised with bigotry and racial principles may continue to hold these ideas into the next generation. Furthermore, Sofia Juarez could become a victim of a hate crime or other racial incident. Due to their Mexican origin and Hispanic ethnicity, the Juarez family may have been viewed as undesirable outsiders because they did not have deep roots in Kennewick. Given the negative perceptions of Mexican Americans held by some in America as a result of immigration issues, it is plausible that Sofia and her family were the target of one or more individuals due to their skin tone or ethnic heritage. An important refutation of this idea makes use of eyewitness testimony from May 2021, in which the witness reported seeing a young Hispanic kid escorting a girl who resembled Sophia into a van in February 2003. Given that Sophia's ethnic identification was shared by the most likely suspects to this day, how could it be a hate crime? Nevertheless, a person's identification does not completely preclude them from being a victim of a crime based on their race or ethnicity. The Hispanic lad, who might have been a victim of child abduction himself, might have been coerced into securing small children as part of a kidnapping plot. This is a common method used in human trafficking operations to hide the operators' identities. That being said, because of the randomness of the events, Sophia's kidnapping might not have qualified as a hate crime. Even if her kidnapping was prearranged, no one could have predicted her simple disappearance and public exposure to expose the biases of those engaged. Hate crimes are frequently planned ahead of time and made public to expose the prejudices of the perpetrators. Additionally, there was no pattern of missing children from minority groups in Kennewick about 2003. The Juarez family was not the only minority living in the Tri-Cities, as evidenced by the fact that 24.2% of Kennewick's population is Hispanic or Latino as of 2010. No other families have reported kidnappings comparable to this one, either before or since. Of course, a certain amount of hate crimes still occur in communities with higher minority population percentages. This is not to argue that it is impossible due to the numbers alone. First-generation Americans and immigrants are more likely to be the subject of public animosity. Therefore, patterns alone cannot be the decisive factor. Apart from broad conjecture about kidnapping, there aren't many strong indications pointing to any particular outcome for Sophia Juarez. The KPD has received reports mentioning the theory that Sophia was hit by a driver and fled the scene out of fear. The tips include the names and vehicle descriptions of potential witnesses. Investigators have, however, investigated all of these without finding any evidence to support them. One thing is certain. Everyone believes that whoever abducted Sophia or was directly responsible for her disappearance originated in Kennewick. Most likely, it was a crime of opportunity committed by a familiar street person who Sophia would have recognized. Maria Juarez insisted on telling the police and other outlets that she knew the person who had taken Sophia. She went on to note that although her daughter was an animated and vivacious youngster at home, she was extremely shy and reserved in public, particularly when other people were around. She also mentioned that her daughter had never willingly left the house on her own. Was Sophia acquainted with the small child with the newborn's face who guided the girl to the panel van? She might have known the youngster, but not the driver of the van. Perhaps the van driver had been observing Sophia for some time and decided to take advantage of the ideal opportunity. In any case, everyone is aware that Sophia was abducted against her will. It still remains to be seen who did it. Because Sophia Juarez was a toddler when she vanished, and there is only one possible conclusion, her story differs from most other missing person cases we bring attention to. She was taken hostage and did not flee on her own initiative. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Sophia has passed away. There are individuals out there that have self-preserving secrets from an unknown past that they are working to solve, much like the TikTok phenomenon demonstrated. Regarding the actual kidnapping, we are convinced that the witness who came forward in May 2022 saw the perpetrators. Our suspicion is that the boy who escorted Sophia away while she sobbed wasn't acting alone. Rather, he was a puppet for an older suspect who used the boy to entice other kids into danger. We also think Sophia might have recognized the boy, or at least been relieved to see someone who resembled a kid. We can't be positive, but it's possible that the boy was trying to defuse the situation rather than laughing since he understood what would happen to Sophia. Either way, the boy's and whoever's behavior in the panel van behind him are unacceptable and ought to be held accountable. Sophia might still be alive, and the youngster and whoever he was working with hold the key to providing the most important response. Recall that the youngster seen interacting with Sophia on South Washington Street in Kennewick, Washington, was assessed by the witness to be between 11 and 14 years old, translating to 29 to 32 years old now. The youngster was described as being between 5 and 6 feet 2 inches tall, with a light complexion and Hispanic ancestry. He was overweight, and the baby fat that was still visible around his face gave him a plumper look that could be mistaken for a baby's face. There was a faint trace on his cheek that might have been a birthmark or a bruise. The boy's hair was about 1.5 inches long, dark, and curly. The bangs were pushed flat with what looked like grease or hair gel. The youngster was most notable for having hands that were larger than normal for a boy his age. We don't currently know the specifics of the attire. The full-sized panel van was reported as having no side windows and being either a 19-70S or 19-80S model, with light blue, silver, or gray paint. Keeping these descriptions in mind, please call the KPD at 509-582-1331 or email the special investigator at alwaner@citickennewicht.wa.us if you have any information that could link these things to the overall investigation. By phone, Crime Stoppers USA can be reached at 1-800-222-TIPS. Ultimately, our goal is to return an innocent mind to her family and the world that she was snatched from much too soon. The idea that Sophia's mother, Maria, didn't have enough time to find out what had happened to her daughter, and that, like the other Juarez family members who are still alive, Sophia's half-sister would have done anything to ensure that her daughter returned home safely is devastating. Despite her brief existence, Sophia had a lasting impact on those who knew her. There was something extraordinary about the way her grin and her energy filled the 100 block of East 15th Avenue residence. Sophia was there to lift you out of the shadows and into the sunshine of love and laughter, no matter how awful your day had been. Had Sophia lived, she would have had a profound effect on the world, an impact that, due to a terrible tragedy lurking in the shadows of the once sunset-turned-sleepy blue-collar town, we might never know. Sophia was a happy little girl who enjoyed brightly colored crafts, cheeseburgers, and cartoons. That way, instead of remembering her as someone who disappeared, we will remember her as a real person who might still be alive. Their tale is far from ended. Moving on to the next case. Somerton Man. Some believe he was searching for a past love. Some people believe he was a smuggler. He was allegedly a Cold War spy. 60 years later, a professor of electronic engineering fell in love with a girl as well as this enigma. A girl who was the key to what used to appear to be an intractable enigma. Finally, after 70 years, we solved the puzzle. This is the Somerton Man's tale. A couple is taking a leisurely stroll along Somerton Park Beach, which is located just outside of Adelaide, South Australia, on November 30th, 1948, at approximately 7:15 p.m. As the waves gently lap against the barrier, they notice a man dressed sharply in a brown suit leaning against it. He appears to be sleeping. Even when he waves half-heartedly at them, the pair only laughs, assuming he's had too much to drink. The same man is lying there on the sand, still as a statue, and is noticed by two jockeys who are exercising their horses on the beach the following morning. That is odd right now, correct? One of the jockeys, Neil Day, then approaches to have a better look. He tries to nuzzle the man, but nothing happens. And there was the start of the Somerton Man's mystery. That was December 19th, 1948, right there on the bright shores of Adelaide. The body was sent to the Royal Adelaide Hospital for examination by the responding authorities. The attending physician guessed that the man had probably died about 2 in the morning. He seemed like your typical Joe at first glance, a 511 man in his mid-40s with gray eyes and reddish-brown hair. He had a clean-shaven face, neat fingernails, soft hands, and a polished appearance. But one of the medical examiners noticed a few anomalies when they looked more closely. First of all, the man's calf muscles were remarkably prominent. Another oddity was that he was missing an astounding 16 teeth. They searched the man's pockets in the hopes of finding some information about who he was, but they found nothing. No ID, no wallet. The only items they discovered were 2 combs, a pack of chewing gum, a carton of cigarettes and matches, and a few airline tickets. A counterfoil from an unused bus ticket from Adelaide to the adjacent town of Henley Beach, and another from Adelaide to Somerton. However, what really complicated the mystery was the man's attire. Back ago, it was typical for people to put their names or initials on the labels of their clothing so that they could be washed later. However, every label on the man's outfit had been carefully cut off. They even took off the name badges from the undervest. And there was even another oddity. A rip in his pants pocket had been expertly repaired with vivid orange embroidery floss. Unsettling results from the autopsy included an enlarged spleen and damage to the liver. Despite the pathologist's suspicions of heart failure, the man's heart strangely seemed to be functioning normally. Test results for toxicology were negative. There was no poison in his system, not a hint of violence either. There were no scratches on his body or alterations to the sand surrounding him. The coroner became perplexed. The Somerton man's death was not natural, whatever caused it to happen. There was definitely no accident. The Somerton man's identity had to be investigated before the authorities could even start to piece together who might have been responsible for his death. His picture appeared in Australian newspapers with a silent call for someone to come forward and identify themselves as his family. The mystery drew large audiences who rushed to the mortuary in hopes of seeing his face. People kept coming out of the shadows, claiming to know the Somerton man, but every lead ended in oblivion. Then something unexpected happened. A publication boldly claimed that E.C. Johnson was the man discovered on Somerton Beach. However, E.C. Johnson personally corrected the record when he walked into the police station. The Somerton man provided his fingerprints, but regrettably none of them matched. The cops, unfazed, distributed his picture widely. Numerous phone calls arrived, all claiming to know the enigmatic individual. He was a husband gone from the family, a guardian away from illegal card games, a recognizable face from the military testing base up north. A local newspaper even made the joke that the police provided an almost round-the-clock taxi service to transport individuals who were anxious to see the mysterious figure to and from the mortuary. However, hopes gradually faded as they increased. Those who were positive they knew him were convinced otherwise when they saw him in person, and thus he stayed the Somerton man, an enigma that seemed to grow bigger every day. Investigators would struggle to piece together his identity and the circumstances of his death for years, if not decades. There was conjecture. He was a former dancer, a Cold War spy, and the casualty of a bad love. It turned into one of the most intriguing and long-lasting cold cases in Australia, a story that would enthrall future generations. A month or so after discovering his dead, detectives turned their attention to the scant belongings of the Somerton man. He did, after all, have those travel tickets and a few trinkets, but no real luggage. In order to find lost bags, the police spread out their net and posted notices at motels and train stations. They searched all possible places a bag may end up abandoned, including dry cleaners, bus stops, and lost property offices. Then, as if by magic, 3 days after the call was made, on January 14, 1949, they struck gold. They noticed a dark brown bag that had been abandoned at the Adelaide train station. The luggage tag indicated that it had been checked in on November 30th, the day the Somerton man was found on the beach, at approximately 11 a.m. When detectives pried it open, they discovered an odd assortment of objects, including handkerchiefs, scissors, a knife, and shaving supplies. However, it was a simple spool of thread that caused their thoughts to race. An unidentified brand that is unavailable in Australia, in the exact same shade of orange as the thread that was used to repair the Somerton man's pocket. Just a coincidence? Not likely. Hold on, there's more. There was a stencil brush among the miscellaneous items. A third officer in the Navy would normally use this kind of instrument. Strangely enough, though, they also found drafting pencils, the kind used by engineers, next to this nautical clue. And then there were the garments, shirts, trousers, a coat, and more. All in the Somerton man's exact size and style, with the exception of 3 that had had their labels painstakingly taken off. One tie among them has a fading ink name scribbled on the label. It appeared to be Keen. At last, a ray of optimism. The Somerton man might have had a name, and the police had a possible lead. Many English-speaking countries, including the U.S., where the man's code originated, had their records searched through. But, despite their best attempts, they were unable to locate any information about a missing person with that name. Investigators appeared to be stumbling over thin air, trying to figure out who this man was, as it seemed he was desperate to remain anonymous. But it was time for the Somerton man to rest. More than 6 months had gone since his passing, but not before detectives saved his face, the only concrete indication they had. They paid their final respects to a guy whose identity remained a mystery by having him embalmed and creating a plaster cast of his head and shoulders. The Somerton man was buried in an Adelaide cemetery on June 14, 1949. His identity was hidden under a concrete vault and remained a mystery. "Here lies the unknown man who was found at Somerton Beach," was the plain statement engraved on the tombstone. Authorities were no closer to solving the mystery that surrounded him despite the burial. By April of 1949, the police had reached a dead end. It had been over 5 months since the body was found, and they were still no closer to solving the mystery. They resorted to University of Adelaide pathology expert Professor John Cleland, frustrated and in need of a breakthrough, to re-examine the facts. The way that Professor Cleland went about things was just brilliant. He came up with a cunning plan after realizing how difficult it would be to tell whether the garments in the bag would fit the Somerton man's lifeless figure. He got someone who was around the same size as the Somerton man to try on the clothes from the bag, and the ones the man was found wearing. They fit like a glove miraculously, proving beyond a doubt that the suitcase really belonged to him. That wasn't all, though. Professor Cleland discovered a secret pocket in the Somerton man's trousers when examining his clothing. There was a rolled-up piece of paper with 2 big Persian words printed on it. The professor did not find these words very memorable. This was a really confusing statement, and no one at the station knew what it meant. Then a well-read newspaper reporter clarified that it was inspired by a work written by the well-known poet Omar Khayyam from the 12th century. They were specifically taken from his book Rubaiyat. Tamamshud is a word that signifies end. With this new information, investigators surmised that the Somerton man may have left this cryptic clue to indicate that he committed suicide or to reflect on the greater meanings of life in his final moments. It's interesting to note that the Rubaiyat was highly valued at the time. The first edition of the Rubaiyat was rebound in 1909 by 2 expert English bookbinders who embellished it with more than 1,000 precious and semi-precious stones, such as ivory, silver, and gold leaf. This magnificent extension cost an American buyer about $70,000 in today's currency. Regretfully, the book in question perished on the Titanic while traveling to America and hasn't been found again. However, the investigators weren't after that particular book. The book from which the scroll was torn was what they desired. They made contact with all the libraries in the Adelaide region, asking the staff for assistance in going through their copies of the Rubaiyat to check for any missing pages. Until a fortunate break came along. It seemed impossible to locate the particular book if the scrap was from a unique printing. About the time the Somerton man met his end, on July 24, 1949, a chemist entered the Adelaide police station with a copy of the Rubaiyat he had found in his car months before. After reading the enigmatic scrap in the newspapers, he stopped discounting it and started to be curious. He turned to the last page and showed the words Tamamshud that were missing. The piece from the Somerton man's pocket and the tear in the book matched exactly, giving officials the much-needed breakthrough. Examining the book more closely revealed another interesting lead. A phone number on the back cover that was written in pencil. The number belonged to a young nurse who lived not far from Somerton Beach, a mere stroll away from the scene of the man's discovery. And so Jessica Thompson started to draw attention. Jessica's response to the police's questioning was just as enigmatic as the case itself. She said she had nothing to do with the Somerton man. There were virtually no leads left, and the investigators were at a loss. Then they made the decision to invite her in to have a closer look at the Somerton man's cast. The sight of the plaster cast of the Somerton man's face appeared to shake her visibly. She shifted back and forth between astonished silence and evasive answers. The chief inspector saw that she was about to pass out and reached out to support her, but then realized she was able to stand by herself. However, the investigators' will to uncover the layers of mystery surrounding her was only strengthened by her evasiveness. Investigators were greatly burdened by the riddle of Jessica Thompson's phone number in the Somerton man's rubaiyat. When pressed for clarification, Jessica at last opened up. She met Alfred Boxall, an Australian Army officer, when she was employed at a Sydney hospital during World War II. She admitted to giving him a copy of the rubaiyat, but she remained evasive about their romantic relationship. When the police discovered that Boxall was still alive and still in possession of the ruby Aunt Jessica had given him, they mistakenly believed they had made progress. However, this book was not the Somerton man's edition. It had a handwritten poem and Jessica's signature on it. Going back to the enigmatic pencil notation, the investigators found more information than just phone digits. Beneath them was a string of barely readable characters. When exposed to ultraviolet light, the message was more visible. 5 rows of capital letters, some crossed out, arranged as though at random. They realized it. It was a code. Australia's naval intelligence, famous for interpreting messages during warfare, received the rubaiyat. Police also published the cryptic letter in newspapers in an attempt to reach out to the public in the hopes of making progress. Even the naval intelligence professionals, however, were unable to decipher the code. Everyone was confused by the code, which led to hypotheses ranging from a ship's name to a depressing message. Even with concerted efforts, a definitive explanation remained elusive. 5 years later, in 1958, police formally concluded their inquiry into the death of the Somerton man. However, conspiracy rumors persisted due to the attraction of an unexplained death and an enigmatic code. The Somerton case, like many unsolved mysteries, captivated the minds of those who ventured to ponder its secrets with a trail of unanswered questions and infinite speculation. Australia became heavily involved in espionage during the 1940s, having been a vital component of the British Commonwealth and the Allied troops in World War II. Intelligence services were instrumental in bringing the war to a close by intercepting communications from adversarial countries. The post-war world became more divided along ideological lines between capitalism and communism, which fueled a race for military technological dominance. There were hints in the case file about the Somerton man that suggested he was not your typical citizen. He carefully hid his identity, leaving all the clothes in the luggage and on him unlabeled. There were very few products using the name Keane, which was eventually unsuccessful. His nationality was still a mystery. His coat's origin led some to surmise that he was British, although his facial characteristics and hairdo suggested otherwise. However, the fact that his coat was made in America did not automatically label him as a spy. Before his unexplained death, it's possible that the Somerton man had traveled to the United States on vacation or family business. However, that was not the sole indicator suggesting an alien persona. Not to mention the strange orange thread, a brand unavailable in Australia, that he used to fix his trousers. This implied a great deal of travel, portraying the Somerton man as a global mystic. And then the query came up. Adelaide is a small city on Australia's southern coast. What was he doing there? The Woomera Air Force Complex, some 300 kilometers to the north, may hold the key. The largest land-based test range in the Western Hemisphere was located at Woomera, a joint Australian-British station. When it was founded in 1947, it spanned an area nearly the size of Pennsylvania, 47,000 square miles of level, arid land. Tests of atomic bombs, missiles, and rockets were among the highly classified military programs carried out by Britain at this station. If this theory is correct, there would have been a lot of espionage activities in South Australia. The Somerton man might have been an Australian spy with too much information. It's possible that he turned Soviet and needed to be silenced. Alternatively, he might have been a Soviet agent who was about to defect but was killed off before he could do so. This returns us to the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his demise. Medical professionals conducting the inquiry discovered no poison in the man's system, at least not that could be determined using standard methods. One theory was that he swallowed something, or received something that disintegrated right away and left no trace. Although there were no visible indications of puncture wounds, Another explanation proposed injection. His liver's state did not lend credence to this theory. Sir Cedric Stanton Hicks, an Adelaide University physiology and pharmacology professor, was approached by the coroner in search of explanations. Hicks wrote down on a sheet of paper for the coroner the names of those who might have been poisoned. Among them was strophenthine, a strong chemical that certain West African tribes had traditionally employed to make poison arrows. It was deadly and imperceptible to traditional chemical tests, even at low dosages. Kate, the daughter of Jessica Thompson, revealed in 2013 that her mother was fluent in Russian, a fact Jessica had never before divulged to anyone. Jessica also admitted to Kate that she had lied to the police about who the Somerton man was. Jessica alluded to the fact that the situation went beyond the police's purview, implying higher-level participation. This information raised rumors that Jessica may have been working for the Australian government as a counter-espionage agent. It's possible that she was providing military officials with intelligence, of which the Rubaiyats were an essential component. Still, if not even the most skilled codebreakers could crack the code, then who held the secret? In 1995, Derek Abbott read about the Somerton man story in a magazine article. Though he was intrigued at first, he was unable to delve more into the enigma due to his duties as an Adelaide University electrical engineering professor. Derek didn't become interested in the topic again until he read about the unsolved code that was discovered in the man's possession in 2007. Experts in code breaking spent 6 years delving into the mystery, yet the solution remained elusive. Unfazed, Derek turned his attention to solving another mystery: who Jessica was. The mysterious nurse's real name was removed from official documents to keep her private and her identity a mystery for many years. Jerry Feltus, an Adelaide investigator, helped Derek out by providing the original piece of paper with Jessica's phone number that was in the Somerton man's book. Derek discovered Jessica Thompson, better known as Jo, was Jessica's real identity after conducting a thorough research. Regretfully, Derek was unable to ask Jessica about her relationship with the Somerton man before she passed away. Investigating Jessica's past, Derek learned that she had been romantically engaged with Prosper Thompson, a local, in 1947, a year and a half before the latter man passed away. Together, the two had a son named Robert. Though Jessica insisted that Prosper was Robin's father, questions about who her child's father was, especially since she was so evasive when questioned by the police, raised. This gave Derek the idea for a novel theory. The man from Somerton was Robin's paternal grandfather. After looking into it more, Derek found strong evidence to back up his theory. Like the Somerton man, Robin had unusual physical characteristics, such as unusual ear structures and hypodontia, a hereditary disease. In addition, both had experience with ballet. Robin had even done shows with the Australian Ballet Company. These results pointed to a possible family relationship between the Somerton guy and Robin. The finding that Rachel Egan, Robin's daughter, might be the Somerton man's granddaughter added credence to it. Nothing short of extraordinary was Rachel's investigation into her family's history, which was entwined with one of Australia's biggest mysteries. She discovered mysteries that linked her to the unidentified guy discovered on Somerton Beach as she dug further into her family history. Rachel was dubious at first, but she consented to see Derek Abbott. Their mutual curiosity and perseverance sparked an unanticipated friendship that finally developed into a love tale that transcended even the most enduring enigmas. After getting hitched in 2010, Derek and Rachel are parents to 3 kids. Exhuming the Somerton man's remains in order to obtain DNA was the most logical course of action. Derek asked to have the remains exhumed multiple times, but each time he was told no. But in 2015, Derek discovered an alternative. He found that the 1940s plaster cast still had part of the Somerton man's hair stuck in it. These hairs were delivered by Derek to a University of Adelaide lab. He believed there would be enough DNA to compare it to Rachel's, but the test yielded conflicting results, and the little sample size prevented scientists from sequencing the entire molecule. Derek's optimism was rekindled in 2021, though, when the Australian government eventually dug out the Somerton man. A group carrying large gear pulled up at Adelaide's West Terrace Cemetery on May 18, 2021. The Somerton man had to be pulled from the ground for about 12 hours. Most of his organic matter had degraded from being dead for more than 70 years, and he had also been embalmed. Preservatives are used in place of the body's natural fluids in this situation. The preservation method damaged the DNA, even if it helped to keep the body in good health. There was a chance that not enough viable DNA would remain to collect a sample. Derek and Colleen Fitzpatrick worked together in 2022, painstakingly tracking the genetic traces of the Somerton man. The hair on the plaster cast. One name stuck out when they put together his family tree. The name on the mystery clothing matched that of a man who suited the description of the Somerton man, and who had a brother-in-law named Thomas Keene. Derek and Colleen tracked down the Somerton man's relatives and nephews. On July 22, 2022, scientists discovered two matches using DNA samples they had collected from their living descendants. Christy Webb is Somerton man's granddaughter, and Stuart Webb is his great-great-nephew. The investigative community was rocked by the revelation. It inspired fresh optimism that the Somerton man's identity was about to be revealed. Carl Charles Webb was an Australian electrical engineer born in Melbourne in November of 1905. It became clear as Webb's life narrative came to light that it was anything but typical. He had 6 siblings and was raised in a big household. According to articles in the newspaper at the time, he played community football. This could explain his general physique and well-developed calves. Charles had suffered significant losses in his life before to his passing. Along with his brother Roy, with whom he was close, his mother and father also departed from this life. Charles also experienced a divorce with Dorothy Robertson, the woman he wed in the vicinity of 1941. Dorothy's later divorce decree described their tumultuous marriage. Charles loved to write poetry, with the theme of death appearing frequently. Dorothy once discovered him in bed covered in ether. She spared his life even though he took 50 sleeping tablets. Charles's story reveals a tale of domestic tragedy rather than spy intrigue. Despite rampant speculation to the contrary, Webb disappeared without a trace in April 1947, leaving a broken family and a trail of mystery in his wake. The South Australia Police Department carried out additional tests to confirm Webb's identity, even though DNA evidence clearly suggested that he was who he claimed to be. The absence of formal confirmation, however, allowed for conjecture and maintained the door open to the conspiracy theories that had long surrounded the case. In his own journey, Derek Abbott achieved closure despite the unanswered questions. Any relationship between his wife, Rachel, and the Somerton guy was ruled out by DNA testing. His years-long personal burden was lightened by this. The Webb family experienced a range of feelings in response to the discovery, including relief, closure, and a sense of regaining a lost chapter in their past. Charles Webb's great-great-nephew and granddaughter, Christy Webb, and Stuart dug through old family photos. They rediscovered long-forgotten pictures of Charles. The entire Webb family was present at a large family get-together back then. Essentially, this picture was taken 20 years before he passed away. Charles Webb changed during their trip from being a strange man in the news to a beloved family member. His life narrative served as a monument to the continuing strength of family ties and resonated far beyond the parameters of a cold case. The Somerton man case has been resolved to a great extent. His name is now known, but regrettably, a lot of answers perished with him. We may never learn the circumstances behind his death. Moving on to the next case. Stephen Weltic. On June 13, 1952, Stephen Weltic was born in St. Louis, Missouri. He spent his entire life there. Stephen, being 40 years old, was employed at Ajax Liquor on April 23, 1993. The booze store on Jeffco Boulevard in Arnold belonged to him. A guy and a lady went to the store that morning to make some purchases. They contacted the police after discovering Stephen Weltic's body face down. His own gun, used in an execution-style manner, took his life. Since nothing was taken from the store, burglary didn't seem to be the reason. After questioning Stephen's friends and family, investigators were unable to gather any pertinent information. Additionally, no witnesses reported seeing anything unusual. Sadly, the case remained unsolved for a very long time because there were no leads, despite the detectives' best efforts. Then, in 2015, a woman came forward with the allegation that Stephen's life was taken by her husband, Laurel Harp. That year, Laurel's associate also came forward to inform the authorities that Laurel Harp was, in fact, the culprit. They have sufficient proof to establish that Stephen Weltic was murdered by Laurel Harp. To arrest him, they traveled to the Riverview Care Center assisted living facility in St. Louis. Laurel admitted right away, but he said that when the gun went off, the two of them were fighting. That is untrue, though, as investigators found that Stephen was kneeling when he was shot. Investigators were also informed by Laurel that he intended to rough up Stephen when he got to the booze store. Laurel was frequently hired by others to enforce or collect. He frequently used violence to get people to pay him money they owed. Laurel has completed her prison sentence for stealing, burglary, and illegal use of a weapon. He would be sentenced to life in jail without the chance of probation or parole if found guilty now. Sadly, Stephen's mother died earlier this year without discovering the identity of the person who killed her son at Faithful Day 27 years ago. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.